best argument to argue with that once they give you that info or some sort of proof, you'll be instantly. And what's that? Like, give me that. I wanna like.
The surface doesn't curve.
Water.
Okay.
Right. I'll give it to you in a logical syllogism. Right. Do you know what a logical? Do you know? Okay, so you understand what a logical syllogism is. It's a little bit like a mathematical equation. We're going to add some things together, and it's going to equal an answer. The things we're going to add together are true, and based on the things that are true, we're going to reach a logical conclusion. These things are going to come in the form of premises. Premise 1, 2, 3, 4. And when we add them together, we'll reach a logical conclusion, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Premise number 1. 72% of the surface of the Earth that we know is water. The Pacific, the Atlantic Ocean, for example.
Mm-hmm.
Do you agree?
And
okay.
Yeah, but what does that have to be with that?
Well, hold on. So that's premise number 1. 70% plus of the surface of the Earth is water. Premise number 2. Water is observed to be horizontal on the surface. Premise number 3. Water is measured to be horizontal on the surface. Premise number 4. Water is practically used as a horizontal reference datum. So when we add these things together, we reach this conclusion. The surface of the Earth, which is primarily water, is horizontal upon the surface, therefore cannot be curved, creating a closed three-dimensional shape equidistant from its radius, known as a sphere.
Okay. Yeah,
cool.
That's understandable.
Good.
Point.
Do you have a problem? Hold on. I'll ask this question and anybody can answer. Does anybody have a problem with any of the premises?
Well, I don't specifically have a problem with it, but I have some questions that have to be answered, and I wouldn't mind you answering them if you would like to.
Okay. Are they based on what I said?
Well, so you have mentioned your proof, and I have understood it. But how do you say, and what do you say about the flying, like planes? If they, for example, have a plane going to, I don't know, from Britain to America, like it's the same way. If you go north, if you go west, you're gonna reach America, and if you go east, you're gonna reach America. Like there is no barrier. How do you say it? Like there is no something to cut you off from your destination. So that somehow proves, and is used as an argument.
Question. Can you draw circles on flat pieces of paper?
What do you mean? Like you mean like the planes going in a circle?
No, just answer the question. Can you draw circles on flat pieces of paper? For example, with a compass, like the one with a needle and a pencil? Yes?
Yeah, obviously, you can draw a circle on
okay,
paper.
Obviously, there's going to be another question, right? Are east and west circles around a pole?
What does that have to?
Because you said east or west. If I go
it.
from Britain to America when I travel east, or if I go in another direction, west, or whatever direction I go, then I'm going to end up where I started from, because I can end up in that destination by going either east or west. You must understand that east and west are circles around a pole. That pole is north in the northern hemisphere, what we talk about it. So we understand that east and west are just directions of traversal around a pole, which is very easily demonstrated on a flat surface, because that's what a circle is, isn't it?
Okay, understood. We want to
Cool,
answer the
awesome
questions,
stuff.
not convince each other. Because I've already said that I'm neutral. I do not have I don't have a proof that like it's like it gives me the right idea, which is non-negotiable. I don't have that, but I have questions that need to be answered in order to prove a point, and
No, I gave you the logical form, which you skipped over to ask how flight paths work when you travel in circles on a flat piece of paper or flat surface. Right, you obviously hadn't thought about. I get it, because you obviously hadn't thought about it before, because you thought that this could only happen on a sphere, which obviously that's not true. Now, I gave you the logical form because you said that you liked logic, but nothing that you asked me was based upon the logical form which I gave you. And I gave you the opportunity to disagree with any of the premises. If you can't disagree with any of the premises, then the logical conclusion stands. The surface of the Earth is measured and observed and practically used as a horizontal thing, therefore can't be a sphere. Any other questions appear to be either irrelevant or at least inquiry and based upon, I don't know, your curiosity.
So you tell me the disappearance of the ships in the ocean is related to the curve of the eye, not the curve of the Earth. Is that what you're trying to say?
No, not quite.
Do you know what light attenuation is?
Conversation. Have I mentioned boats?
I haven't heard you say it at all, man. Not once.
I know. It was a question to be answered. Like, I know in the past century ago,
there's a combination of reasons.
Do you know what light attenuation is?
What?
Attenuation, the attenuation of light.
Yeah, go ahead and explain it.
I would have to give you a whole bunch of definitions, like the Rayleigh criterion and whatnot. Like he just said, there's multiple reasons. In fact, I'm going to hand the mic right back to Jedi and let him finish explaining.
So, would you want to know?
Sure. Yeah.
What do you want to know?
What he just said.
About
why
the
do boats disappear?
Yep.
Angular size. We understand that things appear to get smaller the further away they get, right?
Yeah, but it seems that
okay, but that's going to be something that's going to make something disappear, isn't it? Not the only thing, but it's definitely worth bringing up. Things get angularly smaller with distance, don't they?
They get smaller, that's true, but the boat does not get smaller. It gets it disappears. Yeah, it disappears from down up. From
down up. What? Always.
Yep. Yeah, that's what happens.
And you've experienced this always happening, have you?
Yeah, obviously, like we.
Obviously, no, not yet. Obviously, this isn't always experienced.
No, it's not. I lived on the coast many years, and I don't recall ever seeing it.
So if you go to the ocean and you see a boat, like it gets smaller, not disappearing.
It definitely gets smaller, yeah. And it goes down, but that's the angular reduction.
So it's a problem in the eye of the human, not
because there's a
perspective is.
It gets small.
Perspective plays a big part. Sorry, say that again.
If you see a boat going through the ocean, you see that it gets smaller and smaller.
Yeah.
It's you can see that it's it's like not it's not go to the point where it's just disappear. It's like
it doesn't just disappear.
Yeah, the ship. You can see the ship that the bottom of the ship disappears first, and then the top goes. It means there's a curvature.
Are you talking about like large container ships or small boats like yachts and
large container ships? You can see large container ships on everything.
Oil rigs.
What if we could prove to you that it has absolutely nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth and everything to do with optics?
What?
But how would you prove that, bro?
Oh, with a phenomenon known as atmospheric refraction, more specifically known as sinking. Now, the definition of sinking refraction is where you have a direct line of sight to the object. That means there's nothing between you and the object, not even the curvature of the Earth. You've got a direct line of sight to it. But because of the meteorological conditions, the variance in temperature and density of the layer above the water, I'm still talking quite clearly. Still talking.
Let him complete.
Just hang on a minute.
Sir, can you let Jedi finish his point?
When we speak about atmospheric refraction, that's the deviation of the light path through the medium of air. We have a classification known as sinking. The observation is it looks like the boat is sinking into the horizon. The definition for this phenomena is, as I was saying earlier, you have a direct line of sight to the object. There is nothing between you physically causing the obstruction. It's the meteorological conditions, the weather, the differential in density and temperature from the water and the atmospheric layer above, making it look like the boat is sinking. That's not the curvature of the Earth, my friends. That's the atmosphere causing that.
And it's it's replicable. We can replicate this. We can vary conditions in the air to replicate this on a smaller scale to show that it is possible. And it does happen.
I have a good example for this.
You can replicate that the sinking effect in a small place.
Yes.
Okay, do this.
You can have a person walking away from you on flat ground and they'll disappear feet up.
We can demonstrate this in the summertime, for example, on a hot, flat road.
Why summertime, bro? Why summertime? You can
because of the temperature.
Do
you remember earlier, and I'm going to get a little bit, do you remember earlier when I was talking about the meteorological conditions and the temperature and the density between the water and the atmospheric? I'm pointing out the same thing that is clearly observed on a hot road in the summer.
Got your point.
Why is this guy talking through me?
Yeah, why do you, every time he starts talking, you got to say something over him? Let Jedi finish this point or you're going to end up server muted.
Seems to be getting emotionally triggered when I'm speaking now.
Yeah,
I'm just pointing something out that is clearly observable from anybody. You don't like that I'm pointing out academic literature? I can cite it in the side chat if you wish. Clear classifications and definitions for these observed phenomena. Mirages, inferior, superior, stooping, sinking, the causing of phenomena and how they look at distances through the air that we breathe.
Can I speak now?
So hang on, just 1 second. We've posted some examples in the side chat for you over on a smaller scale. The apparent bottom-up disappearance using different methods.
Now, the question was brought up earlier, why does the boat disappear from the bottom up? I kind of said, well, it doesn't always. This phenomenon doesn't always happen. I've posted an image of some oil rigs. My friend, thanks. I've posted an image of some oil rigs in the side chat because there's a very geometric associated claim to what you're saying and your reason why the boat is disappearing from the bottom up. I'll try to still man your position as best as I can. You say the reason why the boat disappears from the bottom up is because of the curvature of the earth. You are standing at the beach, for example, and as the boat sails away, it appears to be cut off from the bottom as it sails over the horizon. This is a specific geometric claim based upon the radius of the Earth, 3,559 miles. Sorry, 959 miles, do apologise. Based on this radius, the distance to the horizon based on the observer's height is this, 1.225 multiplied by the square root of that observer's height in distance. I'll refer you to the image that I posted in the side chat at 34 minutes past the hour. This observation was taken from a beach in California, I think it's Santa Barbara, and these oil rigs are at known distances from the observer. We also know the name of the oil rigs, Habitat and Hill House. You can find them on Google Maps if you wish to do so. They are static oil rigs, they do not move. So we can base our observational measurement based on our known distance to these objects. The distance to these objects from this observer standing at the beach are approximately 8.5 and 9.5 miles, if memory serves me correctly. The observer height is really interesting. It's 8 foot above the surface of the Earth. If we were to use the mathematical equation that I used earlier, we would get a distance to the horizon of 3.46 miles. Just for clarification, can make an estimated measured distance to the horizon. The horizon is clearly observed behind the oil rigs. It's further than the oil rigs. And like I said, the distance to the furthest oil rigs is just over 9.5 miles. Therefore, I think it's quite safe to assume that the horizon distance is at least 10 miles away. It could be further, but it is not in front of the oil rigs. It is not at 5 miles. It is not at 4 miles. And it is definitely not at 3.46 miles. This is clearly demonstration of how the surface of the Earth is not curving, causing obstruction of things at distance. Because if it was so, it would be at 3.46 miles in the observation. It's not at 3.46 miles in the observation. Welcome to Flat Earth. Questions, comments, concerns?
Posted citation there from Washington State University. So for all practical purposes, we can estimate the distance to the horizon using 1.22459 square root of h, or perhaps even more simply as just 1.2 times the square root of h, which gives the distance in miles when h is in feet.
I've got a shameless plug. If you head over to our home server, discord.gg/flat earth, and visit our library of content on the left-hand side, you'll see some big updates under the channels for geodesy and satellites. So go check it out.
Thanks, mate. Awesome.
Thanks.
Do you understand, what do we call you, Nick?
Yeah.
We just call you Nick? Did you understand what Jedi was saying? You understand the theory behind it?
No, I didn't understand that at all.
Do you understand what I just posted there from Washington State University?
I mean, I have to read it completely to see your point.
So they estimate, predict, in other words, based on the geometry of the Earth, right, the radius value that they say the Earth has, that the horizon distance should be at 1.225 miles, but multiplied by the observer's height, the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Okay.
And that should give the distance to the horizon in miles. Right? So for a 1 foot observer, well, that would be 1.225 miles away.
Okay.
Because you put your h in feet, right? 1 foot. So at 5 foot, it's roughly about 3 miles or 2.7. 6 foot's probably about 3 miles, a little over. So you use that mathematical equation to determine the distance to the tangent point on the Earth's surface from the observer's line of sight. Right? And that has to be a specific distance.
And according to your height, you see that the ship's bottom goes down first, and after that the
has to
top
be
side.
has to be right. Has to be after that distance, right? It's not going to happen before that distance, right?
But if it's flat, why don't we see the boat going as it is until the point it becomes like a dot?
Because of the meteorological conditions that I mentioned earlier.
Some people claim to have seen that. Anyway.
You'll notice in the observation, this isn't done with the human eye. Obviously, how could we record it for you? Dude.
What about gravity?
Oh, dude, if you're going to run away from the point and ask a different question on a slightly different, and I know how it's associated subject, would you mind if we put a pin in it? There's been a question asked about gravity in the side chat as well, so we will get to it. But at the moment, we're just talking about why boats appear to do the things that they do when they sail away. And it's quite obviously based on how you see the world, the angular resolution limit of the human eye, or the optic that is being used, like the camera that was recorded for the video in the GIF that you've got in the side chat, that's got a different optical resolution than the human eye, and obviously the meteorological conditions, the weather, the air clarity, how warm it is, what moisture content is in it. Because of these factors, things at distance can appear to look funny, upside down in some cases, higher than the horizon, levitating, or look like they're sinking into the surface of the Earth. But that's based on the weather. It's not the curvature of the Earth, dude, or it'll be at 3.46 miles in the observation that I posted. It will be at the mathematical equation because it's geometry based on the height of eye, standing on a curved surface with a radius given. It's very simple math to do. Based on this very simple math to do, we should observe this very simple phenomena, the horizon blocking boats. We don't observe that. What we observe is a horizon extending in distance depending on the atmospheric clarity, and the technology that we use are human eyes compared to a high-powered zoom telescope or camera, for example. When using this technology, we see well beyond any supposed curvature of the Earth. What we see is the Earth being flat.
Jedi, stop being hypothetical. Be practical, bro.
This isn't hypothetical. This is practical, dude. This isn't hypothetical. This is practical. This is practical measurement that you can do yourself. This is highly practical shit.
In the chat.
Oh, wow.
So you don't have a refutation to that. In that observation that Jedi posted, the observer height is 8 foot. That requires a geometric horizon distance of 3.6 miles. Those oil rigs are not behind the horizon. Sorry, 3.4 miles. Those oil rigs there, they're not behind the horizon. They're in front of it. Those oil rigs are at distances beyond 3.4 miles. The furthest oil rig is at 10.10 miles.
Oil rig is stationary.
Perfect. That's a good point.
It's a stationary.
A good point.
Thank you. It is a good point, isn't it?
Well, Nick, let me ask you. Yeah, very good. Well, Nick, I want to ask you a question.
Yeah.
So you do believe that the Earth is round, right?
Yes.
You do believe that it is round because of the things and all the education that you have got in school that said that the earth is round, and the physics and all sort of things that have been taught to you in schools. That's why you believe it is round.
Yes.
Well, have you done any individual research?
It's too tough to explain you guys that. I mean,
listen, I'm not trying to prove any point of anybody. I have already said that I'm neutral. I do not know the truth. I just want to hear the facts that you guys have.
It's a good question.
So your natural observation is that the horizon is horizontal and the Earth is measured to be flat. The problem is somebody made a claim that there's curvature to the Earth, yet that claim hasn't been proven. The claim is that the Earth has curvature. The burden of proof is on the one making the claim. Your natural observation is a horizontal horizon. That's not a claim. There's no need to prove that the horizon's horizontal. It is.
Yeah. Independent research leads you to not what the third party information tells you.
We can have all sort of information, all of things like to think of. There are a lot of people believing in many different things, and I am a person that does not believe in anything that they do not have proof personally.
Ma'am, this isn't about belief. We do not have a belief.
I know.
And flat's not a shape.
My point.
Want for a better word, probably.
I know.
You're saying you do not believe in things. You know that it's flat. Then you yourself cannot prove that it's flat.
To reiterate, flat is not a shape.
That doesn't follow.
Flat is not a shape.
AG.
And to reiterate again, flat's not a shape. My claim is that Earth is Earth-shaped.
What is Earth-shaped?
Good point. I like that.
I guess it's geoid, right?
Well, your heart is heart-shaped. It's not shaped like a little cartoon heart. It's shaped like a human heart. The Earth is Earth-shaped. It is what it is. It's not a triangle or a square or a circle. It's Earth-shaped, and that shape is observably and measurably flat.
Is there an end to Earth?
That's the most creative answer I've ever heard of.
We would say that the Earth is not some pizza planet space frisbee out in space. That's a meme. That's fake. The Earth is the floor of the universe, and this edge of the Earth that you just asked about, dude, that's the edge of the universe. If I were to go out and set on some quest to find it, I don't believe I would live long enough to ever find it. I'd probably die of old age if I were to go out trying to, or I would die of frostbite going to places that I can't handle.
Edge of the Earth is edge of the universe, right?
Yeah, and I'm not claiming some kind of ice wall either. That actually began as a globe claim. That's some Admiral Byrd era stuff.
There is no
He observed he observed a wall of ice at the what they call the continent of Antarctica. It's objectively this shelf of ice that looks like a wall. But he never made a claim that there is this ring around anything. He said that there's an ice wall out there. And then other people made a story about it. I'm not making a claim about an ice wall. I've never seen one.
Yeah, obviously, if there was one, like it would have been melted by the sun years ago.
I've seen pictures of one. So I believe that it's certainly possible there's some kind of shelf of ice out there that looks magnificent, but that doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, doesn't mean that there's an ice wall.
Yeah, or it doesn't mean that if there is, it doesn't mean that ice wall means anything. It just is a thing, kind of like the 7 wonders of the world type thing. It's just a thing out there, so it doesn't really matter. It's non sequitur to the measurements of the ground.
It's like the White Cliffs of Dover at this point. Okay, maybe I only know what the White Cliffs of Dover are.
Oh,
I think I heard about that in a song once.
There'll be bluebirds over the White Cliffs of Dover.
well, now you got
That
me.
sounds familiar.
Now you got me being a Google Earther. I'm gonna go look it up. I've heard it before, but now I got to go look at it.
Yeah, it's the point of observation that I always bring up, where I say that I can see France from this location from both top and bottom of these cliffs. These cliffs are the White Cliffs of Dover. Cliffs of chalk, by the way. That's why I brought it up. I'm not going to arrive at England and think the whole world's surrounded by a fucking wall of chalk, are we? No. It's just a description of this particular coastline.
I think they found a man's fossilized face in it or something. I heard.
It damn sure is white as hell, isn't it?
Yeah,
yeah, that's what I was thinking was chalk, but you confirmed it. So you could shine across from the across that water. You could shine a really powerful laser on that and see it very clearly.
They've already done that.
Nice.
So from specifically Folkestone, which is slightly south of Dover, distance across the channel is approximately 35 miles at this point. Between Dover and Calais, it's 23 miles. The reason why I bring this up is because the Channel Tunnel is underneath this particular stretch of water. They've already done the surveying between the two continents, between the two land masses of Great Britain and northwestern Europe. They did that of lasers and other electromagnetic signal propagation. They measured this particular stretch of the Earth, the water, the English Channel, to be flat. Yep, done this.
Understood. But what can you tell me about time and stars? Like how? Why do stars differentiate from a country to another?
Move?
And the time as well.
That's the sun.
Hmm?
The sun for time. You know what a sundial is, right?
I was just wondering.
Do you know what a sundial is?
Yeah, obviously. I mean, no. What's a sundial?
It's basically it's a stick that you put in the floor that measures a shadow as the sun moves across the sky over time. We get the time primarily from the sun, right? As it moves across the sky. In the morning, it's in the east. At lunchtime, it's high in the sky. And in the evening, it's gone towards the west. The sun. Time zones are depicted from the sun.
We had one at school.
The sun moved.
So the Earth. Yes, I understand this point. But when we talk about the stars, if the Earth were flat, how it would have been the same sight from every country in the world. We could see the same stars in.
No. When you talk about seeing the same stars, right? You're talking about in the north. I can only see these stars, and then when I go somewhere else, where there are these other stars, I see these other stars. You're saying that if the surface was flat, I would see all of the stars? No.
Yes.
It's like living in a really long
you're breaking up there.
house or building. Right, you're not going to be able to perceive the entirety of the ceiling as it extends horizontally away from you above your head. And those light fittings, you're only going to be experiencing as you move underneath those lights, different lights being above your head. It's quite simply that you've changed location beneath the stars on a flat surface. You do this all the time when you walk around in where you live, your house or your building complex, your apartment, a hallway. Things being above your head and appearing to go downwards towards the floor as you look down the corridor. Same thing is experienced when you look up at the night sky. They appear to be getting closer to the floor that you're standing on when you look towards the horizon. That's not because they're curving downwards beneath your feet. Sorry.
No, you're right. we could understand for a while, and then you started getting really roady just towards the end there.
Okay, dude, I'll leave and rejoin and stuff. Take over, dude.
Oh, actually, that sounded better.
He is right there. That's a really good practical observation. Like when you see like the Dongyang Bridge in China, that one's like 126 miles. You can see it from the air. There's no curvature or anything, but when you look down the thing, I mean, a lot of globetrotters like to use the down posts. The thing looks like it's curving over the earth to prove that the earth is curved, but if you look at the bridge from the air, it's straight and flat. If you look at it from the ground, it looks like it's going over the horizon, and the posts on the bridge are disappearing from the bottom up. But you know it's straight and flat, but it doesn't look like it. And that's just the angular resolution of your eye changing. He's the same thing looking down a long hallway with like lights in the ceiling and doors on the side. You know the doors aren't getting smaller. You know the lights aren't pointing down. You know the floor isn't coming up. It sure looks like it though, because of the way your eye works towards a focal point and this angular resolution. Those are good practical explanations, what he was trying to go for.
Okay, understood. Yeah. I like that point.
Plus, like, so are you in the north? You're in the north? Are you north of the equator? Sure.
Me?
Yeah. Are you north? Like north? Are you in Europe?
I'm in the middle of the earth.
You're on the equator? Are you on the equator? You're on the equator.
What's an equator?
I'm just asking, like, what region of the world do you come from?
Oh, it's Algeria.
Algeria, where's that? Is that north or south of the equator? Where's Algeria? Is that southern Europe?
You could say south. You could say south. It's in North Africa.
North Africa. North Africa. So is that North Africa's around the equator?
It's north. It's north of the equator.
Is it north of the equator?
Algeria is located north of the equator. As part of North Africa, the entire country lies within the northern hemisphere, within its latitude ranging mostly between 19 north and 37 north.
Okay, thank you. So if you look south, right? If you look south, you'll probably see some constellations, some stars that somebody in the south sees right above them. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like people don't share stars. They're just in different positions. Maybe someone in the south that sees those stars that you see way out to the horizon, they see them above their head. But if they look south, they see stars that you can't see, right? But if they look north, right? If they look north, they'll see stars on their horizon that are above you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the stars are much bigger than we can expect. They're
Doesn't matter how big the star. The fact is that we see them and how we see them.
I don't know. I haven't changed countries before to tell you, but I believe that like it's a really hard question to answer because each one has their own like beliefs, arguments to argue with. That's why I can't go for a certain expectation or a certain thought that is proved, because it has its own arguments that do not agree with it.
Then it's going to depend on which one is more logically valid and demonstrable, isn't it?
Yeah, somehow, but it also depends on other things, other beliefs.
Like what?
Like, well, out of a religious talk, and if I talk, wait, let me speak. I will give my point really fast. Well, in my religion, it's Islam, and it's mentioned in the Quran that the earth is flat.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, and I have negotiated about my teacher about this. I have told her that I actually am neutral. I have no idea if it's flat or not. I just want proofs. I wanted proofs so badly. I looked for it, like...
How would you prove that claim then?
I don't know. I don't have a claim to prove, actually, because I'm neutral.
Let's say the book made a claim to how deep the Earth was. How would you prove that?
I couldn't prove it because no one has reached the center of the Earth.
Okay, but to reach the center of the Earth or to see how deep it was, that would require the standard of evidence of someone doing something like measuring. Right?
Yeah, but science has already reached a
not
point where it can
science,
measure
geometry.
it.
Not science, we're dealing with geometry. Right? Height, width, length. I said the depth of the Earth. We could talk about how wide the Earth was. Other shapes can display other surface qualities. Some shapes display flat surfaces, whilst others display curved surfaces. To distinguish between the two, we would observe the surface and measure the surface. Understanding that if we're going to bring any science into this, science will always start with an observation of an empirical standard, right? So if the book
understand.
Good. So if the book says, the Quran or the Bible or whichever makes a claim that the Earth is flat, then you can prove that by measuring that surface, can't you?
I've never measured a surface, to be honest.
Okay, but you understand, for example, shelves, tables, floors can be constructed. Yes?
Yeah, obviously.
Cool. And when we do these things, we measure, especially when we're building a house, for example. We don't want it leaning, for example. We don't want it subsiding. We're going to want nice flat floors, aren't we? And we're going to measure and make sure that we can construct those floors flat, right?
Yes.
Okay. So if we construct these things to be level, what are they level with?
I wonder.
The Earth. That's where we get level from. Level being a straight line from left to right. To be level with the world means to be parallel with the plane of the horizon. The horizon being where the surface of the Earth, in this instance, water, appears to meet the sky at distance. So we get level when building and constructing from the surface of the Earth itself. This is one way that we know that the surface of the Earth is flat, because that's where we get it from.
Yes. Okay, understood.
Another simple practical application for you. You know what the Suez Canal is for the ships passing their strait? You know what the Suez Canal is, where the ships pass through the strait?
Egypt.
Yeah. Okay. So the Suez Canal is like over 100 miles long. If the Earth was curved, there would be several, I think it's a couple thousand feet of height between the two ends in the middle. It would be like a big hump, since we know that water always finds its level. If the Earth was curved, then all the water in the middle would run towards the ends. It doesn't. It stays flat and level the entire time, just like when they did the measurements to dig it. But that's just another practical thing. Just look, the water doesn't run from the middle out because there is no curve.
Isn't it just gravity?
Gravity doing what?
Holding water.
No, pulling things to the center of the earth.
Okay, so gravity pulling things to the center of the earth, making the surface curved. That would mean, consequentially, I would observe and measure that curved surface if that gravitational story was true. Right?
Yeah.
Cool. Don't measure that curved surface though, do we? This is what we're pointing out. With lasers and theodolites and other electromagnetic signal propagation, radio waves, for example, right? We measure the surface of the Earth to be flat. So if people come along and say, well, gravity, right? Well, that's making the surface curved. Something that we would observe and something that we would most definitely measure. See how it circles back to the curvature of the Earth.
Hi, buddy. What are you doing?
Yeah. Good evening.
Hi.
Oh my God, I really wonder why do people, I don't know, countries, scientists, all the people agree on one thing if it's a lie?
Why do you?
There are already people out there in space who are
There's a
saying that Earth is
question
round.
on the table. Let's not be rude. The lady's asked a question. I'm going to help her understand what she's asking. Why do you believe the Earth is a sphere?
There's already people out there
Not
in the
you.
space
Obviously, you're not a
who
young
can see
lady, and I don't mean to misgender you, but you've obviously got a deeper voice. Not speaking to you, sir. Young lady. You said about the scientists and all the people. I'm asking, why do you believe the Earth is a ball?
I do not believe that the Earth is anything. I mean,
but being in this position, I understand that you're trying to be neutral. I understand that. Okay, maybe I forgot for a moment, but I understand. But you understand there are lots of people in the world that believe the Earth is a ball. For example, maybe members in your family or your local community. So maybe you can be empathetic or at least sympathetic to their position. Why do they say the Earth is a sphere?
Yeah, that's my
Why?
question. I really wanna know that.
Okay, the question is because that's what they got taught at school. The answer is because that's what they saw when they turned on the TV or opened a book with some fiction. Maybe they were asked to create a story or a narrative about the things in the sky or aliens or something because the Earth is a ball. We all got taught this and educated this. It's a foregone conclusion. You're asking about why the scientists and why the people, they're not proving the Earth is a sphere, are they, when they go to university or college? They get told the same thing that you do. Right? That a long time ago, a sequence of events took place. Men grew in knowledge over time and discovered the obvious fact that the Earth was a sphere because of our development in science and technology, stepping away from religious narratives. Right?
Yeah, right.
Cool.
Yeah.
So everyone got taught the same thing. No one questioned it until, for example, you come into a conversation where we are telling you to do so. Okay.
So the answer to my question is that all of them believe that the Earth is a ball because they have been taught that it is, and they do not question it, and they do not care about proving that. So that's all of it.
Yeah,
They take it for
everybody went
granted.
pretty much through the same educational systems, depending on what country that you're in, to gain the employment that they did, even if they were to gain employment in some kind of scientific institute, which will be highly departmentalized and compartmentalized and based on funding and whoever controlled that funding. So you can only ask the questions that people are paying you to answer. Okay? But we're all educated with the same thing. No one questions it. What would you, right? Everybody knows this foregone conclusion.
I'm so interested in proving a point that, I mean, when I come to a point that I am able to prove something, I mean, like when I grow up, like I have education and the mental ability to prove something. Like people will not take an information from a 17-year-old, or I might say 18, because I'm almost it. They will not take that research, and they will not, pay attention to it.
You don't need other people's validation. You just need to prove things to yourself. Excuse my language, but fuck what anybody else says. You can prove things empirically to yourself. You don't have to trust other people. You don't then have to then demonstrate to other people what you've proven to be true. It's not up to you. Just do it for yourself.
Yeah, tell them to look for themselves, dude. Don't try to prove it to them. Tell them to go look for themselves.
I like your point, people. I really like that point. Like, you know how to convince someone to something that they have no information about. They have not done research enough
You're
to
the
know
only
it. That's
person
why
who's going to
I am interested in that subject even more.
You're the only person who's going to be able to convince yourself. Don't go around trying to convince other people. It's a fool's errand. Trust me, I've been trying to do it for 8 years. The best you can do is get people to ask
almost
questions.
Impossible.
Yeah, get them to ask themselves questions like, if we are on a spinning ball moving tens and hundreds and millions of miles an hour through this constantly expanding space, then why in 6,000 years of recorded history have the constellation stars not deviated from their positions apart from each other even a millimeter in those 6,000 years, if we're moving like that from space the way we are? It doesn't make sense. So you start to ask questions. That's not giving any proof. That's just ask a question on what we're told. It doesn't make sense.
I think it makes sense. You think about it.
Think about what?
Bro, Nick, I have already said. I am not convinced yet.
You think deeper, you realize that
But you will. You're taking their side.
I like this. Everyone's going to start getting defensive and coming to your rescue. Don't listen to these heretics, these infidels. And the world's fucked up.
I am new native.
Okay, well, welcome. Who are you?
We're just trying.
Is that Lavkush?
Yeah.
Hiya. How can we help you today?
We're just exploring, nothing else.
Okay. Well, this is an advanced.
Server.
Pardon?
What you say?
What's that Muslim flat Earth server?
Yeah, I think that many people are.
I am a Muslim.
I mean, this is all things that you guys are saying that the flat Earths and all this shit. It's
what are we saying?
All the things that all the points that you have given about the flat Earth points. It's not valid to anyone because there are still people who are on a space station and who have gone to the moon, and you are saying you're ignoring all these things, just saying that it's not true, it's not right.
Not ignoring. not ignoring, sir. Maybe you haven't listened or understood correctly. What is this proving, for example, the astronauts or the people in the International Space Station? What's it showing?
They're sending pictures from there.
Oh,
What do you
pictures of
want
what?
else?
Pictures of what?
Pictures of Earth,
Which is
round.
okay. So that's showing pictures of the Earth that has a curved surface, right?
Yeah.
Okay. That means, just by consequence, that I will observe and measure that curvature upon the surface because the surface is curved, right?
Yeah.
Okay. When going out to specifically observe and measure that curvature with tools like cameras, telescopes, lasers, and other such equipment, when we try to observe and measure that curvature, we don't. What we observe and measure is the surface to be flat. So when we get the pictures from space that show the surface to be curved and we try to verify those pictures by measuring that curved surface, we fail to do so because it's not there. Do you understand? You seem to be throwing this away and like hand waving, dismissing the entire argument, saying it was of no use to anyone. We've got people in the International Space Station and astronauts appealing to this story. Maybe it's you, sir. Maybe you've been hoodwinked. That's a common phrase in this part of the world. Lied to, deceived, had the wool pulled over your eyes just because of the way that you appealed to something that you can't verify.
Can you verify that Earth is flat?
Yes, by observing and measuring the surface of it. This is what we've been talking about at length for the last 30 minutes or so.
I
Do you
got your
remember the
point,
observation that
but
maybe
can you
you weren't
prove?
here, but I
Do you have
posted in the
any?
live chat? Okay, it's going to talk. Say what?
Do you have any proof that Earth is
Yeah,
flat? You're telling on foot we can measure the Earth. It's flat.
yes, you can do so. The
If you go
same.
on foot, if you go on foot from one place, like when you kept going on and on, you will end up the same place.
Okay, which
So it's
direction do I go?
whatever direction you go, you will end up in the
East?
same place.
Really? And you've done this,
If you
have
go
you?
to east,
Yes.
you will
Yes.
end up in the same place where you were.
Do you know I'm not surprised by that?
Yeah, because Earth is round.
No, because I travelled in a circle. East
Why
is a
would you
circle.
travel in a
Sorry, my
circle?
friend, hold on, please. East is a circle around a pole. The North Pole, isn't it? Or the South Pole, right? You get
There
a
could be poles
compass out,
in a
or you look
flat
at the
surface.
North Star. Do you know what the North Star is?
Yeah, I know that.
Okay, so if I point at it and walk around it, does that mean I can only walk around a point in the sky on a ball, or can I definitely do this on a flat surface? Can I point at the top of a mountain and walk around the mountain whilst keeping the angle and orientation of my arm and my body the same? The mountain being the north and me choosing a direction of travel around it. One being east, the other, I hope you're sitting down for this, is west. East and west are circles around poles, and I can definitely travel in a circle on a flat surface. Right?
Right.
Don't use east as your reference.
Okay.
Use
Then you're going to have to
use your
show
foots.
me.
Use your foots. Like going straight
Go on then.
till the end.
This is what, hold on. So you're telling me to do something that I presume that you've already done to verify this claim that you're proposing to me as proof that the Earth is a sphere. You've done this, right?
I have not.
Right. This is going to be a bit of a problem then, isn't it? How the hell are you going to tell me what's going to happen?
I mean, what he's saying is there's a reference point for any kind of navigation, even on a globe. Your reference point as to what direction you're traveling is always the North Pole. You always look north. East is 90 degrees to that. But when you want to look, hey, which direction am I going? You orient yourself based on north. You can do that on a globe. You can also do that on a flat Earth because you're always orienting yourself using north. You're always turning yourself so that north is that way and you're heading 90 degrees of it. And that's what you're doing on either. What he's saying is it works on either thing. It's not proof of a globe. It's proof that you're navigating around the pole. And it works on globe and flat Earth.
I wonder what else makes it obvious to us that the Earth is a rotating sphere.
Well, it's definitely not its claimed curvature and rotation.
I think boats over the horizon convinced men for centuries that there's a curve in the ocean.
I don't think they even ever saw that.
I reckon that was too long ago, and they obviously didn't have the optical equipment that we have today, where we can use a camera and
because
see
they didn't. They assumed a curve because they were ignorant, or this is all just made up and our history is false. And
maybe they
no
just
one ever thought.
Maybe they just suggested. Sorry, Jenna.
Go ahead.
Some certain Greeks had this idea of the Earth being a perfect plutonic solid, right? Plutonic solids being like cubes and spheres and those types of fucking shit.
I mean, it couldn't be that the in bars they have the globes that open up, and it's like you got all your liquor inside there. I mean, someone didn't just take that too far one day and say, "Wait a minute, this is what the world is really like." After like a joke, it's like a model just to put the whole world in one place without a flat map. It's like a parlor trick. It's not a trick. It's like a prop. But it was never meant to be real. It was never meant to be considered a true representation of the world. And slowly, through idiocracy, turned into what people believe reality
the
is.
history of the globe's actually much more ridiculous than that, believe it or not.
Please elaborate, because it's ridiculous in the present. I'd love to hear its past.
Yeah, so the first person that's credited with suggesting that the Earth is a globe was a mystical cult leader called Pythagoras. You've probably heard of him. Now, he basically worshipped spheres as part of his worldview, as part of his Pythagorean cult practices. And he figured that because the heavens appear like a sphere due to the ancients coming up with the celestial sphere, he thought that because spheres are the most divine shape, therefore the creator must have made Earth that divine shape. Why would he make it anything other than the most divine shape? And that's the first person that's credited with suggesting that the Earth is a sphere. And then later on, people like Plato adopted that. Okay, and it was through philosophical reasoning, basically, as above, so below. And people like Aristotle, Plato, these types of people took that celestial sphere and reasoned that the Earth must also be a sphere because spheres are divine shapes. Even Copernicus had the same reasoning.
So do you think there was malice intended by this theory that we live on this curving ball? Because I got to be careful here what I say. Some of what the globe presents, it does make sense and it does fit. Unfortunately, it requires that the water curve, and that doesn't match reality. But like, if the water did curve, then the globe would kind of a lot of instances, but it can't. Right?
Yeah,
So
yeah, I
just
completely agree.
I've gone back and forth in my mind, like, was this an intentional deception put upon mankind for various reasons? The whole why the lie, or was it innocent? Based upon logic and reasoning and assumptions, which
theological, it's religious.
Yeah, I mean, it's a philosophical view versus a scientific view.
No, it's
guess.
both. They control both hands.
Well,
both
yeah, I
religious
know.
and science, as we look back at the false narrative in the past, right?
Well,
the
they
church
turned
versus
religion into science because the globe is a religion.
Yeah. So with malice.
Yeah, so the Pythagoras initially postulating the idea. If the guy even existed in history at all, even if he's real, I mean, do you think that's where it started? Malice?
Eventually, somewhere down the line, yeah.
So you believe the Earth is a globe, but you agree with the flat earthers in terms of water not being able to curve because of gravity?
I'm absolutely a flat earther because the Earth doesn't curve,
okay.
the Earth doesn't move, and we're breathing. So
okay, never mind then. I thought you were someone who believed the Earth was okay.
I guess I want to sit in the devil's advocate chair from time to time because I mean I listen to you guys on YouTube a lot and I hear all these arguments and I mean some of the ignorance in here is I'm screaming at my phone because of how ignorant people are. But I don't think they have, a lot of them anyway, they don't have malice intended, right? They are ignorant and they come in here with the ideas and they think pictures prove things and they've heard all the same points and facts that we all grew up with. And I mean, I don't blame people for believing this. I have good friends that, I talk to occasionally at work. I talk to them about flat earth and, they're nice and they respect me. They don't think I'm a clown or anything, but they still believe they live on a ball based upon what they were taught growing up and shadows on the moon and boats over the horizon, So, I mean, the brainwashing is strong. It's really strong. And I don't know if everyone can overcome it even when presented the clear facts. And I don't think there's any real malice intended behind a lot of these people. I think they're just ignorant, and that's not a bad thing.
Yeah, the general vast population, that ignorant, completely right, dude.
So I appreciate everyone in here that's a regular too. I just want to say, because like I said, I've been listening to you guys for a while, and like Jedi, anti-globalist, you guys are good. I know there's a lot more good people in here, but you guys stand out. So keep up the good work. Thank you.
Cheers, man.
Yep.
Jedi, it was nice talking to you and everybody here. I'll come back with more points, and if you guys are doing this more often, I'll come back with more points and I'll prove you guys wrong.
Hence the title of the Discord. 24/7.
Yeah, you definitely can try to prove us wrong. That's what we encourage, and maybe you'll you'll actually learn a lot more about the globe in the process. And look, we just encourage you to weigh up both sides of the argument and come to a logical conclusion. At the moment, you don't really know our argument or the globe argument thoroughly. So research both sides. But just before you go, is he still here? Yeah. Just before you go, have a look in the side chat. I want to ask you a question. Now, I was just scrolling through the Artemis images. Okay, and I want to ask you an honest question. Can you honestly tell the difference of whether this is a real picture or this was just made in CGI or just made by AI or something like that? Can you really tell the difference or not?
No, I can't tell the difference.
Right. So quite a lot of the evidence that the globe earthers talk about just require faith. Okay, because you need to believe that this is a real picture, and this could easily just be made in AI, which it is. Right. This isn't from Artemis. This is something that we made in ChatGPT in 5 minutes, and
okay,
it looks better then this next one that I'm going to post, right? So this next one I'm going to post, this is actually from Artemis. Okay, it doesn't even look as good as the CGI one. But the
You can tell
point
it's real
is,
because it looks so fake.
yeah, we just can't tell the difference when it comes to that kind of thing. But what we can do is actually go out and measure the surface of the Earth. So when you come back, we'll go over a bunch of long distance observations, laser tests, that kind of thing. And we'll show you the empirical evidence that doesn't require faith, because people can go out and just do this themselves. Anyway,
I'll come back with more points, with strong points which I can show you guys.
Excellent.
And I'll be prepared next time.
Welcome back anytime, buddy. Good to have you around, TSC.
Goodbye. See ya, guys.
I think one thing that a lot of people make the mistake on is the words they use. So a picture is a direct capture from an imaging device, but NASA puts all their everything in the blue ball one as described as an image, not a picture, but an image. And Robert Simmons, the guy who puts together the blue ball, literally says it's data points that he has that he puts together. And he has to use Photoshop because he puts things together on what he thinks people will think the Earth will look like. Those are the words out of his mouth. But they call it an image, not a picture, because it is a collaboration of data points. It's not from an imaging device.
Right, and then there's a few they do claim are actual photographs, like the 1972, or this Artemis one, for example.
So they try to claim
all
that
the
the
rest.
GOES satellite is real with the weather data overlaid on it. I've heard that before.
I mean, they claim that they're real, as in they get a bunch of data that comes from these radio telescopes that take scans, and then the data comes back to the Earth, and then they get an artist that translates the data into imagery, and then they kind of make it look like what people expect the Earth should look like from space, and then they say it's real because it came from a radio telescope.
Well, they have high altitude weather balloons.
It seems so obvious that these things are computer generated and manipulated, but I mean,
they don't
most
deny
people
it.
are just going to look at it and go, "Oh, that's home," and they're not going to question it. It's probably why they
a lot of high
put that
altitude balloons
image
they
on
put up
every
before
iPhone in
weather.
America.
Other than ham radio communication, they also put I don't know if they use pico balloons for the weather data too, but I know they do that for ham radio. I've seen them talk about launching one for ham radio at my university. They had a ham radio club. They're gonna launch a pico balloon, but we didn't go to the launch.
Another practical one you can put on that is, who here has seen a satellite at night moving across the sky with a little blinking with a little light, which you can see?
I have.
I mean, most people say they have. They can go outside, satellite moving across the sky. That's really cool, man, but that's a super light, tiny bright light on there. And you can even see planes. Also see the blinking lights on planes that are up at, 40,000 feet. You can see them flying by and you can see a little light. But what they're telling us is that satellites are up there at like 400,000 feet. And so we would not be able to see them, even with be able to see the light. It's not powerful enough. The photons wouldn't reach us clustered together enough for us to see that light in the sky. So they are not as high as they're saying they are. It's just something you can just see with your eyes, and knowing that the map that they gave us, we couldn't see it. It's way closer than an orbit.
So if they're not as high as they say they are, then they can't be what they say they are, because they say they're falling around a curving ball at the speed at which the ball curves. They're not actually flying. So if they're not that high, they can't do that operation. So that means they're fake.
Right, and the distance, I think the distance in feet to the alleged ISS is 1.3 million.
And can't you see that with your naked eye going across the sky too, as far as the lights and stuff?
Yeah. I've seen it with my naked eye a few times. I mean, like, seen a little light go across the sky when they say that the ISS is going past.
I thought it was hilarious when the Chinese spy balloon came around and that didn't wake
Oh
people
yeah,
up.
well they called it a spy satellite. That's what
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
it's official. Yeah. Well, they don't have actual satellites. They had to send some chunky balloon over.
I mean, that meme kind of wrote itself. You know, if they had satellites, why would they need this? Because that's the satellites. That's all they have.
How did they send? How would China even send a balloon? Like what's powering the balloon to? They can be like, all right, we've put it on a path to go to America. Let's hope they don't see it.
Technically,
It's such
prevailing
bullshit.
winds. I believe they can these balloons. They can inflate, deflate them, and at certain altitudes, the winds are moving them west or east. You know, so they can actually move these things around just based upon the relative buoyancy that they can artificially create by inflating, deflating. Probably said that kind of crappy, but that's what I remember anyway on how these things can operate. Balloons, on the level balloons, not bullshit satellites. So.
It took me a while to find this image, right? And I posted it in the side chat because now you guys are kind of moving on from that. But I just wanted to like show that. I was just wondering if anyone can tell me like what they think that is.
Clearly, it's our beautiful globe from outer space.
Right. Looks like it, doesn't it? Does it look much different from something you might find from like NASA or some other space agency?
I sense that this is a trick.
Yeah.
This is like out of a car window or something, and you're just looking at the sky.
All right. I cropped that image from a scene, and I'm just posting it now. Taken from Stanley Kubrick's.
Oh yeah, I've seen that floating outside.
Space Odyssey 2001. Yeah.
I mean, the older
1968.
movies, the Earth looked more real than they do it now. I mean,
that spacecraft's been over my backyard before. I've seen it.
Yeah. I think it's interesting too that he envisioned like shuttles like that, and then in the 80s, that's what they had.
They envisioned space hotels that rotate in the Lagrange point, I believe, where like there's no pull from the Earth, there's no pull from the sun. They're like, you know, no gravity. They're static, so that's why they spin it. Yeah, the anti-gravity BS that they put in every single sci-fi movie in space. I mean, they're really promoting these kinds of things.
But speaking of satellites, wasn't that proposed in a science fiction book in the 40s or 30s or something like that? Was it Asimov or no Arthur C. Clarke? Was it Arthur C. Clarke proposed the idea of satellites? Like he introduced that concept to the world in a science fiction novel, right? And also, there's this photograph where Stanley Kubrick, Arthur C. Clarke, and several NASA officials are together. Like, have you seen that? Now, who's consulting who there? Why are they meeting up? Why is NASA and some science fiction authors and movie makers consulting? Why are they meeting up together?
Why did Werner von Braun and Walt Disney work together? Same reason.
Right. Yeah, it's interesting.
And Jack Parsons. I mean, those guys were wicked. I watched a little bit, saw a little bit about Jack Parsons before Candace Owens did her whole thing. But yeah, she kind of broke it down. They were doing some pretty evil stuff and trying to make a moon baby and just satanic rituals.
100 UFOs.
This is just crazy stuff for the people that founded, rocket travel. Why are they doing these occult satanic rituals?
It's something to be proud of, isn't it? That's where sorry, go on.
The Babylon working ritual conjured a UFO. This is like a demonic ritual, which shows this like connection with the spiritual realm.
Like Lamb, what's his name? The Beast, Aleister Crowley. Yeah, his drawing of Lamb.
Yeah,
was
Aleister
just
Crowley.
Like a gray.
That was the Amalancha working.
I've always been curious if that was kind of planned, and they took that drawing and then they made this whole gray alien thing out of it.
Yeah. That's really deep. You start talking about grey aliens and LARM. It's not long before you end up in, was it Aleister Crowley's ship?
Yep. I mean, it's connected loosely.
Well, the majority of these things are. It's like an octopus with different arms. They all end up with the same head. It's just recognizing the different arms.
Yeah, that's it.
Agree. I mean, not to get off
Yeah,
topic,
those tentacles reach far and wide.
It gets into our medical profession. It gets into education. It gets into multiple pillars of society. I mean, I think the same group is largely responsible for a lot of the deceptions brought upon mankind.
Religion
all for
and
the same
science.
reason.
You'll always end up back at religion and science, or people who have that view. You maybe start bringing governments into the equations and so on when you start getting ideas of school of thought. But that thought battleground has been going on for ages. Pardon?
Philosopher's Stone, alchemy, all that stuff, right?
Yeah,
the
you can go
androgynous
really
god and
potions, mixing of chemicals to ingest.
Yeah,
I mean,
pharmaceutical.
that's as far as I see it, that's what allopathic medicine is. Yeah, it's potions grown up. They threw away homeopathic medicine, which actually works. I am a testament to that.
If you dig around often enough, and you have long enough, you always seem to end up at the same place or places. There's not just one place. There's a few places that kind of orbit around each other. You'll end up somewhere near some kind of biblical idea or some Islamic idea or some other, like I said, school of thought. Want to put things like, let's say, capitalism and communism, really basic terms. Right? There's always been that war going on, and who controls that war? And it always comes down to the people who control those narratives, and it always comes down to people who control that narrative. Same thing.
A lot of times it's the same group of people too.
I mean, I just talked about Werner von Braun, and like he was, of course, working on the moon missions with big scientists and all this stuff. Well, then why he put Psalm 19:1, which talks about God making the heavens and the firmament, showing His handiwork? Why would he say that on his fucking tombstone?
Because he's probably got some kind of Christian Zionist mind.
Well, and look what he did with his assistant, personal assistant. I can't think of her name right now, but he told her that the alien card was going to be the last card, and it's all a lie.
Yeah.
Get her name.
Yeah, we hear about these like anecdotal conversations that have taken place, like
Well,
the three world wars that are supposed to take place, right? And who's going to be taking
come
place
forward. Carol Rosin, she's come forward multiple times on camera, stating that Werner von Braun talked to her about all this and said that the alien card. Remember, Carol, the alien card is going to be the final card, and it's all a lie. So there are some good videos of her talking about this, but. If you're to believe her, I have no reason not to believe her. So I think the man was getting close to the end of his life, and he felt horrible for the things that he had done. He had lied to humanity.
The population is ready for the introduction of it. I mean, for decades now, we've had people like claiming that it's they're already here, right? Like this whole narrative spun conspiracy theory thing, right? And with this typical pushback against that, by so-called authorities wanting to say, like, keep the impression that they have control, right, on what is accepted as truth, right? And that could be purposeful to generate that more of that suspicion, to have people thinking the wrong way, right? Encourage that thought process, like amongst the the general populace that there's something being hidden. Yeah, there's mysteries to be solved, right? Like, don't look here. It's all right. We've got it all under control. Like, right? You're just a crazy conspiracy theorist. Right now, they're like leaking it slowly to the public. Like, yeah, we've known. Yeah, there's documents here. Blah, blah. Like now, it's amongst the people that used to point fingers, like the general population that pointed fingers at the conspiracy theorists, are now leaning towards, oh well, if the government says so, then it's possible, right?
Right. Like, did you guys
So,
forget that the
it's
government's
just
full of
perfect
shit half
setup
the time?
for the introduction of it. Sorry, go on.
I was just saying, did these people forget that the government is full of shit half the time, most of the time, and then now they're telling the truth?
Right.
I mean, come on, people.
Right. Yep. They're appeased. The conspiracy theorists are appeased. The doubters are appeased because it sounds all scientific. Well, if the scientists say it's possible, then like this is now they're joining all. Now the three of them are joining forces. All they have to do now is like fake a signal. Even like I'd say, first contact is going to be the first step towards like that narrative. Like. Just like in the movie Contact, like without all the fancy like let's build a giant contraption to send someone through multiple dimensions to reach these people that are sending us signals. No, it'll just be like the first signal received. Hey, this is definitely a signal from an intelligent source. This is not an astronomical anomaly, like a pulsar or anything like that. This is definitely a signal we've received. Right, like that'll be the first contact, and the government's going to want to be in control of that, right? So they'll handle all the, like the media,
Well, problem,
attention
reaction,
and all
solution.
that.
They've already got the solution plan. They just need to create the right problem so they get the right reaction so they can provide the right solution. It's the old Hegelian dialectic.
Yep.
They do this shit over and over and over. So.
Yeah. It'll be a big thing, like if they decide to go ahead and try and fool the public with it. Yep, there's life out there, guys. We've just received a signal from Alpha Centauri or whatever, some other constellation.
Alpha Centauri, yeah, sure.
You guys been hearing about these missing scientists? Like a couple in New Mexico, and yeah, I think there was like 9 or 10. I heard.
Yeah, I think they all figured out that space is fake, and they've been devoting their life to a lie. And they're like, "Wait a minute, I have to tell somebody." No, you don't. You're dead. I mean, I can imagine that has happened in the past. Someone
Good evening.
found out and couldn't just someone at the top.
Hello.
And someone's good day, and they couldn't take it, and they had to say something, and they got silenced for it. I mean, it's happened to
That's
astronauts.
a theory. I mean, yeah, I don't know what I believe about it yet.
Hey, hold on, guys. We got a new person in here. Hello, did somebody say good morning?
Yeah, someone said hello. Yeah, yep.
Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yep,
loud and clear.
Yeah, we hear you, John.
Yeah, man. Welcome in.
Yeah, this is the first time I'm join this group, and the first time I'm join the Discord. So I don't know how to talk and discuss with this member on group.
Yeah, no problem. Well, welcome to the server. Where are you from?
I'm from Vietnam.
Oh, cool.
Currently,
Awesome.
I'm live in the Ho Chi Minh City, Bien Hoa City, beside Ho Chi Minh City.
Awesome. Well, welcome to the channel. You've joined the Flat Earth 24/7 Discord channel. So in this channel, we talk about the topic of the Earth.
Yes. My English is not good, so maybe grammar is wrong. So please don't laugh.
No, that's fine.
No.
You're fine.
It's an English learning server, so You're
Yes,
in
thank.
a good place to learn English. However, this channel is probably more of an advanced English channel. But yeah, if you want to ask any questions, you're more than welcome to. Otherwise, if you want to listen, it's mostly native English speakers in here, so it's a good place to to learn, listen to conversations, and if you have questions, you can ask questions about the topic of the channel.
John, do you believe you live on a ball?
Maybe I listen first. So when I have a question, I will raise my hand, and I will ask later.
Smart man.
Yeah, no, we appreciate that, John. And honestly, man, you're doing a good job with your English. You're
Yes,
thinking
thank.
in English, and that's good.
Yeah, put
Anyway,
it this
guys,
way: you know more English, right, than I know Vietnamese. So you're doing good.
If whoever was talking earlier before we talked to John, if y'all want to continue, you can. We just try to acknowledge new people to the room. I think Gannon was talking. I don't know who the other one was talking. I think Jedi was talking here and there. T Dub. Y'all can continue.
No, I was just talking about this listening scientist. I only recently heard of that, but I'm also kind of like a side listener here. I try not to talk too much because I'm usually in here while I'm working, so it's hard to do two things at once sometimes, especially when these debates get pretty heated.
We know you. We've spoken before. We're familiar with you. We've spoken with you in politics.
Yeah, no, yeah. I love the flat Earth community. What can I say?
I'm wondering what Sifat means in the side chat. Okay, so this Earth has an edge, and if someone goes over it, it's going to be a flaw? Question mark. I'm not sure what they mean by that. I don't know if they're continuing a conversation that was taking place in the side chat. But that's what they wrote.
Hey, what if we indulge that, T Dub, and we just say, yeah, whatever you want to believe, that's up to you. We're not here to believe, but if that's what you want to believe, go on with it.
Oh, I see what it was. Kathos is disputing the existence of outer space with Safat. And Safat is like, well, yeah, well, what's past the end then? Like, yeah, I get it now.
Like if you were trapped inside a building with no exit, hey, what's on the other side of that wall?
Yeah, well, I have speculated that, like, people say, well, it's got to end somewhere, right? Like, well, yeah, but what if you got to a place where it seems like you can't, you're restricted from going any further, like physical barrier? Does that mean that there's no more horizontal surface beyond that point? I don't know.
Hey, when you walk to the edge, you touch the wall, you instantly vaporize, so you're not allowed to touch the wall. But we get it. your whole life you thought you had the answers to everything, right? And now we're showing you that you don't. That's a good understanding that if the Earth is flat and outer space is not what you think it, then what is it, right? Because like I'm literally taking away your basketball court, everything, telling you you have nothing. Start over.
Yeah, unfortunately, some people think that not having an answer is somehow proof of the previous story that they had. Right? Well, if you can't answer that, then I have an answer. Like, you know what I mean? Like, someone's given me an answer for for that. So if you don't know, then I'm just going to stick with the one that I've been given, without investigation, of course.
Yeah, basically, no one's ever just kept going south to see what happens, as far as we can tell. As far as we can validate, even globe earthers, no one's just kept going south. So, isn't that interesting?
And then it becomes like that scene from Naked Gun 33 and a third where everybody slaps their forehead.
I mean, what can they really say against that argument? No one's ever kept going south to see what happens, even on your imaginary globe. What are they going to do? Disagree with that? If they disagree, then okay, all right, who did that? And then who are they going to bring up? They're going to have to go and look into it, and they'll realize, oh, no one's actually done that.
Nobody's actually gone as far south as they can go before it starts turning into north again.
Yeah, all we're left is a lot of questions they can't verify. Like, I saw a Flat Earth Day where they were doing ship tracking on ships in the ocean, and they found two different instances. One where two ships were like 905 miles inland on what they say is Antarctica, and then another one was 726 miles or something like that, 706 miles inland on what they say is Antarctica. And we have a question: how the hell is that possible with what you're telling us? And we don't have an answer because we can't check. But we sure do see something that raises they fucking shit load of questions. Like they get 900 miles inland in a boat out Antarctica.
No. But you see, even though nobody's ever been south, you have to imagine that if you do go south, then you'll pop up on the other side.
When I imagine the flat Earth, I always imagine something like video games, where you pop out on once you go out one side of the screen, you pop out on the other. That's what I imagined when I was younger.
The only thing I knew about flat Earth growing up was that if you thought the Earth was flat, you were retarded. That's it. I had no concept of what flat Earth would look like or be in reality until I discovered that water doesn't curve. It's amazing. They hoodwink the entire world.
They always say, who are they, right? I don't know who they are, but somebody out there determines what books end up in the education.
Ghislaine Maxwell's father.
Wonder who those people
are. Oh, we know Ghislaine Maxwell's father. He was personally responsible. He was, I believe, head of the company that supplied the most of the textbooks to the United States. So the circles they travel in. I mean, coincidence? Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, he's a human, right?
Yeah, I also suppose it's a coincidence that for 70 years, a whole shitload of countries, I think it's up over 100 now, have worked with the Antarctic Treaty without any kind of conflict, all kinds of collaboration to keep everybody away from the 60th parallel. But these same countries have been at horrible wars with each other throughout history. So how are they working so perfectly together without conflict on that for 70 years? Make that make sense.
Hey DJ, when Blitz and Indio debated, what was your what after digesting it all? What's your reply to the whole neutrino beam thing?
I think Indio did a good, he analyzed everything afterward, and he did like a good rebuttal to it. But I think Blitz actually completely butchered a bunch of different neutrino tests that he was trying to bring up. So I'm not sure how much he looked into it, but I think it's just something that it's not something we can really validate. It's one of those things that you're going to have to take some test results word for it. You're not going to be able to do that kind of thing yourself to check for yourself. And are the results that you're getting already presupposing a globe? What's your main argument for it? That you can detect neutrinos from the sun on the other side of the globe, on the other side of the Earth, right? Is that the argument?
From what I know, you can, and you can detect the direction and know that it's coming from the sun. But with the beam experiment, didn't Blitz live? He calculated that the beam to hit the sensor would have had to be like 37 kilometers up on a flat Earth, which no mountain is that high. No topography could explain that at a downward 3-degree angle. Like, it's only possible if the Earth is not flat. And then they validated it by
about the first thing. I mean, isn't the center of the Earth is also supposed to produce neutrinos as well?
Yeah, we know.
So
Well,
I
yeah,
don't know.
there's neutrinos coming in.
What are they really detecting at the end of the
But
day?
we can validate the source, right? Like with the beam experiment, we can turn it on or off.
How can you validate that the neutrinos specifically came from the sun?
Because they're there when the sun's geometry is in that direction, coming exactly from the direction, and it's not when it's not.
Isn't what do you mean when the sun's in that direction?
Like when the sun's on the opposite side of the Earth and they're coming in from the angle, you can detect those. And you can also detect a far greater concentration of them, so you know that it's not coming from some other star or anything like that. So the Earth has like the background neutrinos, and the sun also has his, and other stars have theirs. Those are far more spread out, and the Earth is like relatively constant with it. So when you have it coming up from the ground on only when the sun is on the opposite side, that's a way to validate. But also with the beam, you just turn it on or off. Like we know the source.
I don't know. I haven't looked into it deeply, to be honest, to have a rebuttal for it. Do you have the test that was done with the beam that I can look into?
No, I could actually find it later when I'm properly up and mobile, but yeah, I'll get it to you.
Yeah.
From my understanding, so the beam thing was, they verified that the beam was straight, that there's no divergence. They had like other sensors that it wasn't hitting. They like, yeah, I mean, as far as I know, it was fully measured, fully proven. Like for me, that's compelling.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, obviously, I don't have a rebuttal for it because I haven't looked into it. So it's definitely interesting, and it's something that I'll look into. If you see India or AI Overlord, they have looked into it, and they'll be able to, give you a proper rebuttal. But I definitely
I
can't.
think the other thing he did live in that debate was Indio gave him an image, and then on the salt flats, and if water is like flat when it's level, and you have clouds over the salt flats, and you use Photoshop or like a program to like perfectly mirror them onto each other, they should perfectly match up. It should be a perfect reflection if the Earth is flat, and if it's a globe, you would notice like some kind of compression. And then live, Blitz used Indio's image and then showed that that there was compression, which was also compelling.
Well, actually, no. Indio. Yeah, you need to talk to Indio about that. Indio went over that and he showed the error that Blitz made.
Oh, interesting. What?
Yeah,
What was the
I'm
error?
having a look at something about it right here in the home server. If you see Indio, he can explain the the mirroring thing and how what Blitz did maybe wasn't. I'm not sure if it was intentionally deceptive, but what he did was incorrect.
Okay. No, it made sense to me.
Something
Like,
to do with this. Something to do with this. Screenshot here. Something to do with cropping it or something like that incorrectly. Or I'm not sure. I'd have to talk to Indio about that. But
okay,
There was a
yeah, no,
cloud in the reflection that didn't exist in the source.
okay.
That
Well,
was
I mean, it'd be good to talk to Blitz about it. Like, where did that come from, and are we misinterpreting like what transformation happened there? Because I think Blitz did it live. Like, I don't think he swapped anything out. I think he did it on his own image, and then he did it on Indio's image, and both of them had distortion. But I mean, do you guys have examples that you've done? I'm guessing you obviously have that. So I would wonder why is it only when Indio does it on his it doesn't have distortion, and then if he does do it, assuming he does, and then with Blitz does it every time Blitz does it does have distortion. That's weird. Like I don't think that's something's off there if that's true. But it is an interesting thing.
I mean, Indio when Indio explained it, it made perfect sense. So I just don't remember because I only heard it one time. I'm just having a look at a thread. Having a look at a thread now about it. See if I can get some answers.
I like how simple it is. Like it's sort of compelling too. Like it's just like, hey, if because you know what they say about the globe, they're like even a mirror when they make mirrors or they pour the like molten sand or whatever, they're technically curving with the earth. That's what they say. So the mirror isn't like perfect mirror. It's like that's what they say. So it's actually interesting that hey, here's a picture. You can just look at it and immediately know if there's anything going on, if it's curved or not. Where do you know where that originally came from? Like how long ago? Is that like an old argument that somehow came up?
These pitches have been around for a long time, so it's not a new argument.
Okay.
But I'll make sure that I ask Indio about it when I see him next.
Sweet. Also, one last thing. So I'm sure you've seen that footage of, like, I showed you that rocket going up, and then it was contested whether, like, what refraction's going on, or what kind of, like you said that they're using a cheap rectilinear lens. so we don't know if there's distortion. Wasn't there a follow-up to that where there was like that weather balloon, but they did the string in front of it, and then the string is taut, so you can see
Well,
that the
the
string is
string,
straight, so there's no distortion in
yeah.
the or
Well, there's a
fisheye.
lot of barrel distortion if you take that and you squish it horizontally. You'll see that the top string bows upward and the bottom string bows downward because of the natural barrel distortion of the lens that Mr. Sensible used. There's also tons of frames in the video where the horizon's all of a sudden it's perfectly flat at very high altitude. So there's definitely some lens distortion and whatnot going on. But I mean, according to AIs, right? If you put the argument into AIs, it says that if you use a rectilinear lens, right, you would expect it to look convex because of the way that a rectilinear lens works. Because the horizon isn't actually like a flat like straight line. It's actually a circle. It's like the horizon is a big circle around you. It's a circle of vision. That's what the horizon is. Like if you look around you 360 degrees, it makes a big circle around you. So when the rectilinear lens is taking that circle of vision and processing it, because that goes into the sensor of the camera, which is it's a flat rectangle, the sensor. So it's taking that circle of vision and processing it onto a rectangular sensor, and that naturally causes a convexity in the image, because what the rectilinear lens does is it preserves straight lines, but the horizon's not a straight line. It's actually a big circle of vision. When you're at high altitude and you have that extremely wide angle of view, right, you can see a huge amount of the horizon. When it tries to process that circular horizon onto the flat sensor, it stretches out the edges or something like that, and the byproduct of it is what would be a convex horizon. I probably butchered the explanation a little bit.
In that other paper I sent you about the plane, and then they try the calculations. There's a section in there about.
Well, just really quickly, one last thing. Last thing about the right. So also, when we go up in altitude, we could see the same distance in all directions as well. Okay, because we see in a circle. So, like if you were to go out into the ocean in a canoe and look around you, you have a horizon the same distance, 360 degrees around you. It's like an azimuthal circle of vision, basically. And as you go up in altitude, you can still see the same distance in all directions. So people could absolutely mistake that as curvature of the Earth as well. It's just something else to take into consideration.
Well, yeah, I have a response to that. I mean, so that image of from the rocket, the amateur rocket that going up, and then, I mean, if not a rectilinear lens, like what would be a good enough lens? Like, because the paper I sent you goes into how to take the photo properly, or how to avoid any fisheye. Because if you take it, like, it would look convex if you take it, with the Earth like towards the top 30% of the screen or the lens, and then it would look or concave or convex, like depending on if it's not centered, like in the middle.
Yeah, but
and then
it's
if
not
it's in the
about
middle, then it's like better. But
well, it's not about the lens distortion. It's about the way that the sensor takes the light in from the circular horizon and basically, it puts it onto the flat rectangular sensor, and there's byproducts of that. See if I can find the information. It's not about typical lens distortion where it would go convex if it goes under the center of frame. I mean convex if it goes above the center of the frame, and concave if it goes below the center of frame. That's not the type of barrel distortion or lens distortion that I'm talking about. This is like a byproduct of a rectilinear lens, to do with the way that it processes the light. It translates the light into the image that you get to see. See if I can find.
So I would wonder, like, what kind of. Well, because I think that's why they put the strings up in the balloon one. Like, they were trying to correct for that, because that was like the next evolution, I think, it seems. and kind of fighting the objections, showing like, hey, look, the string is straight, so there's none of that.
That's to fight the objections in relation to the lens distortion, not the argument that I was just making. I don't think Mr. Sensible's
Seeing in all
ever
directions,
even
right?
heard. What's that?
The seeing in all directions argument.
Well, the seeing in all
equal.
directions, the way that the rectilinear lens processes the circular horizon onto the flat rectangular sensor. I've not heard other people make that argument in the past. I don't think Mr. Sensible has ever heard of that. The reason he used these strings was to show that the horizon's curving, but the strings aren't curving, even though the strings are actually curving, because there is barrel distortion in the lens that he used. And then,
but the string, like when it was on the ground, he made it taut. Like there was no slack in the string. It wasn't curving.
Yeah,
like
but
he could
it's
see
just
it
curving.
with his eyes.
Right, but it's curving because of the barrel distortion, because of the lens.
Oh, like
distortion.
if you draw, like if you go Photoshop and then select a line.
Yeah.
So if you draw, you draw a perfect
well, if you
Photoshop
just
line
take
as
a
curving.
screenshot, you just take a screenshot and then put it into Photoshop and then just compress it horizontally, and you'll see that the top one's curving upward and the bottom one's curving downward because of this barrel distortion. And then, throughout the footage, all of a sudden it looks like the horizon's curving, and then all of a sudden it looks like the horizon's flat. I mean, there's a bunch of barrel distortion in that. I don't think it's, it's not evidence of anything either way. But I think the way that the rectilinear lens processes the light into an image, I think that's a better explanation. I mean, India has another good argument, which he has a bunch of documentation for as well, where he talks about how those lenses are not calibrated for that pressure and temperature that you have up there, and that can cause a bunch of issues as well. There's a bunch of papers about that as well. You need to calibrate the lens, right? There's a certain process. They need to be calibrated, or they need to be housed in some type of container that that keeps the pressure correct for what the lens is actually designed for, and the temperature as well. So yeah, that's just
okay. I would guess
to take into account.
Like I would be thinking, okay, maybe there's distortion, but because we know the strings are like in reality straight, and if there's like a few pixels of curve, then we would know there's a few pixels of distortion only, though. Like we would factor that in
No,
when we look at.
I mean, all I'm saying is that while the strings might be straight, they're not they're completely distorted because the lens, even though it's a rectilinear lens, it still has barrel distortion. So the lenses
but
they're
we
not
would know there's like
straight.
a few pixels of that, though. It wouldn't.
It's not a few pixels.
Like
it's a large amount.
Sure.
Those strings.
But okay. Like maybe a cluster of pixels, like however much. If there is, then we would have to factor that in as a margin of error when trying to like say, is this flat or is this curved? Like whenever.
Well, it's not the point. I mean, the strings have not. Let's just say the strings are perfectly straight. It doesn't really make a difference. And the fact that you can see, I mean, also in that, right, in that he's saying that the horizon's curving to match with the globe, but the horizon that you see in that, it's not even on the globe. It's a cloud deck. Okay, there was clouds. It went up past the cloud deck. So what you're looking at is the cloud deck horizon. So that's how high is a cloud deck? I mean, what is it, about 5 kilometers above the surface is the cloud deck or something like that? So
also, to be clear,
mm-hmm.
The string looked pretty straight to me. Like I haven't seen the actual one-to-one Photoshop thing that you're talking about, like putting a line directly on it. But
yeah, look, I'll try to do it right now. I'm not on my main laptop, but I'll just bring up the video and then I'll take a screenshot.
Okay. Yeah, and then on the amateur rocket launch one, like the ultimate thing that I guess I would say about it is, if you use the formula for a relation to a sphere, like you get your height and then you look at how much that arc is. And I get that you're saying, well, you see the same, like the same distance in all directions. The chance that that amount would like make it appear as if it actually is the exact amount of curvature that is predicted by the globe, and you can calculate the exact radius using that. Striking coincidence.
Okay, so it's not the globe that you can see. All you're seeing is a cloud deck horizon.
On the amateur rocket one, it's far higher.
The amateur rocket one. Or how do you know it's the exact amount that you would see on a globe?
You could take the arc and then the altitude, and using that and then the relationship with the sphere, you can calculate.
That's begging the question. Why wouldn't you
value.
just look for a landmark?
You can calculate the R value that way. There's no begging the question. It's just a simple calculation.
No. Okay, so that's high enough to see about what 0. What's the height? 275,000 feet. A very, very small percentage, like 1% of the surface area of the Earth, you would be able to see from that height. So you think that if you can see that amount of arc, and then you take that still shot, and then you move the camera 1 frame to the right, and then you take another still shot, and then you attach that to the first still shot, and then you keep doing that all the way around, you're gonna have like archways, basically, like it's not what you would see. Even if the Earth was a globe, that's not what you would see. It seems to be a different explanation for why we're seeing the horizon look like that, right? It's not like when the camera pans to the right, that curve keeps going down to the right. It goes to the right, and you see that same amount of curve again in the center of the frame. It's not like you see the curvature, and then as the camera keeps panning to the right, you see the curvature continue to go down, 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 like it should if it was a globe. Right? Anywhere you look, you've got that hump in the center. So you turn 180 degrees around, and you've got that same hump. You turn a little bit further, you've got that same hump. Anyway, I'll just do this screenshot. Compress it.
Well, are you speaking about the Go Fast rocket from 2014? Is that the amateur rocket you're speaking of?
He's talking about the KIP. It's like KIP someone. It's a different one. It's not the Go Fast, but it's another one, another amateur one that goes up really high. I'll find a link.
Okay.
In a second.
I just wanted to say the best part about the Go Fast rocket is that when it turns over, you can see the moon, which at the time was over Australia, which would have been hidden behind thousands of miles of Earth curvature. You wouldn't be able to see it, but you could see it from that rocket. So that's a pretty interesting part of that, no matter what.
You can see the moon across the Earth. Like I don't know the time it was taken or whatever.
Yeah, but you wouldn't be able to see the moon if it was on the other side of the Earth, on the other side of the globe.
It's similar to the issue with the Blue Origin flight.
You still wouldn't be able to either.
What's that, Yoda?
Yeah, so when we looked at the Blue Origin flight with Katy Perry, and during the flight they noted the moon out the window. When we took their time and location and the distance to the horizon, the moon should not have been elevated. Should have been below the horizon at that time. That was another one.
But that's true on a flat Earth too. Like it should have gone away as well, right?
I don't know.
On the KIP thing, yeah, I just think there's a relationship with the sphere. There's a formula. Get the altitude, and you can calculate the curve amount there, and it lines up. Which is a coincidence, right? Just that if what you're saying is you can see equally in all directions, but the amount you can see when that high up just makes it appear as if it literally is a globe is a shocking coincidence.
Yeah, well, I mean, look at that shot, even just on the thumbnail there. Now imagine the camera just moves 1 frame to the right. That slope on the right-hand side there, it doesn't keep going downward.
Well, if you look at the video at that time, yeah, it
here?
does. It does keep going downward.
No, it doesn't keep going downward. The hump's always in the center of the frame.
Well, the camera's like spinning, and you can see.
Yeah, so as the camera spins around, the hump always stays in the center of the frame. It makes much more sense that it's just a camera effect. Okay, and if you look at the technical way that the camera processes, from that perspective, it says that it's expected that it would make a convex image as the final product. Yeah,
It's the same as the rubber pencil trick, man. Everybody did that when they was a kid. You hold a pencil and you sit there and waggle it back and forth, and it looks like it's made out of rubber. It's the same kind of optical format. It's just in the lens of the camera.
On this string thing, okay, I would have to see more width to know, because like on the top one, it at least looks like there's pixelation happening, so it might appear curved from how it's angled, but it might actually be taut straight.
It's taut straight, but because of the barrel distortion, it looks like it's curving.
I'd have to see more, because it could just be an artifact of the pixels.
You can just visually see it as well. You don't have to.
The bottom
compress it.
one, maybe.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's interesting. They should both be. If it's actually the center of the frame, which we're told, then they should. If it's barrel distortion, they should be curving the same amount. So that's kind of weird that they're not. It's almost as if they're not quite actually in the center of the frame.
Okay.
Like here's what I took that from.
I'll pull up the video later when I have time, and then I'll keep that in mind when I watch it. But yeah, maybe the whole neutrino thing.
But look, I don't think personally, I don't think that through a rectilinear lens, that the horizon would look flat from that height. I think it would look convex. And there's actually a guy who's a flat earther called Dwayne Kellum, who also agrees that that would be the case. And he actually does rectilinear high altitude. I think he did about 20 balloon launches, and he used all sorts of different lenses. He puts about 4 different rectilinear lenses on when he sends them up, and he uses infrared as well. And you can see convexity when he does it as well, and he explains how that works as well. So lens, it's a byproduct of the rectilinear lens. And when flat earthers, not flat earthers, that's when some flat earthers, including myself in the past, will show you footage, they'll say something like, when flat earthers send up a non-fisheye lens, it looks completely flat from that height. And then you'll see there's a bunch of video footage where you can see the camera panning around and it looks flat. But I think that that's cherry-picked footage, and I think that if you were to push them to find you the source of that and to say, okay, who did that? Where's that footage from? Proof that they were using a rectilinear lens, right? You're not gonna get it, because I don't think that that's been done. I don't think that when you put a rectilinear lens on a camera and you send it up to that height, you see a flat horizon. And the way that the rectilinear lens processes the light, I don't think you should see one. I've never seen a video where someone uses a rectilinear lens and they send it up to 120,000 feet and the horizon just looks completely flat when the camera's panning around and all that kind of thing. I don't think it should.
Be
I don't think it does.
to see.
And I think that argument needs to be updated on our side.
I would like to know, like, if they could do another rocket to 100, 2,000, or even 300,000 feet. Like, what kind of camera setup you would be comfortable with? Like, what would be your gold standard? If this were done, it would prove one way or another definitively.
I don't think it's a good way of testing. I don't think it's a conclusive way of testing. I don't think there is a lens. There's not some magical lens that would be suitable for that.
Okay.
Why not just doing drop over distance and having something like a straight edge, like line of sight or laser or radio wave?
Yeah, what would be much better? Exactly. What would be much better is measuring as best as possible for a fraction along an observation point and then repeating it over and over and over again.
Well, that's why the neutrino thing is so much more compelling, because they travel perfectly straight.
Yeah, I mean, grab us the test that was done. This is the problem though. Like the thing I'm talking about, regular people can go out and do it, but the neutrino thing, it's once again, it's going to be one of those faith-based things. And I'll look into it and I'll see, see what I think
Sweet.
about it.
Okay.
And
all right, that's all. That was all.
Okay.
Let me ask you this though: do you think that test was used to detect the curvature of the Earth, or are they using that as evidence for curvature of the Earth?
For the neutrino thing, like, I think it's evidence that the Earth cannot be flat.
No, I'm talking about when they actually tested for the neutrinos, when they were running the test. Was this a test to measure the curvature of the Earth, or was this a test for something else?
I think it was a
I
test
know you know,
for
DJ.
something else, and then Blitz used all the math, saying, by the way, this also proves it can't be flat. Like, they didn't go out with all that funding we're gonna prove it's not flat. Like, they didn't go out with that, but he just found the paper, found it interesting, and coincidentally, it also disproved the flat Earth.
I just wanted to make sure that you were following the correct line of logic in this, and that you weren't just believing him, thinking that this is how they tested for the curvature of the Earth. But yeah, it's like one of the things I remember about that argument when Indio, like Gigi said, and everybody else said, go talk to Indio. But Indio said, well, what's the degree of error, the error margin for this test? And Dr. Blitz couldn't answer that question. And then he said, what do you think it could be? He's like, I don't know, 3 degrees. So, not knowing that's kind of a big deal as well.
The degree of error? Like, doesn't the paper go over that?
I don't know. You have to go get the paper, but that's something Dr. Blitz didn't know.
I think it would just be in the paper.
So I want to know.
It would be in the paper.
But then again, that begs the question: were they measuring for the curvature of the Earth, or were they measuring something else? If they were measuring something else, they probably wouldn't put the error margin 3 degrees or whatever they would put it to for the curvature of the Earth, because they're not measuring the curvature of the Earth. I think you're going to have a little trouble there, but I implore you to go look for it.
Well,
does anybody know what the core claim was?
It is weird if we pointed down 3 degrees and then you go to this location and it's actually not going down, it's actually pointing upward, right? That is very strange to happen on a flat Earth. It's almost impossible. Well, it is impossible.
What was the core claim?
That the neutrinos were detected, and we pointed it down, and then at the receiver they were coming up.
What does that mean?
Suggesting that the sun is underneath the ball Earth.
No, it was a neutrino beam, so this is different than a sun neutrinos.
A beam, so they can detect.
What are you talking about? A beam, like originating from where?
The paper. I'll read the paper today, but the way Blitz presented it is just that they have a neutrino beam. They pointed it 3 degrees downward, and they received it, and they were pointing up at the receiver, and the location of the receiver is where you would predict on a globe, but obviously, like, that's separate. The beam would have had to be like 37 kilometers in the air to hit on a flat plane to be able to hit the receiver. So if you factor in curve, it makes perfect sense. If you don't, then it's impossible.
Well, I'd focus on what was being tilted down and how they claimed it was being tilted down, and then to what degree of error they were tilted down. And then I look at from where.
Yeah,
and on the receiving side, yeah, I mean, on the receiving side, I'd like to know how they managed to directionally receive these and determine. I mean, was that also determined with a similar margin of error as the tilting down, the tilting up of the receiver?
I'm assuming so. Like, I'm assuming this was like incredibly precise.
Yeah.
But even so, yeah, like, I think the flat Earth claim would have to be the margin of error would overlap with topography. So let's say that beamer on top of a mountain, like where you beam it down, and then goes downwards, and then you're just higher up, so that like where you're receiving it is just lower down, and there you go, margin of error. You thought you were pointing it more down, you were actually pointing it more up, and we were able to receive it, and it makes sense on once you factor into topography. Like that would be the. But obviously, if none of that, like Blitz calculated it, that no, there's no topography that could account for this. It would
He
have to be.
didn't calculate it. He was just using it.
He did a lot.
I thought he described the wrong paper to Indio too. I thought that was the thing. Like,
that was another thing.
Yeah,
yeah, like he dropped the paper in the chat and then went off on a tangent.
Here's my weird thing. You're making all this effort to debate that side, and you don't even know what that side of the evidence is presenting. So then when you come to find out that it's not what you presented, you're still going to have a hard time letting go of what you presented because you believe it so much.
Well, it's because I'm not arguing it right now. I'm just inquiring about. You guys were all there live, right? So I was just inquiring about the responses before I go and read it, and before I go and understand all of it. I'll go into it considering your perspective.
The whole thing was a shit show, dude.
I was about to say the exact same thing. Yeah, it was the whole thing was it's a total shit show. Yeah.
Yeah, they debated, like,
I don't even know if I have hands.
They debated absolute knowledge or whatever. I don't even know how
the
or
whole
why.
thing. Yeah, they were barely getting to the topic. I should have jumped in because I was kind of trying to moderate it. But this is the thing. Dr. Blitz advertised it on his channel as a debate.
Yep.
Okay, but we were speaking with him for days, for a week before it happened. And we said, okay, I said, look, we're going to start announcing it and advertising the debate. He's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. He's like, I haven't had enough time to prepare for a debate, right? It's not going to be a debate. I don't want to have a debate. He's like, I just want to have a casual conversation. So we all went into it thinking, okay, this isn't going to be a debate. It's not going to be like a debate. They're just going to have a casual conversation. And then all of a sudden he was like in full on debate mode and he advertised it as a debate. And yeah, most of it was not really sticking to the actual topic at hand. If
I would
we
love
knew it was
round
going
two.
to be a debate, if I knew that it was going to be a debate, we would have structured it. It would have been structured, and it would have, we would have made sure it was staying on topic, and then segmented talking sections. sections where you present your evidence and then you go over it, blah blah blah. But that's not what Blitz said. He didn't want to have a debate, but kind of disingenuous.
Do you have a line of contact with him? You should totally do round 2.
The
After
guy's
that,
an
I doubt it.
absolute, yeah, the guy's an absolute clown, right? I mean, he was debating most of the time. He was debating like whether the fact that he doesn't even know if he has hands or not. Like it was, and he was
all
just
the epistemology questions.
Yeah, he was just kind of
Metaphysics.
being extremely rude and condescending and that kind of thing. I mean, we love having genuine debates with people, discussions with people. For example, like when Flat Earth Dave and Angels of Light had a debate against Dr. Michael Jelovic, right? That's the sort of person we want to talk to, right? People that are educated and respectful and well mannered and want to have a genuine discussion where they can actually go over points without just constantly talking over the top of you and being condescending and rude and arrogant. So yeah, that guy can kick rocks.
What was it? Flat Earth Dave and Michael who debating who?
Angels of Light versus Dr. Michael Jelovic. You want me to share it? I can grab it. Yeah, no, I'm not claiming that David Weiss and Angels of Light did a great job in that debate. It wasn't too bad though. There was some good points. But the main thing, it was a respectful conversation. The guy had good manners and he was respectful and he was also very smart as well.
Oh yeah, link it. Yeah, I think Blitz goes live frequently and he wants to debate flat earthers. Like, have any of you guys requested to go up?
He wants low hanging fruit so he can be monetized. That's what he wants.
Yeah, he goes on TikTok and yeah, he he's kind of like what McToon and people like that do. They'll go try to find the low hanging fruit and then they'll make fun of them because that's what their audience wants to see. That's why people like McToon seek out people like Demok, right? That's why he's had Demok on there to debate a bunch of times, right? McToon doesn't come in here. He's not banned from here. He doesn't come in here and try to pick debates with us. Okay, that when did you saw my debate with McToon maybe?
Yep.
Okay, he wasn't expecting that. Yeah, he wasn't expecting that to happen. He goes in QOps server because he knows there's some low hanging fruit in there. And he goes on there because his audience wants to see him ridicule and mock flat earthers. That's why he's begging certain people to go on and debate with him. It's not like
Do you have a
he's going
video
and
of
trying.
that, anti-globalist, of you and McToon? I'd like to watch that.
Yeah, I'll post it in the chat in a second. I'll just find this one for debate.
Appreciate it.
What was I looking for? Okay, Flat Earth Dave.
DJ actually asked him a question that if he answered yes, McToon lost. If he answered no, McToon lost. It was the best thing ever. And instead of answering, he goes, "Hey, dickhead, 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 dickhead." It's amazing what happens when we take refraction back.
Yeah, it's pretty telling that Neil deGrasse Tyson won't debate Eric Dubay because he gets fucking smoked.
It wouldn't even be a debate of like the elite flat earther versus the elite scientist. It would be two high class communicators at best. Did you find that debate? I'll go find it. I have it close by.
Yeah, stupid YouTube algorithm. It's not bringing it up.
If you haven't watched the Dave Weiss and Professor Dave debate, that was the best of the worst. So anyone out there, if you know who either of those people are, I highly recommend it. It's so bad it's good.
Yeah, there's my debate against McToon there in the side chat.
Oh, right on. Thank.
But yeah, I like the mind shock breakdown of a bunch of these debates where he counts the fallacies. He points out all the fallacies in debates. It's pretty entertaining.
Posted a ton of fresh content in geodesy and satellites in our home server, discord.gg/flat. Links to PDFs, direct quotes from those PDFs, and microanalysis of the quote in the context of the PDF. Found many articles on surveying on how it is that they are dispensing with the globe when it comes to high precision surveying projects, and they're using flat coordinates instead. We're not just talking projections. I mean, they're describing how when they set up the survey site, they're taking the local gravity vector at a point of origin P0, and it's going to be the same gravity vector over the entire site. So like in the case of CERN or something, it was like a 30-kilometer site. So for that entire site, no, they did not take curvature into account when they built CERN. Same with LIGO, same with all these others.
What's your opinion on why the elevation profile for the LIGO arms curves at 8 inches per mile squared compared to sea level?
Because that's how they decided to graph it.
To graph it non-parallel. So is that not how they built it then?
It's not. No, at least I think the LIGO Louisiana site, they talked about their difficulties in using the spherical coordinates for the work that they needed to do. And so they ended up ditching it and setting up this site on a Cartesian planar surface.
Could you link that to me, please?
Oh, specifically, it's under, if you go to geodesy or satellites, I've got it there. No, but there's a theme that goes on. Like I've got from multiple states Department of Transportation sites, all these articles, all these PDFs describing the difficulties with doing surveys and using the globe, and how they're always coming up short and inaccurate, and they need to dispense with spherical geometry and just use planar flat surfaces. Like I've got Montana, Wisconsin, Oregon, Massachusetts, like all these, and there's more coming. Just time after time after time, they can't use it.
Let's see, where am I looking for this info on LIGO? I'm really interested in the LIGO one.
Yeah, it might be under #geodesy.
In the site chat?
In our home server.
Dude, a couple of days ago said they only use the flat Earth map because it works better than the globe Earth map, and I was like, why does it work better, bro?
Yeah, we're not just talking projections working better either. That's right. And it's not like it works better, but with this amount of error relative to a globe. It's like, no, we can't use the globe. That's it. Period. We just can't.
I don't believe I have access to your home server, unfortunately.
I'm going to transfer it all into the Geodesy channel in Pickled Minds, so it'll be there in the next day or two.
Oh, super. Thank you.
Oh yeah, it might be there too. I've posted some stuff, but I don't know if I posted that one. But I've got the one for LIGO, one for CERN. I'm going to do the Eurotunnel next. I've got one from pipeline construction. I've got one from state highways for building bridges. Like, no, can't use GPS either because our bridge segments end up coming up too short. And it's always too short, no matter what state you read. It's always like, it's too short, it's too short, it's too short. Well, there's a reason for that. Is it the 400 part per million rule or something that they use in surveying? That's the reason. It creates a base error, a floor for all the other errors, and they have to get rid of it.
There was also a super interesting video I saw a while back. I wish I could post links or find it about my work. But he went around specifically asking surveyors if, when they do measurements, if they account for the Earth's curve, and every single one of them was like, "Yeah, I've never done that."
Yeah, depends on who you're talking to, because if you talk to like a surveyor who's contracted by the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency to go run on some kind of gravimetry scans with an airplane, you're probably going to be like, "Yeah, I'm measuring a globe, dude."
Yeah, there's some certain people. You're right on that. I personally, I just talked to my ex girlfriend's dad because he's an engineer, a civil engineer who literally builds bridges on interstates. And I was like, "Have you ever had to do that?" And he was like, "No." I should say the word that he does not build them; he designs them. Sorry.
By dropping all these new reference citations and by expanding on the citations I'm hoping to create content that any of you guys can go look at and pick up and do some quick research and presentations on. Here's an excerpt from one. I got to go in a few minutes to a meeting, but I wanted to read this. It's from the American Society of Civil Engineers by Earl Burkholder. There's a paper called Systematic Error, Low Distortion Projections in a 3D Global Spatial Data Model. This came out in 2020. Burkholder analyzes the mathematical distance distortion inherent in global geodetic map projections, like universal transverse Mercator, and compares them against low distortion projections, LDPs. These are localized 3D flat planes designed to mimic the true ground surface. In this damning quote, he says in the article, cartographers use map projections to flatten the Earth. The distance distortion limit adopted for UTM zones is 1 in 2,500 feet, while a 1 in 10,000 limit was adopted for zones within the original SPCS. Low distortion projections, LDP, limit the distance distortion. This matters because what this is saying is that using standard geodetic projections like the UTM, Universal Transverse Mercator map, mathematically bakes in, it guarantees a systematic error. And they keep finding this is the case again and again, and they can't use it. So they have to basically mitigate that error. They have to eliminate the 400 part per million error in the UTM map. And they do this in multiple states. I've got multiple articles where this is quoted. Next is the University of Connecticut by Thomas Meyer. He writes in Methods to Convert Local Sampling Coordinates into Geographic Information System Global Positioning Systems, the Journal of Forestry. He describes the same exact problem. He says, few field workers choose to work in spherical coordinates because it is not practicable to fix closely spaced latitudinal and longitudinal coordinates. Instead, plots typically reside in local planimetric coordinates, which assume the Earth is flat. UTM maintains distance error distortions to be at worst to 1 part in 1,000. Perhaps the main disadvantage of UTM is also one of its strengths. It imposes a linear scale distortion of 1 to 1,000 at the edges, the center zones. But such distortion is unacceptable for survey quality mapping. So the standard spherical map, the UTM projection, natively distorts physical reality by 1 foot for every 1,000 feet measured. And he's also saying that this level of geodetic scaling is unacceptable, just like the other guy. We've got a couple more. I mean, addressing the same issue. It's like you got to get rid of that base level projection. You got to eliminate that error and you got to flatten it out. They keep coming up short again and again and again. And by a seemingly freakishly similar figure, the same scaling figure. So yeah, maybe Earth is flat. Maybe that's why building CERN and building LIGO on a flat planar map and then turning on the lasers and seeing a flat propagation essentially proves the Earth is flat and not a globe. Just saying. I mean, maybe consider that possibility, folks. All right, I got to go to a meeting.
Have a good day, Yoder.
It's crazy how accurate elevations in Google Earth, because I'm pushing my mouse across the beach in all different sections right at the edge of the water on the I forget what the name is, at Miramar Beach or something like that, where the oil platforms are. And it says that it's 5 meters elevation right at the water's edge, everywhere along the beach. And the location where the guy did the 8-foot black swan observation, it says that it's like 8 meters or 7 meters or 9 meters or something like that. But right at the water's edge, it says 5 meters. It's completely wrong. It didn't used to say that. And if you check on a different mapping site like the USGS one, it gives you the correct heights. Right, you put it right where the 8-foot black swan guy was. It says
What
7
beach?
foot.
What beach was that?
Where the black swan observations are. It's called Miramar Beach or something like that. Santa Barbara. If you go to Google Earth and just type in platform hill house, it'll take you there or close to it.
What Google are you?
Was it Worthing Beach? I believe the Black Swan that Dr.
No,
John
that
D did was Worthing Beach.
yeah, this is the Santa Barbara one, like the original black swan with the oil
Gotcha.
platforms. Yeah.
So I put my mouse at Miramar Beach in Florida, and it's like, well, up
No,
at the houses.
It's not in Florida.
What's that? Miramar
Isn't
Beach
it
isn't in Florida?
It's California, isn't it? Yeah,
Well, there
it's
is a
Santa Barbara.
Miramar Beach. Let me try another.
Just type in. Well, just type in platform hill house.
Okay, that got me at least the right state. Barra Beach, Muscle Shoals. West Beach.
I don't know. Mine doesn't say the name of the beaches for some reason. I'm sure it's Miramar Beach or something like that. Oh yeah, Miramar. Miar Amar. Sorry, Miramar.
What state is that in?
California, Santa Barbara.
Spell the beach for me again. I'm gonna try again.
Miramar. Miramar.
Miramar Beach.
Looks like there's one in San Diego, one in Montecito, California, and one in Florida. Couple. Yeah, let's see.
I'll take a screenshot of the coordinates if you want.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Yeah, everywhere, right along the shoreline where it meets the water, it says 5 meters to 6 meters.
Hello? Hello?
Hi there. Hi, people.
Can anyone hear me?
There are so many.
What?
What?
Hello, hamster. I'm clear.
Hamster, what did you
Hey,
say? Hello, hello? What kind of room is
Why?
Hey, Danny, leave.
hmm, hmm. What they are actually doing? They are not talking.
What do you want them to talk about?
I don't know. I just came here.
What do you
This
guys
is my
want to talk
first time
about?
on Discord. This is my first time on Discord. I don't know how it's work. I don't even
Oh,
know how to
really?
talk. Yeah.
Well, welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, where we discuss the true nature of the world we live in. You picked a good room to show up for your first Discord experience.
Oh, thank you so much. My pleasure to be here.
What do you guys want to talk about? How we measure the Earth?
How? What did you say?
You want to? What do you want to talk about? The means in which we measure the Earth?
Yeah. I don't know how to cut the call. How can I leave?
That is funny.
I'm stuck. I can't see anything on my screen. No red button on it. Oh, see, I now can
um,
see. I just tap on my screen and I can see it now.
there you go. There you go. Well,
I'll join you later, okay?
nice knowing you.
Yeah, bye bye.
Hello?
Howdy, partner.
Ahoy, hoy.
Hello, people.
Howdy, howdy.
I'm surprised that this voice channel still exists after the Artemis 2 mission.
Dude, it's get busier because the Artemis 2 footage was very, very pathetic, and it's going to create millions more flat earthers because it was so unimpressive.
Are you still a flat earther?
Yeah, man, of course.
Okay.
Are
Okay.
you still a globe earther?
Yeah, I am. Yeah, we can
Weird.
coexist. No problem with you.
It's weird.
So how do like people around you react when they know that you're a flat earther? Have you ever been bullied by someone?
No.
Mm-hmm.
No, most people have heard about it. Most people are open to the idea. Depends on who you're talking to, and
Yeah.
it's generally people that it makes some people angry, but usually those people, they don't really know the arguments. They've just heard that flat earthers are stupid,
Yeah.
and they don't really understand the
Never mind. I also believe it is
arguments.
stupid, but I don't have any problem with you as some. Personally, I don't have any problem with you.
Yeah, you probably fall in that category of not really understanding what the arguments are, right? So
No,
I
I
used
have
to think it was
I have done.
stupid. I mean, all flat earthers used to think flat earth was stupid as well. But then once you look into it, once you learn more about it, you'll find it's not so stupid.
Yeah, but one thing I've found while talking to many flat earthers around me, uh, is that they have developed a habit of denying fact, and they try to
Oh yeah.
impose their. As a global, I don't care if you're a flat earther or a cone earther, but I've encountered many flat earthers who just get who just try to impose their beliefs onto others. Nobody cares if Earth is flat or a cone shaped or
Oh,
pizza shaped.
people care. People care.
Yeah. So what what excuses have you people found? What problems have you people found in the Artemis 2 mission?
Of problems. I mean, there's whole compilations of problems, but I mean, I don't really care about it because it's none of it is able to be verified. Okay, it's just trust. You just have to trust them. And none of the
Mhm.
footage is so impressive that it couldn't easily be faked, right? You wouldn't be able to tell the difference. If I showed you a picture from Artemis and I also showed you a picture from CGI, like AI, I don't
Yeah.
think that you wouldn't be able to tell the difference.
So my question
Do you
again
think that
comes.
you would be do you think that you would be able to tell the difference between a CGI AI picture and Artemis picture?
Okay, if
Let's
they
give
are
it a
in a
try.
series, okay, so if they
Yeah,
are
let's
if there are numerous evidences of that launch, I would not deny that.
No. We believe
So
that they launched into the sky. Okay, they launched a rocket into the sky, but then once the rocket goes out of view, then they switch. Then everything beyond that point is just faith based, and you're not able to tell the difference whether it's just CGI or not. Okay, nobody's denying that they launched a rocket up into the sky. Where did that rocket go? We don't know. Now, there's a
Mhm.
claim that it went to the moon, but the footage is extremely pathetic in most people's opinion.
Well, by the way, to be very honest with you, I have also found the image of the moon. It seems too much. It does not seem that real. I believe it was. I wish it was true, but uh, even as somebody who doesn't support your view, I believe that the pictures taken of the moon in this mission were a little bit fishy. The pictures that NASA
Yeah,
posted
yeah, no,
about the
I
moon.
agree.
because I
Yeah,
think like
even if I
the
believed that the Earth was a globe, I would still call bullshit on a lot of the NASA footage, personally. Even if I thought the Earth was a globe, right? You can still
Mhm.
right you can still believe
Mhm.
NASA is lying about space travel and still think that the Earth's a globe. But there's a lot of people that think that
Yeah.
NASA faked the Apollo missions.
Yeah, I have as a human being, I respect you, and I respect you and your views just because you have the right to be different. Yeah, best of luck on this journey. Uh,
Yeah, man. Well, look, I mean, I've gone out and done my own tests for curvature, and I've seen hundreds and hundreds of tests that have been done. So, I mean, I'm not sure if
yeah,
you've
but
really looked into
I
it.
had a flat earther. I had a flat earther friend. I even on this Discord months ago. I used to present one simple question and two questions, and the flat earthers would never mind. I'm just being very open with you, because it seems you are a polite person. Whenever I used to present these two questions to them, and they would not answer them. First question, you would first listen them, and then maybe you can answer them. First question is
Just
that,
go one at a time. Go start with
yeah,
one, and then I'll
first
answer the
is that
first one.
the most uh, solid reasoning by the flat earthers is that there was some experiment. They do some experiment which shows that the curvature of the Earth changes after every 11 kilometers, and this they just put a laser, and if it does not, they believe it is flat Earth. This experiment, I believe, shows that Earth's curvature is not constant. This is what I believe. And Earth could be not a perfect sphere. It could be something like an egg. So you can if you imagine Earth like an egg, not a perfect sphere, there could be some places where if you point a laser, you could actually see it going beyond that 11 kilometers. And second, is that whenever I used to ask this question, I've asked this question many times, but no one has answered this question. Like, why there's no reason that Earth is flat just because it goes beyond 11 kilometers uh, and hits that point. It could be true that it is an egg-shaped thing. Okay, uh, not a perfect sphere. This is what I mean. So I don't I don't know where do you people come up with the flat idea. It
Okay,
is
okay.
just
Well, according to mainstream science, okay, according to the mainstream, gravity pulls everything towards
yeah.
the center of the mass. Okay, and the pictures that we get shown of the Earth, it's almost a perfect sphere. Okay, they say it's almost a perfect sphere. It's only 0.3% off being a perfect sphere. It's very slightly wider at the equator than at the poles. And then when NASA shows us the images of it, you could fit a perfect circle around the outside of it, and it fits perfectly inside the perfect circle. So it's not some egg shape. Okay, it might be slightly off being a
Yeah,
perfect sphere. You know,
this
they
is what
also
I meant.
say that if you were to shrink, if yeah, so look, this is the thing. According to mainstream science, any body of water anywhere on the earth over a certain distance would have to have an approximate amount of curvature over that distance. For example, 10 miles would be approximately 20 meters or 66 feet of curvature over that distance, anywhere on the earth, because of gravity and because of the radius value of the earth. So you could go to a 10-mile lake in Canada or India or Australia or New Zealand or anywhere. And if you have a 10-mile section of water, there has to be approximately 66 foot of curvature over that distance. You can't have any flat spots. You might have flat spots in the terrain, but that's why we're doing these tests over the surface of the water, because the water should be level. Okay, they call it mean sea level, water level.
Yeah,
Okay, and on a globe, level means that each point is equal distance to the center of the globe. So when we're going out and testing over these distances, for example, if we do a laser test over 40 kilometers distance, okay, there's no flat spot of water anywhere on the globe, right? That should allow that laser to physically hit the target. Not physically, you know what I mean, to hit the target
Yeah, I come to
optically.
you.
Yeah, so also we've done the tests in different like we've done hundreds and hundreds of tests. So unless we're finding all of these flat spots of water, you know, it's not a good argument against it. Because we've got so many laser tests that have been done in different areas, different countries. So
Yeah, I was just searching on Google, and it also says that the mainstream science believes that, as you have already mentioned, that Earth is not a perfect sphere. Uh, it says that it is an oblate spheroid, which means it is slightly flattened at the poles and bulge at the equator. So we have basically established a fact. It is backed by science that it is not a perfect sphere, and you have given a good argument. But my another argument that I have is basically that we might not be like the technology might not be that good to basically allow us to basically see where the Earth is not does not have a constant curvature, or where it is not a perfect spheroid.
yeah, I mean, we don't need amazing technology for that. So we can, okay, so let's say I'm standing on one side of a lake. Okay, it's 20 miles across the lake. I'm standing on one side of the lake and you're standing on the other side of the lake. If the Earth is a globe, there should be about I don't know, 100 foot of curvature of like a hill of water
Yeah.
essentially blocking my view to you. Right? You would have to be 260 feet high for me to just see the top of your head if you were 260 foot high. Like
Yeah, I
70,
got
80
you.
meters high. So but that's the thing. I can zoom in across that lake and I can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake.
But how do you like? How is it answering my question of shape being some not an like? How is it answering my question? I'm also saying that it is possible that you see somebody that that
How?
we should not be able to see basically after every 11 kilometers. But um, the, how is it answering the question that maybe it could be because of the irregularities in the shape of the Earth?
Well, because we're doing it over the surface of the water. So we're not doing it over the earth. We're doing it over the surface of the water. Okay, the water should be level. So you can go on AI and ask it. Just say if we have 10 miles of water, how much curvature would there be? And would it be possible to have flat water for 10 miles distance? And it will tell you, no, absolutely not. That would not be possible on a globe because of the way that gravity works and because of the size of the globe that they tell us. Because gravity will be pulling everything towards the center.
Yeah.
So while you might be able to have some sections of the actual Earth that are flat, right? Or like a bowl.
Yeah, I'm not saying flat.
Or two
Maybe
curved.
not that constant curvature that we get all around the Earth in most of the
It should be.
This is what I'm saying.
It should be pretty much constant curvature over any 10-mile body of water anywhere on the Earth. You will have approximately 66 foot of curvature. 66 foot. That's kind of like a 20 meters. That's like a 6-7 story building. A huge height of curvature. Anywhere, any body of water, you can look it up. This is according to mainstream science.
Okay, I'll research about this and I'll come on maybe tomorrow to answer this again and maybe discuss. Another question that I used to ask flat earthers was, and it they used to give me a very bullshit answer. I hope you won't give me that answer. I used to say that uh, if sun and moon are like spheres, or they seem like in if we They seem like a sphere, okay? So why can't Earth be a sphere? So the answer that you people used to give me was that you can't basically uh, determine your shape by looking at others' object. And a very famous sentence used by you people is that uh, bro thinks if he's walking in a forest, he's a tree. So I don't think that is something backed by science and fact. So if you have some alternate answers for this, please do answer me.
Yeah, I'll give you an answer in a second. But just quickly, okay, so just regarding the last question. So I just typed this in to Google.
Yeah.
Okay. Would we have approximately 20 meters of curvature over 10 miles of water anywhere on the globe Earth? And it says, yes, over a 10-mile distance, the Earth's geometric curvature drop is approximately 20.3 meters, about 66.7 feet, anywhere on the globe. This value represents the vertical distance between a horizontal tangent line starting at your feet and the surface of the Earth at the 10-mile mark. So yeah, this is a fact that approximately 66 feet of curvature over any 10-mile distance anywhere on the globe, according to the mainstream. Okay, and to answer your second question, right? So we don't claim that the Earth is a flat planet. Okay, flat is not a shape. When we're talking about flat Earth, we're talking about flat being the description of the surface area of the Earth, specifically the surface of water, which covers most of the surface of Earth. So we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. It's the people that believe the Earth's a globe that are claiming to know the shape of the Earth. Now, if you can see some round planets in the sky,
Yeah.
right? And you might say, well, how come all the other planets around? Well, you're assuming that the Earth is a planet. We don't claim that the Earth is a planet. We claim that the Earth is more like the foundation of the system that we
Of
live in,
what?
kind of like the floor. So I could give you an analogy, right? Just because you have
Yeah.
round light bulbs on your roof of your house, that doesn't mean that the floor that you're standing on is also curving. It's something different. And that's the analogy with the trees. Okay, just because you can see something, that doesn't mean that something else is also what you can see. But I understand your logic because you were brought up just like we were, believing that we're on a spherical planet, and when you look up into the sky, you can see spherical planets. So you have that ingrained into your brain. So it's a logical question that you're asking based on your upbringing. But this is a completely different system. This is a different way of looking at the system that we live in. And try not to
But aren't
insert the
these
flat Earth inside the heliocentric cosmology. It's not compatible.
but aren't these like speculations that you're making? For example, like if I'm
No,
a global, like, okay, what shape can Earth be? I know you are saying that you are not claiming a shape, but if you want to tell somebody something, if you are preaching something, if you believe something, then you must present the idea in the full form rather than
not
telling the world that you,
necessarily. Well, not necessarily because okay, so the Earth doesn't have to be a specific shape. Okay, just like a lake doesn't have to be a specific shape. Just like a tree doesn't or a rock doesn't have to be a specific shape. It doesn't have to be a triangle or a circle or a square. Okay, it's a unique shape. The Earth is whatever shape the Earth is. It doesn't mean that it has to be a specific shape. It doesn't mean it has to be circular or something like that or diamond shaped. Okay, it's Earth shaped, whatever shape it is. But we're not
but
claiming to know the shape. We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. Now, listen to this logic. Okay, you don't need to know the shape of a lake. Okay, to know that the surface of the water inside that lake is flat. Whatever shape that lake is on the outside doesn't change the fact that the water on the surface of the lake is flat. Okay, or you can be on any flat surface. It doesn't matter what shape the perimeter is, it's not going to change the shape of the ground inside the perimeter, right? We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. You are claiming to
But
know the shape of the
that is a
Earth.
known fact. But I think you are confusing between 2D and 3D planes. So you believe that Earth is something 3D. Okay, let's not give it a shape, but we do believe that it is 3D because we can dig inside the Earth, and it is not something flat. A lake is something, if you view it from the above, it is something that we can present it as 2D. But as I think it's just like saying that if some swimming pool is not a perfect, even if a swimming pool is XYZ shape, it will have still water. But if you just imagine that if you have, uh, if you have, let's imagine you hold a sphere in your hand and
Mhm.
imagine that it has water on it, around it. So uh, it is possible that despite not having boundaries, it could be flat. It could be something that seems flat.
Yeah, yeah. It could have. Okay, so flat is not a shape. You agree with that, right?
Hmm.
Yeah, flat's not a shape. Flat is a description of a surface area. Okay.
Yes, I
Now,
agree with that.
okay, so if you have a flat surface area, okay, that's something different to knowing the shape of the boundaries of the surface area that you're in. Okay, it's not going to change that the surface is flat, right? The surface is, if you're saying the surface of this lake is flat, and then someone says that's an invalid argument because you don't know the shape of the lake, I would say that that's illogical. Okay, we can still measure that the surface of the water is flat and not know the shape of the lake. Okay,
I
because
love something over
nobody's checked that. Maybe there is some shape to the Earth, but we're not claiming to know that because nobody
here. Yeah,
has ever kept going south. Did you know that? Nobody that you can validate or I can validate has ever kept going south to check.
but they have gone to the north, man. This is the thing we are saying. They have gone to the north. From Russia, you can go to United Canada. You can. It is quite possible. Over like there are flights.
Yeah,
If
so you
you
could do
can
that
see
in a
those
lake
flights.
as well. You could do the same thing in a lake, right? Let's say you have some place in the lake at the center, for example. Let's say there's a place in the center of the lake, and that's where the compass points to. That's the north. Okay, you can go around the lake. You can go to different islands in the lake, right? That's the
I got you,
north.
man. You're
Yeah,
saying
so you could do
traveling in
that
a
on
circle.
you could do that on a flat surface.
Okay,
Okay, you can go
let's
from Russia to America, and then you could come back around and go to Russia to America the other way on a flat surface. Just like you can go around your town
yeah.
one
So
way, or you could go around your town the other way.
say let's say you can go from Russia to Canada. Okay, keep that in mind, and
Yep.
you can also go to uh, Asia, then Europe, America, and then come back again to Asia. So we have basically two lines.
Mhm.
If you just imagine two lines, so it's if I can go to the same position, if I'm going to the north and landing back and going from east to west, then obviously I can basically uh, it's I can just imagine that it's the same from Antarctica from the south. Or even if we
Yeah,
don't
but
know about the Antarctica, if we are sure about this moment that it is, if we are able to go from Russia to
okay,
USA and from east to west, and yeah,
right.
so
But
it's
east and
the
west is
half globe
circles.
is,
East and
yes.
east and west is circles.
And what about Russia to Canada?
Yeah. Well, you could. Okay, so let's have a look at the GIF that I just put in the side chat. Yeah, water is flat. Yeah, approximately. But look, have a look at the GIF that I put in the side chat.
But
Okay, because water is flat. Water is flat because of the viscosity of the water and because it's a liquid and it collapses on itself. It's unable to support itself in a particular shape, so therefore it conforms to the shape of the container, and then the surface will be flat.
yeah,
So flat that it can form a perfect mirror surface.
1 minute. I have a very strong argument that I guess it will. 1 minute.
Okay.
1 minute, man. Okay,
Oh,
keep that GIF in your mind, and I'll ask you another question, and that is wait a minute. Okay, so
Okay.
there's a base called in Antarctica. There's a base. Okay, so it's called maybe yeah. So there are multiple bases in Antarctica, and they are well established, and people go there. So
Right.
if you keep just explain me. I'm just exploring over here. I'm not debating. Just keep that
Okay.
GIF that you have sent in your mind, and now if we see that image, it is not possible that uh, we have uh, quite same distance from Africa, Australia, or Brazil to Antarctica, all of the same place. So the reason I was talking about base camps because they exist in the same place. So if you, let's imagine you have you can search any base camp on Google, and you'll see that uh, those the distance from Australia to that base camp would be equal, almost equal. The distance from South Africa, Cape Town to that base camp would be almost equal, not equal, but comparatively, and from same from Chile. So how do you put
Right,
that
but
in the
well, I
perspective?
don't think that you've checked any of those distances. You're only able to check those distances based off a spherical coordinate system, and that's not okay. So the
And
map is not the
ships
territory.
going
So
there.
so
Okay?
I don't
So
think right. You can't get a flight from Australia to those bases. By the way, you have to go
I'm
to
talking about
Chile.
the ships go, okay? And even let me say, if you see the ships, they go from those ships that are doing the scientific research. So they go, and you can even track them.
All
And all
political opinion, politics and religion.
I guess you people, okay, and what's your name, man? Whom I
DJ.
was talking to? Okay, DJ, it was good talking to you, but I think this is something you could not give a good answer, and I'll be leaving until
Yeah,
that
yeah.
I go because
I'd
I'm
just
not
say
satisfied with this
just
answer.
a quick response to what you said. I'd say that I haven't verified those distances, and I'm guessing that you also haven't verified those distances. Maybe if you want to get a presentation about those distances, next time when you come back in, we can discuss it. You could say, okay, from South Africa, it's this certain distance, and then
Yeah,
from
I
Australia, it's
did
this
that
certain
long
distance.
ago. I did that a long ago, and the distance were quite surprising. They were almost same, and I even shared with the global flat earther, and he just gave me the same response that you gave, that these these are not accurate distances. So I think
Well, I didn't say that. I didn't
I'll
say
do
they're
the
not accurate distances. That wasn't my
yeah.
response.
You did
I,
not
s-
say that was there was
I
another
said that
guy.
I haven't checked the distances, and you
I
haven't
think our
checked the
friend said they were
distances.
almost accurate.
Sorry,
He
what
said
was
they were
that?
almost accurate, didn't you?
Yeah. It
Yeah,
was
so
not
they're not
reaching. It was
accurate.
someone else.
No one's making the claim to them being accurate then, are they?
I'm saying it was a while ago, maybe a while ago. Uh, I was having a debate with a flat earther, and that was the thing that he told me on this subject matter. Because I've always found flat earthers, they can't justify this thing, that how is it possible to basically have almost identical distance based on the image that you shared in the chat. You can easily
Based on
see that,
distances
like,
measured from the North Pole or distances measured from the South Pole.
Yeah, I
I'm
need to
talking about
clarify
distance
something
measured
really.
from.
Bill, just a second. Just give me a second. I need to clarify something. So the GIF that I shared was just to
Yeah.
show you. Okay, right. I wasn't claiming that that's a flat Earth map. Okay, I was just trying to
Yeah.
illustrate to you that you could go from location to location inside a flat lake situation. Okay, just say you had a lake and you had different islands in the lake. You could take different routes to get from one to the other. I don't think that AE map is the flat Earth map. I don't claim that that's
Okay.
the flat Earth model or the flat Earth map.
Okay, I thought you were claiming that map. One last question I would ask you.
I should have clarified that.
Yeah, one thing I would like to ask you is that uh, earlier when we were discussing about this flat Earth thing, said us you you said something that you people are not claiming about the shape of the Earth, but you are saying how it is measured is flat. So could you please give me
That's
some
correct.
analogy and how do you like? I can't comprehend this. Uh,
Yeah. So the flat is just the description of a surface. Like for example, if you have a square, okay, a square is a square shape, but it has flat surfaces. Or a you know a different shape can have a flat surface. All sorts of different shapes can have flat surfaces. So if you're talking about flat surface, you're just talking about the description of the surface. Like if I said a surface is bumpy, right?
yeah.
Bumpy is not a shape, just like flat's not a shape. Or something can be smooth or rigid or curved, a curved surface. So we're not
So, but
claiming to know the shape of the Earth because we haven't
yeah.
explored the entire Earth. I haven't checked, and I don't think anyone else has checked the entire uh, extent of the Earth that we live on because nobody has just kept going south to see what happens that I can verify.
Yeah. Okay, see, I have
Because
a book
if
in
the Earth
front
was
of
a
me.
globe, listen to this argument. Okay, if someone
Yeah.
kept going south and the Earth was a globe, right? If you kept going south, you would come back to where you started again, right? You would come back
Yeah.
around the globe and you would come back, and that would debunk flat Earth. But nobody's ever done that.
So why don't you all flat earthers, like if you have you people just why don't you people accumulate all the funds and just charter a plane and go from south and just end up on that same place? Because uh they have it is easy to talk, but you guys have the power to do the experiment. What's taking
Sorry,
so
Well,
long?
why don't
We
sorry.
why
don't.
doesn't
We don't.
What south and what does that prove when I go there?
Okay, we are having a discussion with DJ, and I think you are not aware of the context we are talking about.
I've been listening to
No,
the whole
he is.
conversation.
He's
I've
been
actually been here
listening.
for a number of hours.
Yeah, okay. So
Yeah,
I guess
let
you must
Jedi
be.
respond.
You said go south. Why don't you guys charter a plane and go south? Okay, what
Yes.
is south?
Okay, so me and JD were
All right,
discussing
just
that.
carry on your conversation with Jedi. So Jedi, that's me, with DJ.
Yeah, I'm explaining
Yeah,
you that the thing
yeah.
that I
Well,
was
how come?
saying.
Okay, so we are a small number of people, and we have a
Yeah.
small amount of money compared to your side. Okay, so how come nobody on your side has done this? All of the governments in the world, all of the militaries in the world, all of the trillions and trillions of dollars. How come nobody's ever just kept going south and come back around to the other side of the earth?
Okay, so well, the thing is, what if we just like I think it's not. It is very Arctic. Antarctica has some very harsh weather. Maybe that's the reason. Maybe people don't do that. And there have been ships that have basically revolved around Antarctica. So that also
No,
proves
there
the fact.
hasn't.
I'll share you. Get the details and I'll share you in the chat. Maybe I'll do some
Okay.
research on this. I'll be honest. I have
Yeah.
not. I don't have the exact uh, thing. One last thing is that you said that uh, flat is something that we can describe a surface. So I have a book in front of me, and I just want to ask you if flat is just. I think flat is a description. Flat should have a curvature 0, right?
Right.
Okay, so if you say that flat has a curvature 0, then it automatically says that Earth's curvature is 0.
Well,
then
yeah, that's correct.
then it
Earth's
cannot
curvature
be
is
a
zero,
sphere.
but let me hold on just quickly. Okay, we're talking about the surface of the water, not the
Yeah,
land, because
yeah,
on the land we have mountains and valleys and hills and that
got
kind
you,
of
man.
thing. So
Got you, got
yeah, we're talking about the water.
you. Yeah, we are on the same page. We are on the same page. So on the water, you're saying that Earth has a curvature zero. So that means that Earth
Correct.
cannot be a sphere because a sphere does not have a curvature zero,
That's correct.
right? Okay.
Yes.
So can you imagine something 3D that has a curvature zero? I'm not debating, just asking you if you have any, if you can imagine anything that has a curvature zero, something 3D.
A frozen lake.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
a
maybe let's say
mirror,
a book.
a mirror
Maybe let's say a
surface. I
book.
mean, yeah, like anything that's flat. I mean, we don't
Yeah,
need to be pedantic. Okay, so
yeah,
when I talk about flat, I mean in the context of no drop over distance, no curvature over
yeah,
distance.
exactly,
We could have waves, right? We could have waves on the water and still be able to
exactly.
call it
We are on the
flat
same page.
water. Oh, yeah. Like
Okay,
think about
so
this. Think about this. Think about this. Let's say we have a lake, a big lake, and there's a lot of wind. Okay, and there's waves all over the surface of the lake. But then I could shoot a laser beam, right? Let's say I had a laser beam. I could shoot a laser beam across from 3 meters height to a target 3 meters height, and that laser beam would be the same
yeah, I
distance
agree.
above the surface of the water the whole way across. And that's what I mean
Yeah,
by not
I agree.
curving over distance.
Yeah. So if something is not curving over distance, then it is something flat, right?
That's correct.
Yes, that's correct. And it is, as you have already mentioned before, and I also agree with you that there are ways and all that. So we are not accounting that. We are just doing something theoretical and just something. Okay. So if something, can you? So if something does not have a curvature, then it must have some corners. If I'm wrong, then can you
Yeah.
name
So
some
maybe,
thing that does
yeah.
not have corner
Yeah.
and is flat? Okay. So uh,
Yeah, no.
then
Look.
according to you,
I'm not saying the Earth is infinite. Okay, I'm saying that we just don't know because we haven't
yeah,
checked what the entirety of the Earth is. So we don't know because we're unable to verify that. Okay, but what we can check, we can't find any curvature. So
yeah,
we
we
don't
cannot find
pretend that
any
we know
curvature.
everything. That's right.
And
So that's
according
the
to our knowledge,
context.
yeah, I'm with you. I'm just trying to learn from you. So, uh,
Yeah.
yeah. So according to me, I can't imagine any shape. I know you are not giving any Earth any shape, so don't get offended. I'm just being so. I can't imagine any shape that has in real life in my hand that I can hold in my hand that has curvature zero and basically uh, that has curvature zero and it does not have corners, so it must have corners. Can you imagine something
Okay.
holding in your hand and it has zero curvature and it does not have any corners? No, things are
Yeah.
not infinite.
Okay. So
We're not
something that's
allowed to
flat.
check below the
That
60th
means
parallel. We can't
Yeah.
look.
yeah, so that
Exactly.
means
So okay. So the Earth is obviously much bigger than anything that you can hold in your hands. So that would be a
I'm
false
just giving you an
analogy.
example. So we can just no. We can just basically minimize the whole perspective and just imagine like we can let's imagine a 300,000 kilometers sphere with a radius of 300,000 kilometers. You can just imagine that in your hand. The shape would be same. So we are talking about shapes. Shapes can be scaled up and scaled down. So we are talking in that perspective.
Yeah.
So
So look, listen. Okay, if you have a large body of water, then there should be a shoreline at somewhere,
yeah,
right? Some point
exactly. I'm
there should
saying
be
the
a
same.
shoreline. That's not a corner, but that's a shoreline. You mean like an edge?
Yeah,
So what you mean?
edge. Exactly. So
Yeah. So I agree that there should be a shoreline or an edge of some kind somewhere, but I don't know where because we can't check.
yeah. So the thing is, Okay, so if there is a shoreline, then there must be some other side of the earth, right, beneath us.
It could be something beyond our comprehension. We don't know. So we try not
But
to
that,
speculate about things that we yeah, so look, we could speculate. We could only speculate because we haven't checked. So we don't know, okay? And we don't want to speculate because we can't really back that up with empirical evidence. We like to be able to back up what we're saying with real world testing. Okay? So when you're saying what's the where's the edge or where's the shoreline, we don't know. And that's the honest answer. We're giving you an honest answer. We're not going to make up some bullshit.
okay, man.
Okay, just like what if I asked you about the universe? Okay, so they tell us, NASA tells us that the universe is flat and that the universe is expanding. Now, if I asked you, where's the edge of the universe? Okay, you're not going to be able to tell me. Okay, if I asked you what shape is the universe, you're not going to be able to tell me the shape of the universe. It's the same kind of question, right? You're not able to check that.
Yeah. So according to your
Okay,
belief,
and
the government is hiding from us that it's something is here, right? It's flat, and they know this. According to you, I I'm just
no, I don't
asking
think that. I don't. Who do you mean by they? You're talking about the governments or something?
because I've met so many flat earthers, and they believe in this conspiracy theory that they are trying to
No, I
hide
don't
something
think.
from us. Okay,
No, I don't
so
think so. I
so
think that
why
most
are they
people
claiming it
genuinely
as
believe
real?
because it's something that was taught to them while they were growing up, and it was something that was taught to their teachers and their teachers' teachers and their fathers and their fathers' fathers. Okay, it's kind of like a tradition, right? It's not like they're presented with anything else while they're growing up. As soon as you can talk, people are teaching you about space and and the globe from a young age. Okay, and
Mm,
people generally just believe what they get told when they're growing up. So they're teaching
mm,
you at school, your professor at university is teaching that the earth's a globe. The professor's not lying to you. He's just teaching you what the textbooks say. And okay, and his professor wasn't lying to him either. And his professor before him, he wasn't lying either. They're just believing that the Earth's a globe. They've never checked it. They probably just assumed that someone thousands of years ago checked and confirmed that it's a globe. And then once you look into the history of the globe, it's very interesting. You'll be disappointed because they didn't go out and actually measure that the Earth's a globe. Okay, they inferred it through philosophical reasoning.
mhm.
Anyway, that's another
Mm, I really enjoyed
topic
talking to
that
you.
that would take. Yeah.
It was it
You
was
too,
basically
man.
the thing I liked
Good
about you
fun.
was that you were being respectful and you were actually trying to genuinely answer the questions, unlike your fellows. And uh, good luck. I
Yeah, that
hope
that Jedi
you.
guy, he's trouble. You got to watch out for him.
Yeah, I have actually spoken to that guy. I won't say anything bad about him, but
I'm
sometimes he
joking.
gets too much.
No, Jedi,
No,
he's
I have
awesome.
actually
I'm
I have
joking.
spoken to that guy, Jetty, and there was another guy, I don't remember his name. He used to work in MIT. I don't know who was that guy. Uh, yeah, they used to get
Indio.
yeah, India, yeah. So they used to get furious at me. But yeah, I do respect you people, to the extent that you people wanna coexist with us. Yeah.
Yes.
Well, you got to
Okay.
think
Well,
too, man. We do have a whole shitload of unanswered questions that we're looking for answers for. Like when you use the boat tracking, the boat tracking that you can do. There's boats that have showed up 700 to 900 miles inland in Antarctica, and you're like, "Hey, what's up with that?" We're not given an answer, and it doesn't work with what we're told as what we're given. So we want to look for that answer. We aren't being given it, and we can't go verify. Trust me, we're always wanting to verify. We're always wanting to explore. We always want to find out for ourselves. And in some cases, we can't. And in some cases, we're not being allowed to. But we are looking for answers, man. There are still a lot of unanswered questions for sure.
Could
Sure,
I say
man.
something? Could I say something quick about the boat tracking?
Yeah, sure, man. Say.
But sometimes the AIS transmitter will like go berserk and give out wild positions. And I was on a ship one time, and the Coast Guard radioed us and says, "Hey, your AIS is giving out crazy wild values. Go reboot that thing." So we rebooted it, and then it started giving the correct answer.
Yeah, the
Oh,
905-mile example, there were two ships in the exact same place, so it's not like a outlying example.
but that could be a bug, man. So he has already answered you.
Well, yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I don't have the answer. That is a possible answer. That's a theory about what it could be. I'm just saying there were multiple
No,
ships there. I'm just saying we're not being given a straight answer, and we can't go find out for ourselves. So we're still looking for
exactly,
that solid
man.
answer for sure. That is a possibility that the AAS is off.
Yeah,
Jesse's right on
and the
that. He's
possibility is
100% right.
too
That's a
high.
possibility. Yeah.
The probability of that answer to be true is too high that we just. So yes, that's the thing. We all make. We are basically we all make decisions based on probability. We don't even realize, and we are just making decisions on probability. So what he has told us is a very is an answer that has a very high probability of being true, that it could be some bug in the systems, and that was the reason that two ships were on the same position.
And that's why we like to deal with empirical evidence that we can actually physically and visually and equipmentally measure, and we know for sure versus theories and speculations. The theories and speculations are what we're searching for answers for, but we typically only deal with facts being something we can empirically measure, which is the answer we already have that we found ourselves.
And if that's the case, then why do you speculate about the edges of the earth? You must present something real.
Like I said, what we do is that's how science works, man. You see something and you're like, hey, what's up with
You
that? And you go,
just
measure it,
answered the question
whatever, and
yourself.
then you come up with the finalization. If you're not allowed to actually go out with your eyes and hands and equipment and everything and go measure it, then we can't find an answer. And there's still a lot of those. I'm just trying to say we are searching for answers, but there's still a lot of answers we don't have. So, but I'm not saying that as a fact. I'm just asking a question. Like, I'd like to go find out. I'm not being allowed to. Okay, well, I'm not giving an answer. Okay, so we're kind of stuck at dead ends in a lot of places. We don't have the answers for everything. There's a lot of speculation and theory, and in some cases, we're not being allowed to find out, which is frustrating because we want to find out. We just want to know. We just want to know what's up.
Okay, got you, but I think you have just answered the question, your own question. So I really appreciate that.
Yeah, man. I mean, the way we see it is flat Earth is a good thing for humans. It's good for us to know the truth. It's good for us to know where we are and everything. So we want you to see it. We want people to see it. We want people to be like, "Hey, man, look, it's right
No,
here."
but
We aren't trying to fight with people on it. We want you to come over, man. It's a good thing for you. So we want you to see it. We don't want to fight with you.
yeah, I don't want to fight with you either. But there's a very in law there's a famous rule in law, and that is the plaintiff has to basically uh, the one who is accusing has to give the one who is claiming has to give the proof. So my demand to all flat earthers around the world, even you have basically said that you
Sorry.
don't have funds and all that, it is that you should go and travel in the south, and just if you don't find out that you don't come from the other side of the earth, then you have the right, and you can say that yes, you what you people believe is wrong, rather than just speculating that it does not behave like that in
You
that
haven't done
way.
that. Your side hasn't done
Yes,
that
we haven't
either.
done that. We haven't done that. Why don't you
No.
people go and do that
Oh, but that
and
would be
just
your claim, though, wouldn't it?
enlighten us?
We literally aren't
So
being
it would
allowed to,
be
man. We
your
can't.
burden to fulfill that claim, wouldn't it? Not ours.
Yes, but you people could
We don't
do
need
some
to because we don't need to because everybody experiences the Earth as flat. Flat is kind of like the baseline starting point. Even if you believe it's a globe, you get told that you're so small and the globe is so big that you experience it as flat. We say it is flat and we've tested it. Okay, so we've measured the surface hundreds, if not thousands of times now. Okay. And I can't find any curvature myself. Okay. I haven't seen anyone present any evidence that convinces me that there is curvature, drop over distance. Right. So
Okay,
I don't
I
need to
agree with
go
that.
and and check. Like we're just regular people. We have families and jobs and that kind of thing. Right? We don't have all of the funding of the governments. We don't have air forces and aircraft carriers and warships and trillions of dollars. Right. The globe side does that. They have all of those things, but they haven't checked. They haven't gone south and just kept going south and come back around. So I don't know.
Can you name a single YouTube pilot that is basically a flat earther?
Yeah, I can drop links.
U2 pilot, not a conventional airliner. A U2 pilot or somebody who has
Jet
flown
like
MiG-25 Foxtrot.
yeah, like
Yeah,
jet
do you know what is a
pilots.
U2? Yeah, U2.
Yeah,
There's a
yeah. I
there's a
don't know.
plane.
I haven't asked all of the U2 spy plane pilots, but there are many
I'll
there are
share
many
with you.
pilots. There are many jet pilots that are flat earthers.
I'll share a video with you. So I don't want to offend you people, but there's a plane MiG-25 Foxbat and a U-2 spy plane. So they travel way above conventional jets. And this is what this person has to say. You can see in the video. This person says that uh, he can literally see the curvature of the Earth. Not as good, but it is quite basically visible from his perspective. And don't say that it is not possible to see the curvature from 70,000 feet, 80,000 or 100,000 kilometer feet.
Did the pilot
Just
turn
watch
around?
as
It's just a fisheye lens, dude. I can already see it's just a fisheye lens in the video. Have you even looked at the video?
no, like I've watched
Look.
the entire video, and the person
Yeah,
traveling the plane
look.
also says that he views something.
Hold on a
Uh,
second. Look at this. Okay, that's a fisheye lens being used.
and what does that play? And what's the that person is saying? What is he saying in the start of the video? He's the one
If he
who has
thinks,
actually
yeah,
observed
so
Earth.
he can see the so you can see the same distance in all directions.
What he has said about flat earthers in the
I'm
start of the
gonna post
video.
the video
He's
from
the one
YouTube
who has
airplane.
basically gone up and actually.
Maybe I'm gonna post the video from YouTube airplane, 70,000 feet altitude. Then you see maybe you can see it curved there
There we
because I
go.
cannot see it.
There we go. There we go. Look at that. Look at what Miguel Sousa just posted. Looks flat to me.
Oh no.
Man,
See, he's not
that person
using
is
a fisheye
saying
lens.
the person who's in the plane is saying that he can see the
Yeah,
curvature.
I'm posting
Okay, so
a video from YouTube. Sorry, just a second. From a YouTube airplane, 70,000 feet, and I cannot see curvature there. Go on, DJ.
Yes, you cannot see in the video, but if you was flying and you make a video and say I can see the curvature, then I should believe you. And
Did they
that
turn
person who's
around?
in the plane, he says that he can see the curvature.
Yeah, I did post from YouTube airplane, 70,000 feet. I cannot see the curvature. So, what's your point?
You have not been to that altitude. The person who has been to that
Neither of you.
altitude has already made a video and said that
Neither of
he
you.
he can see the curvature.
Neither
Yeah,
of you.
I don't see the curvature in the video I did post it. So you have a
No,
problem there.
have you been to
Have you?
70,000 feet or more?
Have you? Have you?
The person in the video has done that,
That's
and
nice.
he's
look,
saying, is he
dude, there are
lying?
people.
You
There
can
are okay.
speculate
So
that he's
okay,
lying.
hold on a second. Hold on a second. No, he's probably not lying. Okay, but he can see the same distance in all directions. Okay, we see in a circle. The horizon is a circle around the observer. So he might be mistaking that circle of vision as the curvature of the Earth. We've got people that have been up 5 times higher than that in like the Blue Origin, for example, that goes up to 350,000 feet. And people from that said that they didn't see the curvature of the Earth. So do you? If maybe you think they're lying,
But that's
and
a
then
very minority thing.
astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson, he said he did the calculations, and he doesn't think you would be able to see the curvature of the Earth from 300,000 feet high. And then we've got people that have
who
been
have
higher than
been
300,000 feet, people that have been, okay, like William Shatner, like Wally Funk. Okay, they've been up higher than that, 350,000 feet. They say they don't see any curvature from, over 4 times higher than this pilot that you're showing. Okay, so you're gonna get mixed stories. Some people say they don't see it. Some people saying they see it.
Yeah,
If you
but
want to,
the thing is, the majority say that they see it. The majority says that they see it. There's a
no, they don't.
there's a
No, they
minority
don't.
that says they don't see it at all.
No, it's not what DJ said. DJ says that some people have one side of the story and others have another side of the story. That's all. William Shatner at 350,000 feet, didn't see the curvature of the Earth. But you say that this aircraft pilot did see the curvature of the Earth at a much lower altitude. How are we going to prove which one is true?
Yeah, so what majority says,
No,
that's the
not
truth.
majority. No. Forget majority. How do we prove which one is true? Not opinion.
People who have been to that place and the majority of people who have been to
Not
that
the
place.
majority of people, dude. I'm not appealing to a majority and what people say. DJ's already pointed out that the horizon is equidistant when you turn around 360 degrees, having measurably no part being higher or lower than the other. It's just a circle around you. This is why I asked earlier, did the pilot turn around? But obviously he's got a fisheye camera lens. That's obvious in the image. But we're talking about what happens when one group of people say it's flat and one group of people say it's curved. Let's say the split is 50-50.
But in real life, it's not 50-50. So let's
But
give the
what
real numbers.
say you if it were? Because you've given an image that's at a very... We've given evidence of much higher altitude where it's flat. Right? Common, Blue Origin, 350,000 feet. You go up that high, no curvature to be seen.
Now I
Many
can see
people
the
who pay the
curvature
money
in the video.
disappointed.
I can see the curvature in the video, the 22-mile one. It's clearly visible.
In which one?
Another thing would
It's
be
very less, but it is. You can see the curvature
In which
in
one?
the
In
video.
which video? In which video?
Yeah, in the 22-mile one.
In
What
the one I did
22-mile
posted.
one?
Yeah, if you see,
in the one
there's
I
a
did posted.
very minute curvature. You can
Where?
see that.
In my video.
You can see it
Where?
with your eyes. The line that is not a straight line. It's basically
In which image?
I'll just reply it in the chat. This one. Ah, see, there's a guy. He has also. Let's have flat earthers. Yeah, it is very slight, but it is possible. It is basically. It can be seen. There's a guy who has posted something in the chat. You can see there is curvature that you can see. It is very slight and very difficult to observe, but you can.
Would that
Unless
have
and until
anything to do,
you don't want
do
to
you think?
basically.
Hold on.
Unless and
Do
until
you
you are
think
stubborn about it.
that would have anything to do with the optic being at the center of a radius with possibly a rectilinear lens and having an unobstructed view to the horizon, understanding that you have an equal distance to the horizon when you rotate 360 degrees horizontally?
Sorry, I couldn't get you.
You can see the same distance in all directions. So you see in a circle.
But
You
what does
understand that, right?
that have
So
to
if
do with the curvature?
well, there's no curvature. You're not seeing curvature. Okay, you're seeing a circle of vision. If you look straight ahead, it's pretty much going to look flat. If you pan your head around, it's going to look like you can see in a big circle. Some people that don't really understand that that's the way our vision works might mistake that as thinking that they can see the curvature of the Earth. But Miguel posted a video showing you that you don't see curvature from that height.
No, I
Okay,
I can
your
literally see curvature in
your
that video.
video is hearsay. Your video is just hearsay. Okay, it's just
I
one
can
guy
see the
that's saying that
curvature
he
in
could see
there.
curvature, and then we can show you other videos from 4 times higher than that where people say they didn't see the curvature, and I could show you astrophysicists that say that you would not be able to see the curvature from that height.
It is
We
just
also
like it is very slight,
have
but you can especially see the curvature in the Yaga Bruno GIF that he has sent.
He's talking
That
about my
he
video.
has
He's
sent.
talking the video I did posted. You are not paying attention, man.
No,
Stay
he's
focused.
talking about Yaga Bruno's video. Yeah,
Yeah,
and
GIF.
the one that Yaga Bruno posted isn't a good example.
Yeah,
Okay, because we don't know what type of lens is being used there.
Exactly.
So why did you send that in the first place? You guys were
Well, you
claiming
don't
that there is
because
no.
lenses are important when making observations, aren't they?
Yeah, you don't see curvature in that one. You see the horizon warping.
Yeah, man. Okay, man.
Look.
Thanks a lot.
Well, hold on. I'm going to show you. I'm going to draw a line across the horizon and just prove it to you.
There's a guy, Jesse, the Path of Light. He has shared a picture in the chat. Also a YouTube video. Here you can see the curvature easily, and it's not panning around. Basically, it's not
Right.
Oh
So
no,
okay.
it's not
So
panning around.
what type
Interesting.
of what type of lens is used? Okay, it's a rectilinear lens. Okay, I bet you don't know how like rectilinear lenses. Yeah, so rectilinear lenses are supposed to keep lines straight, or keep lines as their true shape. Okay, but the horizon is not a line. The horizon is a circle around you. It's a circle. Okay, and that circle is being put onto a rectangular sensor on the rectilinear lens. It would be expected on a rectilinear lens to see a convex line as the horizon line. Doesn't mean that the Earth's curving.
Yeah, man. I appreciate it.
All right, man.
Yeah, thanks a lot, man.
All right, have a good day, and we'll catch you next time when you come back.
Did he already leave? Oh, shit.
Yeah, there's another guy, Jesse Path of Light. He has posted another picture in the chat, and he has said that the curvature only appears with altitude, and he has basically.
The
I guess
example I
this
wanted
is.
to. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so he's
Yeah,
asking
because when
how
you
does.
get higher, so when you get higher, you have a much greater field of view. Okay, as you get higher, the amount of distance that you can see left to right is a huge difference. Okay, the amount of miles that you can see from the left side of the frame to the right side of the frame. Okay, it's very different. As you go up higher, you can see more and more and more and more. You have a huge field of view compared to when you're on the ground. Okay, and due to the way that the rectilinear lens works, okay, it's going to take that field of view, which is a circle of vision, right? We see in a circle. I tried to explain that before. So it's not a straight line that you're looking at. Yeah, I don't know if you want to go now, but I've researched this, and I'm gonna read out some of the
Yeah, sure. I'm listening to you, man.
technical. I have to look it up because I read about it, but I have to look a bit more into it.
But I get the feeling like never mind that some of the time, whenever we give some of the
I like it when
logic
people
and
get
proof,
feelings. I start
yeah.
bursting into stuff.
So you people like come up with something else and just deny the fact.
You know, I did post you did talk about a big like. I did post a big like. And the observation, I did post this number. 2890 feet of missing curvature in that big lake. How do you explain that? So the telescope was 4.2 feet from water level, distance achieved almost 69 miles away.
Yeah.
2890 feet of missing curvature. You didn't pay attention to that.
Yeah, Earth is not a perfect sphere. That's the answer.
No, yeah, like 1 kilometer of missing curvature. Yeah, how do you explain that? You can't.
Problems with your
Reflection.
gravitational vectors, dude.
Light can bend basically.
Oh, light can bend
Reflection.
now?
Do you know what
But
reflection?
yeah, how about you show me what is behind the
Reflection.
ball or
I was in
a
the
mountain? Yeah, your refraction, you have to prove it, okay?
yeah.
Show me something that is behind something, okay? Don't come here with BS refraction. Because you are just running away.
Something.
You are just running away from proving the curve, and you are just saying excuses now.
Hey,
I'll
Bill,
share.
do you
I'll
have
share
someone? Do
something
you have
with
someone sending you messages? Do you have someone sending you messages in your
Let me see.
DMs?
In the Discord.
Not
Are you
Miguel.
asking me?
Bill. Yeah. Do you have someone sending you messages in your DM?
Let me see. Let me see. No, I don't. Let me see the friend request thing.
No. It's okay. I was just
Yeah, there's a
checking.
guy who he has sent. No,
What's
it's
Yeah.
a
What's his
friend.
name? What's his name?
It's a friend request 3 days ago. Zhawk.
Okay, don't worry about that. It's fine.
What's
Okay, look, I'm
But
just
there
gonna
is
play a
someone
clip.
in your
I
voice
have,
channel.
I have
I
to
won't
go. I
name
have
a
to go.
person.
Yep.
I won't name
Say
a
that.
person, but there is a guy in your voice channel, and he was inviting me to his VC. It's not now, but like 3 or 4 months ago.
Oh, that's fine. Don't worry about it. Okay,
Yeah.
look, I got to go, but I want to play something. It goes for 1 minute. Okay, this is a guy that's on your side. He hates flat Earth. Okay, and he's an
Yeah.
astrophysicist. Okay, and he's talking
Yeah.
about 129,000 feet height. This is what he says about the curvature.
And that dude who jumped out of a perfectly good balloon, what's his name? Felix Baumgartner. He would have been about 2 millimeters above the surface of this globe. That's his edge of space jump. Now, I don't. It's fine. He wants to. I don't have a problem if he does it, but the honesty of it would greatly diminish what I think people thought he was actually doing. And not only that, they made sure to photograph him standing there with a really wide-angle lens, which curves horizontal lines. So in the photo, you see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, "Wow, he's in space. Look at that." No, he's not. At that height, you don't see the curvature of the Earth if you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball. You just don't. That stuff is flat.
You know about this Jesse Pad of Light, his video. I did ask for the link. Watch it. What I did post it. A print screen at 3 minutes 45 seconds, and you see curvature almost from the ground. Are you kidding with me? With fisheye lens, man? What the hell is this? Jesse Pad of lights. Let's say like that.
Well,
This is
okay.
is this a show clown?
Hold on.
Yeah, no. Explain to me from this height. You see a fisheye lens going on. What is this shit?
Just hold on now. Stop calling me the names, because it's not my fault. It's yours.
I'm talking about the video. What is this shit? Proving
dude,
shit.
Hold on. So if you actually just give me a minute, will you, or won't you?
A minute
Okay.
for what? For what? For this bullshit right
Speak,
here?
man.
Yes.
Let him
Look.
speak.
Go on.
Just it won't even take 60 seconds. If you watch the video, Dwayne
John.
Kellum is demonstrating how fisheye lenses work and what they do, and he's showing video clips from his other balloon flights. But if you watch the video, he clearly says that for this video, he's using a rectilinear lens. He gives you the specs for it and everything. So just watch it in order, okay, without skipping around, and then you'll see that it all makes sense.
Yeah, it's showing, for example, like this.
I guess you don't want to believe that could be the reason. If you wanted to basically discover the truth, you would have watched the entire video about
No,
those lens
it's just a
rectangular
consequence
lens.
of the plane of the pictures having a curved surface in them. That just
Thanks,
means we
Jesse.
measure the
I'll hold you
curvature of
to
the
this.
Earth with tools.
And someone
It's not a matter
disconnecting
for
from the live.
belief. It's a matter for verification.
Hey, Bill, real quick. I know you were talking about like the U-2 spy plane earlier. But and we were saying they were talking about looking up that high. But if you think about the physics and actually assuming the Earth is a globe, then planes like the U-2 are, for what I use is actually the SR-71 Blackbird. It flies at like 2,300 miles an hour. Well, if the Earth is a curve to keep from flying out in space, it would be, I think it's like 2,000 feet per minute. It would have to adjust downwards to go over that slope. Not only does it not do it, but the physics are impossible. It would tear the plane apart doing that. It cannot go down that fast and follow the curvature of the Earth. So it's something. I mean, please research. Don't believe me. Research it. Look at it. But that's just globe math and physics and how that plane operates. It doesn't match up. It really doesn't.
So I could be mistaken. I guess you're saying that if it does not nose down, it would go into space. If I heard it right.
Correct, but considering the math that we're given on about the globe, about the Earth, about its oblate spherical shape, that any plane traveling over the plane would have to make an adjustment downwards. And planes like the SR-71 and U-2, they
Nah,
fly
man.
so high and fast, they would have to still adjust for that curvature. And not only do they
Hey,
not, the SR-71 would come apart midair if it tried to adjust to the curve.
I don't know if that's true,
okay, so
dude.
this is something very simple, and if
I was
you
beginning to wonder how
the,
long that was
the
going to last.
plane the plane flies the plane actually floats on air, so it is basically not. I'll share something in the chat, and it will answer your question.
Yeah, please.
Mic check.
Loud and clear.
Yeah, man.
I feel like we have to be careful. It's not about telling people what we know, but sharing what we can prove.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I don't have the ability to send pictures in the chat. I'll just share you the link of that thing. Let me share it in the chat. So that would basically answer your question. Let me copy the link.
What's the picture of?
Yeah, he's asking about why don't planes go into space if Earth is a sphere.
Okay.
Discord. I can't.
And the picture shows what?
You will see what the picture shows. Wait a second.
Oh, yeah, but I'm still going to ask you to explain it. Might as well do that.
Let me find it. Let me find the. I'm actually on mobile, and yes,
I
I'll
always got
share
to
it.
find it.
Wait.
It's not just the going off into space thing. It's also the physics of how the SR-71 works, and the physics of when you actually have to curve down like 2,000 feet per minute, what it does to that plane, because those are all measurements and math and physics and numbers were given by people, that by the scientists, by the aircraft people, by the globe earth. I'm using all the math that they're using, and it just doesn't add up. It doesn't work. The plane would come apart. So my question is, if what
saying
you're
this,
saying
my
doesn't
friend.
work,
Listen,
what is it?
I'm going to have to stop you there unless you can provide some documentary evidence to help back this up.
Yeah, it's not bad. I'm at work. I can't look it up, but I'm still not allowed to post in the
Okay,
chat for some reason. I've
you
been here
know,
for
I,
weeks, and I still don't have that ability. I'd love to. I don't mean to go off track and not be able to prove it. I get you. I get what you're saying. I understand.
a sniff test, even as someone from your perspective. They can
I've
get
shared
into a
something in
lot.
the chat. Down.
I'm sorry, am I interrupting someone?
There was a guy who was asking about the planes, and I have sent something in the chat. He can see it, and basically, yes, this one exactly. So the main concept is that the planes basically float on air. So where there is no atmosphere, they won't go. So the atmosphere also has a curvature, and that is the reason that you don't see planes flying in space.
Like you said, a concept. This is a concept, an illustration.
Okay,
It is
but
not a concept. It is
you do understand the simple concept of the aircraft having to rotate 360 degrees, no matter how it does it. Whatever the reasons are given within the gift that you provided, you understand that the rotation is still going to take place, right?
No, there should not be any rotation in
Well, there
if
shouldn't be
the
any rotation when the aircraft rotates 360 degrees around a sphere. For example, starting at the north, flying to the equator, rotating 90 degrees by the time it's got there, by the way, flying from the equator to the South Pole,
Yeah, I
changing its
mean they don't
orientation
have
from its
to
one direction and having
deliberately rotate
rotated
it.
180 degrees, and then back up to the equator 260 degrees and back to where it started. Is saying that it still wouldn't rotate around the sphere, even though that's what it's negotiating.
No, I'm saying about the deliberate rotation that you people are asking. Like
No, I'm not talking
an
about what we
aircraft. Let me
ask. I'm
answer.
talking about the consequence. You need to listen to what I'm saying. I'm talking about you understanding. That's why I jumped in. You obviously understand the consequence of the aircraft having to rotate anyway, regardless of the mechanism it does to do so.
Yeah, because the atmosphere is basically
Cool.
has a curvature. Simple as that.
Yeah, cool. So obviously it would still take place, right?
Yeah, but it would not be deliberate. It would just. It's just like how ships move on sea. The sea is also like they go. They don't have to basically. They don't fly in the air. They don't have to pitch down. So they just float. And if you see, airplanes also float on air. Ships float on water. Airplanes
Yeah,
float on air.
yeah, that's
Yeah, because they have
lovely.
to rotate.
Yeah, but it still rotates, and we're talking about the aircraft, or we could still be talking about a satellite. The only thing that we would require then in this instance is the measurement of that rotation by the device in the system that would measure it to prove that it is rotating around a sphere, right? If the aircraft is doing
I
this
don't
in
know. Like I
three-dimensional
don't know
space.
where are you taking this discussion to. I've told you a very simple fact, and you can check it yourself. That
Yeah, I know you've told us a
atmosphere.
very simple fact. I've
Yeah.
asked you to, if there's any way that we can show that's being measured in the aircraft, for example.
Let me see.
I was reading again. I can't fucking again. Whatever. I'm just not gonna say because I can't put sources.
Sorry, I couldn't understand you, D-Town.
Just saying, if you look at what the FAA says about the way a plane has to go in flight when, like, commercial, smaller planes are flying in the, lower atmosphere, they actually have a slight uptick in their nose degree of a few degrees, something like 3 something degrees, and that allows them to get that curvature of wind around the air around their wings. So again, my question is, if the plane is automatically curving downwards with the earth, how, if it's tilting its nose up the entire time, is that happening?
Because the plane is literally flowing on the in the air, and air is basically bending. The atmosphere is bending around the earth, so it
So
has
the
nothing
aircraft
to do with the shape of the earth. It has to do with the air particles beneath it. So if
so
those
the aircraft is changing its orientation. You just provided the mechanism as to how it's rotating around the sphere, right? The
Yeah,
curving
so if you
atmosphere.
search a little bit how airplanes fly, so it's
Yeah, yeah,
basically the pressure difference.
yeah. Good.
So it's
So
all about pressure difference.
is
So
that's lovely, thanks. Is there a device that measures this rotation in the aircraft?
let me see it. Let me see it.
Oh, you're going to go and figure it out. Oh, okay. I thought you knew.
No, I don't know. I won't claim anything that I don't know.
Sorry, it sounded like you were trying to educate us just a moment ago.
You are asking me about the instruments of an aircraft. I am not a pilot. Okay, so
No, you're not.
I don't know how
Exactly. We're
comes
just
you
trying to
how
explain the
come
very
you
simple concept to
expect
you.
somebody who's not a pilot to know exact instrument
Yeah,
name
we're
of
just
an
trying
airplane?
to reach an agreement, the very simple concept with you, which you have agreed to. Now we're asking for proof that that is actually taking place. Do you see how this works?
Then give me a proof that it is not taking
No,
place.
I'm not making a claim it's doing anything apart from, as you said earlier, maintaining some kind of reference to the surface of the Earth. Right, it's flying
It is
above the
just
surface of
automatic.
the Earth,
No? It is
maintaining its
automatic.
altitude by using its pitch and a ratio between its speed. Okay, cool, gotcha. But we understand if it's rotating around a sphere, that aircraft is going to display that rotation. We're asking if there's a device within the aircraft which measures this rotation, and if we could have access to this, please. Then we would have proof that this is what the aircraft is doing, wouldn't we?
It's called a gyroscope, and it says that it's not curving.
Okay, let's imagine you have a sphere in your hand and it has water around on it. Okay,
Yep.
just imagine we are not reaching the same agreement. For the sake of argument, you have a sphere and water like an ocean around it in your hand, and you imagine a very tiny ship on that sphere. So would the ship have to basically, the ship would be doing nothing, but it would be basically revolving around the earth and changing its orientation, it wouldn't it? So that's all automatic, and that's the same analogy that I'm using. Air is also a medium, and planes fly in earth. The planes float in earth just like ships float on water.
Okay. That's a lovely story. Can you show us proof?
You don't want to see any proof. That's the thing, man.
No,
You're
no,
just
no,
living in
no.
denial.
We listen to the story, and then what we do is when we listen to the story or examine the evidence, we ask for verification of that.
What verification do you need, man? You can go from east to west, west to
That's a
north,
freaking
north
circle, though,
to
dude.
okay, I have to go. I'll come back. I have to go
Mm,
somewhere. If I tell my boss that I was debating with flat earthers, he would
I
literally
don't
fire me
care,
off.
dude. You've just made yourself look really stupid. You can go and tell your boss what
Yeah,
you want.
because if I tell my boss that I was debating with these
Sorry.
people, he
What
would be saying,
is
"Why are you
east
wasting
and
your
I
time?"
want
west?
to be lost.
What is east and west? Define it to me.
You can Google it yourself.
No, you brought it up, so you define it.
Okay, let's do a deal. I'll come after 5 hours after my work, and then we'll discuss it.
Yeah, just run
Why did you
away.
bring your
What is
boss
east
in
and
here?
west? Define it very
Okay,
quickly.
so
Yeah, can you bring your boss in here after
Cont
you
has.
leave? Have your boss come in. We'd like to talk to him too.
Yeah, sure. I will ask my boss
What's
to
east
speak
and
with you,
west?
but he won't. So
Define it.
that's the thing.
Define east
JD,
and west.
there
And
was a guy. JD, he left. Did I say that he was running away? No, everyone has
no, I don't
commitments
care.
in their
What
life.
are
So
east
I
and
don't
west? In actual fact, you
think
can tell me
so.
what north is at the same time.
This is basically a dishonesty that you people are
No, I'm asking you
representing.
what east and
Just
west is.
asking
There's
you.
nothing dishonest about it.
Yes, east and
The
west.
audience thinks you don't know what east and west are, my friend, and you keep claiming as if you do know it.
Okay,
What is
so
it?
east and west basically are directions. Okay, so
What
it is
type of
basically
direction?
cardinal directions. So what does?
Cardinal.
Yeah,
Are east and west
I just
absolute
googled it.
directions?
East and west are not absolute directions according to
Okay.
me.
Is north an absolute direction, for example?
If you see the magnetic fields, yes, we have
No, not
given
magnetic
South
fields.
Pole
I'm
and
talking
North
about
Pole,
within
but
the
no,
cardinal
given
directions. I'm asking you if north is an absolute direction.
no, it's not an absolute direction. It
Yes, it
changes.
fucking is. It's a
Yeah.
point on
If
the
you
earth
head
that you
north
can
or
go
south
to.
on the
I am
map,
at the
you'll.
North Pole, for example, an actual place on the earth, the North Pole, right?
Will
East and
absolutely
west,
be there.
east and west are circles around that pole, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
Okay, cool. How it is quite possible to travel in circles, for example, on a very, very flat piece of paper. Circles will be defined as closed, flat, two-dimensional shapes, right? Equidistance from a radius. That center point of radius, we'll call that, for ease of conversation, the fucking pole. Depending on which way we travel, keeping north at 90 degrees to either east or west, we can travel in that east or westerly direction, understanding that that's a circle around a pole. You seem to think that this is impossible on a flat surface somehow, sir. My question is why?
Because there have been ships that have revolved around Antarctica.
So there are,
It's not
so there are
impossible.
ships that have gone around a pole.
Yes, and it is only
Okay, and a
possible on
pole
space.
being the southern one, and them going east or west around this southern pole. South being an absolute direction, and east or west being the direction of travel around that center point of radius. Right? Which is
Yeah.
very easy on a flat piece of paper or surface, sir. Right?
No, man. It is
No, you
easy,
can't draw
obviously.
circles with compasses. No, the things with needles that you separate from a pencil and draw a perfect circle. And we can then say that where the needle points, we can call this the absolute direction of north. We can put a magnet on it, get another compass out, orientate the needle over the top of the end so the needle's facing north. And notice the east and west are 90 degrees from that pole. If we want to maintain that 90 degrees orientation, we're going to end up where we started. 360 degrees of rotation around that pole is a flipping circle, isn't it, sir?
Radio.
How do you fly in circles in a plane? Just tell me.
How do you fly in
Do you have to?
circles in a plane? Well, I reckon I'm going to
Yeah.
fly east. And then I'm
Okay,
going to go
so
from one bearing location and change my direction to another bearing location, as always, as an easterly direction.
okay, you were just saying I just share I'll share what your GIF that your mate had shared with me. It looks like a pizza shaped Earth, and it is possible on that to fly in circles and basically say that this is why we are able to fly in east and west and come around the same point.
Yes,
But that's not possible in real life, man. If that is possible, then tell me why don't planes turn in circles when we have to go from
I
Asia
know what
to
east and
Europe?
west are. Is east and west a place? No. Is north and south a place? Yes. Is east and west directions? Yes. Is north and south directions? Also yes.
Basically, whenever you're navigating, bro, everybody uses everything. Computers and people have always used north as the point to find out that they're going west. I mean, you don't look for a while. You check again if you're off of your, if you look north and you're off west boundary, which you are, you have to adjust back to true west based on the North Pole. So everybody's using the North Pole as the navigation point and adjusting if they're off of their measurements based on the North Pole. So you can try, it works on both a globe earth and a flat earth, that you have to adjust based on the North Pole. He's not saying it can't work on a globe, it can. It's just it also works on a flat earth.
There's a big farmer field near me, okay, and a massive old tree in the middle of the field. I can call that place north, an absolute fixed point of reference. And if I go east and west around that tree, I'm heading east and west around that tree.
Also, when you point in directions, primarily you're
Without Jedi.
you don't point through your feet, do you?
I think you were trying to make a point about a compass, Jedi, but you cut out. Can you restate what you said?
Yeah, when we are making these references to north, south, east, and west, or our direction of travel, we point towards the horizon because north, south, east, and west are azimuthal, horizontal bearing angles. Right? It's like you're standing in the middle of the compass, right? And you can point north or east or west or south. And when you do so, you're pointing horizontally across the surface of the earth. And you will maintain doing so every time you make that observation and measurement. It's because it's what they are: horizontal bearing angles, angles of azimuth.
And that's also why there's the term dead reckoning, which means you just point in a easterly westerly direction and you never readjust for north. You just head in that direction, and you don't find any extra navigation to north, which you have to do if you want to get where you're going.
Yes, you open your mic.
It's wide open, brother.
Yeah. So about your video, I need to ask you a question.
Go for
So
it.
from 16 feet, you can see the curvature of your ball earth, right?
16,000, you mean?
16,000 feet. The print screen I did post it from your video.
By the way, that's Dwayne Kellum's video. He's a flat earther.
This one, the one that I did post it. Let me see. This one, okay. This one, you did post that one when the Bill was talking.
Okay, yes. Dwayne Kellum's high altitude balloon 15 flight. He did like over 24 of them, I think.
So you claim that, let's forget the first part, but from the second print screen I did took there.
Say that again?
At 30 minutes, I did post the prints again. I'm going to post again. So this is at 30 minutes, and it's it will be the same until the end. So it's this one I'm talking about. So it says altitude 16, almost 16,000 feet and half. You can see the horizon is not horizontal, right? So I don't get the point, posting this video as proof of curvature.
Well, it shows that his rectilinear lens on his camera showed the horizon as increasingly curved the higher it went, and showed that it was less curved at lower elevations and more curved at higher elevations, showing that it has something to do with elevation. It wasn't just the lens curving a straight line. It was the same camera, the same lens, the same flight, just different altitudes, the same day too. So for some reason,
I see the date there.
For some reason, the horizon line was filmed as curved, and the higher the balloon went, the more curved it appeared in the film.
Yeah, so this is I can give you 17,000 feet.
Oh, hold on, I got a phone call.
Okay. Run away.
All right, I'm back.
Okay, so we have Neil deGrasse Tyson he's saying that from that height of the Felix Baumgarten, 128,000 feet, you cannot see curvature. But now you are claiming that let's say 17,000 feet you can see curvature, right?
The who?
Do I have to repeat it?
Well, last I seen, some guy on doing a comedy show is not a measurement. So I don't care what anybody says. I know for a point of fact that the horizon was recorded on that camera sensor along a curved path of pixels. That I know for a fact. I don't care. It doesn't matter who says what. The facts are the facts, and that is the facts. Okay?
Yeah, there's a problem with camera lens. So this is 17,000 feet. and you can see curvature there at the horizon. The video I did was from the U2 airplane, 70,000 feet. I don't see curve, so we have a problem here. I have seen in the news, they were recording at the beach, and sometimes I see the horizon curve, and sometimes I don't see it. So it depends of the lenses they are using, right? In the cameras.
Well, so we don't want to befall the false dichotomy fallacy. There are other things that can make a straight line appear curved, and that is the fisheye camera lens. So yeah, a lot like the little piggy balloon and stuff did have a fisheye lens. So, and those can make it appear curved either way. And if you pause the video when the horizon line is below eye level or below center of frame, then it's curved one way, and if you pause it when it's above center of frame, then it's curved the other way. The trick is to pause it when it's right in the center of frame, and then you get a better idea of which way or if the horizon is actually straight. But in this case, he was using a rectilinear lens that showed the same gentle curve in the same direction and in the same amount, regardless of whether the horizon was above or below the center of frame in all stable flight.
Yeah, and I did say to you in the news, they were not using fisheye lens, okay? But there are some cameras, depends of the lens. Yeah, sometimes you see, even from the beach, you see the curved horizon a little bit.
Yeah, where can I read about the lens performance against different temperature and pressure variations?
I don't know. You'd probably have to contact the manufacturer. Yeah. Are you thinking that maybe, well, what are you thinking? Because it's like when the balloons pop, sometimes the camera goes upside down, and the curve remains the same. So it's not like somehow the lens warped to make a straight line appear curved, because then when the camera, if that was the case, then when the camera turned upside down, then the curve would also turn upside down.
It's not necessarily true. And also, yeah, I mean, it's absolutely important to get the specs for its temperature and pressure handling. It's obvious that optical instruments suffer degradation when they're subject to extreme changes of temperature and pressure, including ring laser gyros, by the way, that are sealed.
So you think there's, because I have a vacuum chambers and refrigeration units, I could test a GoPro. So do you think there's something I could do to a GoPro that would make it film a straight line as curved by changing the temperature and pressure?
Yoda, are you there?
Yeah, take your GoPro and take a picture, then freeze it in your deep freezer, and then take a picture just out of curiosity. Same scene, same setup.
Do you honestly believe that would make a straight line appear curved?
I think it'd distort. I think if you did the compression side to side on the image that you take first and compare it to the image you take second, you're going to see a difference.
You know, suddenly I did remember when I was at school. You know, my friend, used to do this illusion. You know, with a pen. You know, just moving up and down, and it was appearing warping. So yeah, those cameras in the up there going up and down, yeah, you can see some optical illusion going on just by the movement going on. We have a new guy, El Reno, Rodolfo. He's not here. He's just in the side chat. even that, Jesse Paddleflight did post that print screen of that text, and he talks about algorithm. I mean, come on, you can program anything with that in that algorithm. That doesn't prove the reality we are living in. Interesting. In this print screen, it talks about the z-axis, so it's vertical, and the orientation of the horizontal x. It's it's inertial stabilized. So yeah, so the airplane is flying over a plain ground. Let's say a level plane.
Since nobody's still talking, I just thought I'd share with y'all a positive thing on a way you can make somebody's day a shitload better with something super, super simple. So the next time you go to like a family's house or a friend's house, go into their kitchen and check their microwave. If it is still making the sounds, show them how to mute it. Most people don't even know you can. Most people hate the sounds that are coming out of their microwave. They're annoying as shit. Once you mute it for them, for most people, it is a life-changing, positive experience. So, mute a microwave today.
Are you talking to me?
Since it's quiet, and I'm proud of some of the research that I've been able to dig up, I'm going to start reading some of this, kill some time, fill some dead airwaves. So first I'll be posting in the side chat too to follow along. I've got a link here. National Security Archive Electronic Briefing Book number 509 by James David. This is posted to George Washington University. It's a website dedicated to tracking NASA's secret relationships with U.S. defense and intelligence agencies. How about that? Might be interesting, right? Here, take a look at this. There are about 51 or 52 PDF files. It actually serves as a great foundation, a great start, not the end, but the beginning of a big research effort that you or anybody else can undertake to look at all this stuff. So I'll just go through it real quick so you hear what this covers.
Hey, real quick before you start, I'm making notes so I can look it up later. What's the name of it again, bro?
Yep, the National Security Archive, George
National Security
Washington.
Archive.
Yep, George Washington University. The title of the page: NASA's Secret Relationships.
Awesome, thanks, man.
Yep. So let me just read some excerpts from this. It's fascinating. Furnishing cover stories for covert operations, monitoring Soviet missile tests, and
No, man,
supplying
no,
weather data to the
I'm trying
U.S.
to type a note
military.
down and I suck at typing.
Yeah. Let me get through this. All right.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm sorry. I didn't realize that was me.
Yeah, furnishing cover stories for covert ops, monitoring Soviet missiles, and supplying weather data to the U.S. military have been part of the secret side of NASA since it was incepted in 1958, according to declassified documents posted for the first time today. James David, a curator in NASA's Division of Space History, hold on a sec, obtained the documents in the course of researching his critically praised book, Spies and Shuttles, NASA's Secret Relationship with DoD and CIA. David has compiled, edited, and introduced more than 50 of these records for today's postings. Even though Congress' intention in forming NASA was to establish a purely civilian space agency A combination of circumstances led the agency to commingle its activities with black programs operated by the U.S. military and intelligence community. This often tight cooperation did not, however, keep disputes from bubbling over on issues such as cost sharing. Oh, yeah. Access to classified. Encryption of data intended originally for civilian use, and delays to military satellite launches. Over the years, classified restrictions have kept most of the story out of the public eye, but here is some of them published today. So, yep, this covers a ton. NASA as a consumer and producer of intelligence. NASA as an assistant for the CIA to analyze foreign military capabilities. NASA participating in cover stories. That is to say, paint a NASA logo on a missile or an airplane like the U-2. Call it high altitude research, and you can test your weapons all day long. Nobody cares. Nobody bats an eye. NASA using the moon missions here to acquire classified technologies and develop. Public restrictions over the years that have amped up regarding the use of public satellite infrastructure. And NASA using and allowing for use satellites for classified research purposes, and the space shuttle itself, which was a classified research program. And its specs are still classified. Yeah, fascinating. That was one link out of like 200 that I posted recently. I might be slightly exaggerating there. I thought that was fascinating. All right, I got some more. I'm going to post another one I found by Richard Zink. Title is Design of a GPS-aided guidance navigation and control system for trajectory control of an air vehicle. This is by the Defense Technical Information Center, 1994. Quote, relevant quote, the design, implementation, and dynamic simulation of a precise tracking trajectory controller for an unmanned area vehicle is presented. This design provides a natural conversion of commands and other measured outputs, such as GPS signals, from an inertial reference frame to a body fixed reference frame, a flat tangent plane, simplifying the nonlinear dynamics to provide a robust, highly accurate tracking controller. Hey, yeah, just another example of technology where the globe is not used. Optional, if not detrimental. All right, got some more here. I'll keep posting these. This is by Yun Shen. Title is Modeling and Simulation of UAV Static Soaring Based on Multi-Hole Probe. The ground frame is an inertial coordinate frame. The curvature of the Earth is ignored, called the flat Earth, which simplifies the kinematics and aerodynamic equations required to compute a high-precision optimal flight trajectory. Yeah, this article is about using a UAV that is also a glider to catch thermal currents. And they had to get rid of the globe because it wasn't accurate enough for catching thermal currents. Totally serious. You can go check out that paper. Oh, what else can we do here? Tiago Oliveira, low-cost INS GPS data fusion with extended common filter for airborne applications, University of Lisbon. Quote, the current performance achieved by low-cost IMUs is still relatively poor due to the large inertial sensor errors. However, significant performance improvements can be made using a tightly coupled integration where the extended common filter projects the GPS data into a linearized local navigation frame. That's a flat frame. Developing a robust navigation system that can deal with large sensor errors. It's an interesting one. Post that here too.
The University of Lisbon in English.
Yeah.
Lisbon. We
Oh,
say
about that.
Lisboa. So the guy is Portuguese, Tiago Oliveira.
Yeah. This is by M. Eklund and E. Jansen. The motion model of the extended Kalman filter makes use of small angle approximations, a local tangent plane / flat Earth. For implementation on embedded systems, the extended Kalman filter using the small angle approximation is recommended for its ease of use and low computational cost. It's probably not as strong, but it's still there. It's still same point. Let's see. Precise positioning is a prereq for airborne high-quality magnetic data surveying. The solution requires or relies on a camera and GNSS IMU mounted on the UAV. Evaluation results show that it achieves centimeter-level positioning accuracy for a single axis by utilizing local coordinate projections. That's a flat Earth in its sensor fusion module. Yep, here's another one posted. Another one. Now, better net measurements can be made with equipment such as EDM, GPS, and photogrammetric mapping. The systematic error corrections for the grid scale factor are required to preserve the accuracy of modern measurements. So, a local coordinate system, a tangent plane, treats a portion of the Earth's surface as if it was flat and allows spatial data users to preserve the accuracy of modern measurements. Earl Burkholder, designing a local coordinate system. There's the link. Thomas Meyer, position errors caused by GPS blunders. 2005. In practice, a total station. Oh, we know what those are, right? Those are very expensive tripods for surveying with computers built in and GPS. It says in practice, a total station makes a flat Earth assumption so that the vertical components of measurements can be removed with simple trigonometry. This practice essentially projects the measurements into the horizontal plane defined by the local gravitational normal vector, preventing major horizontal errors in GPS point derivation. I thought GPS improved accuracy by putting us on a globe. Not according to this.
Yeah, it should be called ground positioning system, not global.
I know. It's always been called global, though. If you go into the original design documents, it's true. It was always global. It's like flat Earth lore to say it used to be ground.
No,
That's
I
not
don't say
true.
it used to be. I'm just saying it might as well be. It should be. Like that's what it is versus global. I'm not saying that it was.
Tully Foot, coordinate frames for mobile platforms. Map, local E and U coordinate. This keeps the XY plane relatively parallel to the ground surface, thus the Z-axis points upwards. All map information should be provided in this frame. That's a flat Earth frame. Since most planning calculations are done in this frame, which is required to accurately isolate and correct sensor drift over time. Yeah, you need the plane to correct for errors. Can't use the globe to correct for errors. The most intuitive forms of representation would be the representation of the situation in local, topocentric 3D Cartesian east, north, up coordinates. Only the metric 3D Cartesian system, which represents the real positional relations between the objects, allows reality true compensations. M-way, coordinate frames, transformation, and GNSS ray tracing for autonomous driving in urban areas. Here's another one. I'm posting that. Tired of winning yet? I'm like 1/4 of the way through of just this section. I've got another section to look at. I'll bore you to tears. In order to navigate the integration of GNSS and INS data is typically resolved in the local tangent plane. This significantly simplifies the integration algorithms and provides high accuracy pedestrian tracking by eliminating the complex global coordinate transport rates. That's when you pretend to be rotating around a globe as you go, as you walk or fly. That's what they're eliminating. Don't need it. Here's one of my favorites, and I post it all the time. I'll post this right up next. And I'll speak on it a little bit more. This is by Peyton Allen, the incorporation of a differential global positioning system in the control of a UAV. U.S. Naval Postgraduate School, 1997. Peyton Allen's thesis tackles the absolute core problem of early autonomous flight. GPS natively outputs coordinates relative to the center of the globe. However, an aircraft's internal sensors, the INS, which measures pitch, roll, and yaw, operate strictly relative to the flat local horizon. Peyton Allen's work compares attempting to navigate using raw global coordinates versus mathematically converting that satellite data into a local tangent plane, which is a flat Earth model pinned to a runway. Quote, the purpose of this thesis is to incorporate the global positioning system and inertial navigation system for the guidance of an unmanned aerial vehicle seeking precise navigation in a local tangent plane. By applying the GPS technique, differential positioning technique, position data becomes more accurate. That's when you use ground towers to enrich your satellite data, by the way, called RTK, real-time kinematics. Anyway, continues. This position can then be referenced to a known location on the ground in order to give the aircraft's position in the local tangent plane. So to understand why this is a huge gaping discrepancy, you got to think about how the drone's brain flies an aircraft. So to keep an airplane in the air, the drone's brain, the autopilot, has to run a fast polling rate, high-speed loops of commands to constantly track and assess wind resistance, velocity, and trajectory changes of wind, air pressure, temperature, and it's doing this rapidly. And if the drone attempts to run these calculations using spherical coordinates provided by satellites alone, the computer has to execute this crazy nonlinear spherical trig for every single tiny adjustment. And it actually produces discrepancies. First, there's going to be some floating point error calculations just because they're using spherical math on a CPU. Basically, you're going to get a bunch of rounding and errors from trying to calculate linear flight paths off a curved topology, topographical surface. It's a mathematical surface too. You're also going to get a mismatch of data. So the drone's internal gyroscopes, which is the IMU or INS, they don't measure curvature. They don't measure rotation. They feel only physical flat acceleration of aircraft and flat vector changes. You can't mathematically fuse this flat sensor data, this azimuths and elevation angles, with spherical GPS without tearing everything apart. Everyone knows this, which is part of the problem here. So if you scale the consequence of this discrepancy up, let's say you take a UAV on a 5-mile flight to approach a runway, and it's attempting to guide itself in, land itself on the runway, and it's using pure spherical geodetic mapping. There's a scale factor distortion, which is like what I talked about earlier, like with the UTM map, 400 part per million, which compounds error along with the latency of the spherical math and all the polling that's being done by the systems. The aircraft's altitude calculations will end up diverging from the physical ground with each iteration of calculation. At 100 miles per hour, a map distortion of a few feet vertically or horizontally means the landing gear is going to miss the tarmac and the drone is going to plow into the dirt. So it's very important these things are going to get highly precise so that it can land. The whole point of a drone that can land and take off again is to reuse the asset. So Peyton Allen's thesis is a mathematical proof that in order to achieve precise autonomous flight, the spherical model has to be discarded by the flight computer at some point. The differential GPS system then provides the raw location and reckoning data. But the absolute first step is to just take that information and throw it into a local tangent plane, flatten the Earth mathematically around a single reference point being the drone. And that spherical distortion goes away. The INS and GPS can then speak the same flat Earth language as the rest of the world, and the UAV hits the center line of the runway perfectly. Let me post that.
And does that also have something to do with the way the latitudes and longitudes work on a spherical map versus a flat Earth map, where they're smaller at the North Pole and get larger and just continually get larger on the flat Earth map versus they go on a spherical map, they start small at North Pole, get wider as you go to the equator, and then go back narrow again as you go down south? Does that have to do something with that? Because I remember that ship pilots had problems with their reckoning because they weren't where they thought they were supposed to be and stuff like that. Does that have something to do with that?
Oh, it does, and let me explain something to you and the rest of the audience. Someone who knows this stuff really well. All right, latitude and longitude is spherical, always and forever. It's not a flat Earth coordinate system. Longitude, even on a flat Earth map, is tapering towards a common meeting point in the south. It's not displayed that way on paper. It's not drawn that way. It looks like a bicycle wheel that's been laid down, and the center of the bicycle wheel having spokes going out to an outer ring. That's not the flat Earth. What they're depicting is latitude and longitude using a flat projection, where the second point of origin, the first being the North Pole, the second point of origin in the south, instead of being a point to which all the lines of longitude converge, is displayed as a ring going around the out perimeter of the map. Now, here's the issue. The longitude is on the map, actually on the map converging to a point. So if you go to 89 degrees north latitude, let's say you were just 69 miles, 60 nautical miles from the geographic North Pole, wherever that is. Hypothetically, let's say that you could go there. All right. And you trace a circle. Let's say you follow 89 degrees east and you go in a gigantic circle around the North Pole. You will travel about 430 miles, hypothetically, okay, on this map. Referencing the flat Earth map, I'll call it the Gleason's map, whatever. If you look at 89 degrees south, that's almost as far as you can go to the outer edge of that circular map. If you're to go to 89 degrees south latitude and follow east, you're also going to go 430 miles. But it looks like it's going to be 60,000 miles. But if you use that map properly, that map has a scale. Yes, the flat pizza frisbee Earth map has a scale, and that scale is not uniform. It's variable. It's a sliding scale. Distances east and west get distorted on the map relative to the projection as you move further out, because this is a globe that's being projected. It's not a flat Earth map. So it doesn't do any good if you continuously if people like flat earthers out there trying to work on models, they're taking latitude and longitude maps and they're always trying to flatten them out to see if they can get it to work. And it's never going to work because it's a topological mismatch. You're taking two different surfaces that don't have the same geometry. One's Euclidean, one's non-Euclidean. So with the curving surface, you're going to get a bunch of like imaginary numbers, irrational numbers, and you're going to end up with non-terminating numbers and negative square roots and crap like that, trying to work with it. Reality here doesn't work that way. So that's why it's incoherent trying to project a flat surface onto a curve or vice versa and not expecting distortions. So yeah, that Gleason's map is a globe.
That's really good info. I appreciate that. I've not heard that before, so that's awesome.
Yeah, there are a lot of flat earthers who haven't realized this yet. It hasn't clicked. They're still trying to shoehorn this. But what we need a map that doesn't use latitude, longitude. Why do I say that? Because latitude, longitude is a system of navigation that originated out of the sky, and not just out of the sky as you experience it, but out of interpreting the sky a very specific and certain way, interpreting the motions of the stars as if they are inside a celestial sphere, rotating around the observer. So if you were to try and map 69 miles per degree of rotation in the sky, which for a glober is going to be a great circle route. You're going to run, you'll be able to understand the topological issue after you get past 180 degrees, right? Where are you going to go? You start on one side of the Earth where Polaris is on the horizon. And let's say that you travel underneath Polaris, it rises up and then it sets on the other side, the other horizon. You've just traveled 180 degrees. What happens if you go another degree? Where are you going? What happens when you go 359 degrees? What happens when you go 360 degrees? See what I'm saying? The degree system is intrinsically linked to spherical geometry here.
Okay, so basically you're saying like on the globe, it starts small, it goes down to big, and then goes small again. All the flat Earth have been doing with those same things is just placing it on top. So basically you go from the North Pole to the equator and nowhere else. Because there's a projection,
Yeah, that's right. That's what you're stuck with. Yeah.
Good to know. Good to know. That's awesome. Oh, yeah.
Right. So where is the South Pole and what is it, right? What is this on a flat Earth? I don't freaking know. Could there be multiple South Poles? Could the South Pole be a place you never reach? You always walk towards it, and let's say it stops rotating in your field of view at some point, and you end up walking for thousands and thousands, thousands and thousands of miles, and the South Pole isn't rotating anymore. Or what if it rotates faster than you expected? You cover a lot less ground than you thought you needed to, and it's a lot smaller. Or what if you keep walking and something anomalous happens in the sky and there's like another point of rotation, a third pole? Like nobody freaking knows. Or what if the Earth is flat and the sky actually does have two points of rotation on it? That's fine. I'm fine with that too. I have no issue with that. What I have an issue with is knowing that people are using the globe and have not actually tested the 69 to 1 rule to independently verify that that happens consistently everywhere on Earth. Because if it did without mitigation, and by mitigation I mean some kind of like ad hoc corrections, then if you were to go in any direction and watch a rotation happen where 69 miles are traveled per 1 degree, you're expressing a spherical, a curving surface. Necessarily? Probably not. I mean, I can come up with exotic counter examples, but I don't feel I need to. You know, because Globy's got it. They got their explanations. They're superficial, whatever. You know, they don't feel like they need to go rigorously test anything because they feel that somebody else may have done it. And they're happy. They'll go about their day, but it's not enough for us. The fact that we measure the Earth flat means we've debunked latitude and longitude as being precise and exact calculations of distances between things. Right? The only way people think they know the distance between New York and Paris is because they calculate each of the local coordinates separated by a map distance between them. They're calculating the map distance between coordinate A and coordinate B. They haven't actually measured it. And furthermore, they not only know the distance, but they don't know what the orientation actually is.
You know about the drones they use on Ukraine.
Yeah,
they don't rely on GPS. So let me see. They are using these two systems. Let's see, just a second. So they use the Oscar and the Eagle Eyes. So it's two different systems. So they rely. So the drone on board has preloaded maps, or even from photos they took, you know, and then they did stitch together, you know. It's different system from GPS. Those two options there.
Why everybody is mute?
we were just talking like you literally came in to the middle of the conversation.
Oh, I'm sorry if I interrupt you guys.
And everybody mute it so we don't pause the conversation with all our noise and shit.
All right, I got some more choice quotes here. Let's see. The Federal Highway Construction Crisis by Michael Dennis, from Transferring Highway Construction to Local Coordinate Systems. Report by the Transportation Research Board of the National Academies 2012. The Transportation Research Board, funded by the federal government, commissioned this report to explicitly address the crisis occurring when departments of transportation tried to use the spherical geodetic GPS grid to design and build state highways. The report compares the mathematically distorted grid distances of a spherical Earth model against the true physical ground distances required by construction crews to actually lay asphalt and connect bridge girders. Quote, map projection systems such as the State Plane Coordinate System and UTM, Universal Transverse Mercator, inherently distort horizontal distances. As a consequence, grid distances will not match distances measured on the ground. Such discrepancies can lead to significant problems in construction layout if not properly addressed. The most effective method for minimizing these discrepancies is the development of low distortion projections. There's that phrase again, that are scaled to the topographic surface. An LDP is a map projection designed to minimize linear distortion such that the projection surface is brought close to the topographic surface of the Earth, which in this case is being treated as flat. This is a huge discrepancy because it shows that the globe is considered a literal construction hazard by the National Academies of Sciences and Engineering. If a state department of transportation attempts to use the government's official spherical coordinate system, like UTM, to build a highway, this report confirms that the blueprints will not match distances on the ground. The globe mathematically stretches or shrinks the highway, and so severely that the concrete, steel, and asphalt physically will not fit together when the construction crews arrive. All right. To prevent these significant problems in construction layout, the federal government explicitly funded a 130-page textbook that teaches DOT engineers how to throw the globe away. The officially mandated solution is to create an LDP, a local flat tangent plane that completely bypasses the curvature of the Earth. By using an LDP, the engineers force the math to become the physical reality of a flat Earth, which allows a tape measure and a blueprint to achieve a true one-to-one match. When you want to build physical infrastructure across America, the highest engineering authorities in the nation dictate you have to flatten the Earth. Here we go, post that.
A couple of days ago, somebody was talking about that very thing, and this dude came on. He's like, they only use the flat Earth map because it works better than the globe now. And I was like, oh, wow, yeah, I think that needs to be pretty precise for doing those things like construction, but I'm pretty sure.
And be like, I don't trust the globe either. I agree. I don't trust the globe either.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure math isn't like better one way or another. I'm pretty sure one's correct and one's not. That's how math works.
Here's another one, the CERN facility. Yeah, this is a fun one because it's that creepy, demonic facility in Switzerland, the particle accelerator. Okay, the CERN 3D Euclidean Flat Earth. This is by M. Jones and al. Geodetic parametrization of the CNGS project, European Organization for Nuclear Research, 2003. The physicists at CERN had to align the underground magnets of the accelerator complex with absolute microscopic precision. They compared the standard geographic geodetic globe coordinates like WGS 84 and the Italian Gauss-Boaga frame against the mathematical reality of what the particle beam actually required. To make the machine work, they discarded the geodetic sphere and locked the entire 27-kilometer facility into a custom, flat Cartesian plane. Quote, the reference frame used at CERN to describe the position and orientation of all the geodetically aligned elements of all accelerators is a 3D Euclidean reference frame referred to as the CERN coordinate system. The CERN coordinate system, or CCS, is a modified local astronomical system The principal point is the pillar P0 at the center of the PS. The z-axis of this system is by definition coincident with the gravity vector at P0. A horizontal geodetic datum was established with the topocentric set of datum parameters. The principal point was once again chosen to be the geodetic pillar P0, and the ellipsoid normal is coincident with the z-axis of the CCS. Note, this is further corroborated by CERN presentations on the layout. Each projection, it says, distorts reality and may introduce scale factor. The plane in which the trajectory is computed is considered tangent to the ellipsoid, end quote. So this is a fatal blow to the globe because in order to understand this, you have to look at what the 3D Euclidean reference frame means. So Euclidean geometry, which we were talking about before, just briefly, is a strict mathematical set of principles defining a flat space. It is the geometry of flat Earth, geometry of reality, where parallel lines never intersect, angles of triangles add to 180. The surface of the globe, by comparison, is non-Euclidean. It's called actually Riemannian geometry. So the Large Hadron Collider has a ring that's about 5.3 miles wide. It's about 8.6 kilometers. So according to the math of the globe, the curvature of the Earth is dropping by almost 19 feet. That's 5.8 meters over that distance from one side of the Large Hadron Collider ring to the other. If the CERN engineers attempted to map the position of those electromagnets using spherical coordinates, the geometric scale factors and curvature reductions would literally warp the mathematical shape of this ring that they were building. A circle mapped on a sphere has a different mathematical circumference than a circle mapped on a flat plane, right? Because the radius of the circle can't curve. A radii at all do not curve. You'd have the difference between a chord distance and an arc length, if that were the case. At 99.9999% the speed of light, you can't have a scale factor difference between the math and the physical vacuum tube. So if the math says the magnet is 2 millimeters to the left because of some geodetic curvature reduction, the particle beam would blow a hole in the side of the machine. So the physicists, they smashed the globe. They threw it in the trash. They established pillar P0 as the absolute center of their CERN universe for the entire building site. That is to say, there was no reciprocal zenith angle differential that was necessary because all verticals were perpendicular to a horizontal, flat, and orthogonal. There was no common vertical center like in the center of Earth. The verticals were parallel to each other and normal to the surface. That's right. For CERN that they built the entire site off of a checkerboard, not a curving swath of a globe. And they had to do it this way. So here we go. I'm going to post that too in the side chat.
Yeah, that's kind of like microscopic necessity right there.
Tired of winning yet?
I mean, this is all new stuff to me, man. So I'm loving it. This is good shit.
Yeah, we do original research here. Most flat earthers and flat earth community people out there, like TikTok, X, Facebook, and so on, even YouTube, like they stole our content for the past 10 years. Make videos, and it's like it's okay. It's okay. I don't care who steals. I just want this info out. All right, where else can I go with this? I've got a bunch of these. I'm gonna pick out maybe one more or two to read. Let's see. Oh yeah, Autodesk. This is kind of funny. You know, like the people make AutoCAD. Autodesk. It's a guy named Ken Martinez. He wrote in this article called Beyond State Plane, a look at custom ground coordinate systems. Autodesk University published to their site. Autodesk, the creator of AutoCAD, the undisputed industry standard for civil engineering software and architecture, hosted this presentation
addressing what happens when users try to design real-world projects on the default globe. Quote, the dilemma with coordinate systems in AutoCAD. All the out-of-the-box coordinate systems are in the globe grid. Globe grid distances do not equal true ground distances. Survey plots and legal descriptions cannot be in the grid here, or can they? Engineering and construction plans cannot be in grid, or can they? The grid versus ground dilemma, a possible resolution? Can we create a custom ground coordinate system defined with a combined scale factor for distances that are true? We can. It satisfies the needs of everyone, surveying, engineering, construction, and GIS. The leading engineering software ecosystem in the world admits that grid distances do not equal ground distance. That's right, the globe grid does not equal the ground. This presentation bluntly asks if engineering and construction plans can be done on a geodetic grid, and it concludes the only way to get to true distances is create a flat Earth custom ground plane, forcing people to choose between their love of the globe and a flat Earth. All right. How about Jesse Kozlowski, the main surveyor? He wrote this paper in 2006. You know, he hates us, right? He's a surveyor. People on the other side of this argument, they like to bring up his reciprocal zenith angle demonstrations. But he wrote this paper. I happened to stumble upon it, called GPS and EDM Measurements. Why don't they match? This is 2006, so probably well before the flat Earth thing was in his mind or anyone else's. All right. An incredibly practical hands-on demonstration shows what happens when a surveyor measures the physical distance with an electronic distance measuring device, a laser that measures a true planar distance, versus inversing the coordinates given by the spherical globe via GPS. He writes in his paper, the first thing you would probably do is measure the distance with your electronic distance measurement device. After reducing the slope distance to a horizontal distance, you might record something very close to what you intended, 354.838 meters. As it turns out, this distance is actually the ground distance between these two marks. When you inverse the pair of state plane coordinates, you get that this distance is very different from the one you measured. The inverse grid length is 354.8048 meters, which is 33 millimeters shorter than what you just measured with lasers. What's going on here? Over a distance of 354 meters, the mathematical curvature, sea level reductions that are forced on GPS, steals 33 millimeters of distance. If an engineer cuts a steel beam to the GPS length, the beam will fall through a gap. That's what we're talking about right here. And by the way, how much drop over distance should there be in 354 millimeters? About 9 to 10 millimeters, I think. And here it's off by 33 millimeters, the globe is, based off of a laser range finder. So it's interesting. It's interesting how the main surveyor wrote a paper in 2006, 10 years before this flat Earth thing exploded, basically saying that, hey, my electronic distance measuring device actually gets a true ground distance that doesn't match the globe.
Experience where my ex-girlfriend's dad is an engineer who designs bridges that go on the interstates, and including a big one that goes over a huge chasm. And I simply just asked him, I was like, hey man, do you ever, you're designing all these bridges on the interstates, do you ever have to adjust for the Earth's curve? He's a shy dude, so he didn't want to really go into that because he knew where I was going, but he was like, no.
Oregon Department of Transportation by Ranveer Singh et al. The Oregon Coordinate Reference System, a surveying approach for supporting geospatial-based technologies in transportation applications by the Federal Highway Administration, 2016. The Oregon Department of Transportation discovered that the standard geodetic coordinates, the Oregon State Plane, were actively sabotaging their 3D highway engineering models. They had to scrap the system and build the Oregon Coordinate Reference System using flat Earth models to make their concrete and steel fit together. The damning quote reads, the history of surveying practices and the current challenges of working with legacy coordinate reference systems helped Oregon DOT identify major issues to eliminate or avoid. ODOT created a new coordinate reference system that minimized distortion to achieve values as close as possible to reality. ODOT consulted with a professional geodetic consultant to come up with a mathematical solution to calculate a system that produced the least distortion possible based on the topographic characteristics of the state. The DOT, why this matters. DOT realized that the standard Oregon state plane geodetic math did not work for the heavy highway construction they needed. They had to spend millions of dollars to develop a localized flat planar system that eliminated Earth curvature from their blueprints. I'll post that one. Yep, this is everywhere. Like, every time you dig into the literature, this isn't saying that all these people believe that the Earth is flat. Like, they believe they're justified in what they're doing. They still believe the Earth is a globe. But they're going through the entire process of erasing it from their work while keeping it in the observation.
Wow, that last one's crazy. That's super interesting. Can't wait to go through all of these in a bit more depth.
It is crazy.
Yeah, but they'll use the flat Earth map because it works better.
All right. I think I'll do two more. These are some of my favorites. The NATO Sapphire trials. These were military surveyors in the Chesapeake Bay analyzing the behavior of light over water for the purpose of improving their ability to track targets over the ocean. Pretty hardcore, right? Like, surveyors who get shot at for a living are probably operate under a different set of parameters than surveyors who don't get shot at while they're surveying. So anyway, there are two NATO teams, one German, one Netherlands, who surveyed this. And this is for an effort sponsored by the U.S. Naval Research Lab. So I got both teams. I'll read the German team, German Sapphire trial, literally seeing through the curve. This is by Karen Stein and Dirk Siefer, titled The Sapphire Trial, Investigations on Angular Deviation Caused by Refraction. I'll post this in a minute. The German team set up a high-end infrared camera to record a series of lights mounted on an island across the Chesapeake Bay. They were testing whether the standard spherical Earth models accurately predicted the visual elevation of targets over warm water. It reads, quote, in the Sapphire trial, the purpose of this test was to investigate the influence of changing weather conditions on the apparent elevation of a target. Therefore, we set up an infrared camera overlooking the Chesapeake Bay, observing a set of lights installed on an island 16 kilometers distance. An infrared camera system was fixed on a pier at an altitude of 6.5 meters. The camera continuously recorded. With these recordings, we obtained 24 hours of observations of refraction effects. So let's look at the setup. The German camera was placed at an elevation of 6.5 meters. On a globe with a radius of 71 kilometers on average, the geometric horizon for that lens is exactly 9.1 kilometers away, but the target was 16 kilometers away. The target was sitting nearly 7 kilometers beyond the physical curvature of the Earth. Mathematically, the lights should have been hidden behind roughly 13 feet or 3.9 meters of bulging water. Yet the German infrared cameras recorded the lights continuously for 24 hours. The physical curvature of the Earth was nowhere to be found in the camera lens. In order to explain why the camera was staring across what appeared to be a perfectly flat plane of water, The physicists have invoked extreme atmospheric refraction to claim the light rays were bending perfectly around the globe. Let's get on to what that means. So this is where the Dutch Sapphire team came in. This is by Ari de Jong. Title is Refraction Measurements and Modeling over the Chesapeake Bay during NATO Sapphire Trials, June 2006. Working alongside the Germans, the Dutch team used a geodetic theodolite, which is an extremely precise optical surveying instrument, to measure the exact absolute angle of arrival of light coming from targets 16.2 kilometers away. They compared the physical light hitting their lens against the bulk model of refraction, which the standard military mathematical was used, calculating Earth's curvature and atmospheric bending. Here's the damning quote. It says, by means of a geodetic theodolite, absolute angles of arrival were measured for a set of lights at various altitudes located on the other side of the bay at a distance of 16.2 kilometers. It was found that the temperature profile generated by the bulk model for the marine surface layer is incorrect, resulting in deviations in the angle of attack compared to the data from the theodolite. A set of empirical temperature profiles has been created to force the math to fit well with the measurements during the trials period. End quote. Doesn't that sound like what people do with Walter Bisland's tool? So not only could the Dutch team optically see the targets, the same ones the Germans did, which should have been buried behind Earth's curvature, but their highly precise surveying equipment measured the light arriving at angles that broke the military's standard spherical refraction models. When the physical observations contradicted the spherical globe model, the standard math failed, and to save the geometric integrity of the targeting software, the Dutch team had to create a new profile that mathematically justified why their laser was acting exactly as it would on a flat Earth. Hope you guys got that. I might have been disconnected partway through. All right, so the Dutch team had to alter the refraction model that the military uses by an error margin of 2 orders of magnitude. They had to expand the allowable tolerance of error for the temperature variance by 2 orders of magnitude in order to explain what they were seeing. Sounds exactly like what people do with Walter Bisland's, refraction slider. If you do backfitting in an academic environment, you'll get called out and blackballed. You'll never work anywhere serious, I don't think. But I mean, when it comes to the globe, it's all justified. It's justified because everybody believes it's true. It has to be true. So we got to make the data fit no matter what. That's what's going on. That's what's been going on very intensely for the past 100 years. Much more slowly, but without wavering for maybe 500 years. It all started with the age of philosophy. You've got these Greeks and their togas going up on mountains, getting high off of fungus and watching the stars. Totally serious. Envision a celestial sphere, a concept that everybody laughs at today, but a concept that was used to define a globe and give us our modern navigation system. A concept that is still used in modern astronomy, the celestial sphere. And it's not even true. It's not true by the globe's admissions, because let's face it, globers, you're not geocentrists for the most part, right? You believe the Earth is in a solar system. And it's not true amongst flat earthers. I mean, we don't see a celestial sphere. That is an interpretation. It's subjective. It's a choice. And because it's a choice, the map is a choice. The coordinate reference system is a choice. The grid that you use is a choice. Does it work? Yeah. Is it accurate? Well, depends. It's kind of like when you use your Garmin or GPS, whatever. It may take you longer to get you where you need to go. You're not sure if there's a faster way to go at this point in time, but it's consistent. It'll get you there. It works. Does that mean it's getting you there the shortest way? Not necessarily. I think this is what's been going on with latitude and longitude. Like, yes, it'll get you to where you need to go, But what are the true distances, true orientations of things? We don't know. We can put it all on a grid, on a globe, and be done. We can go about our business. Yeah, the globe explains some things, and it can, ease your psychological worry and doubt about the world. But as a flat earther, I think there are much bigger and better explanations, more scientifically rigorous ones too, than what the mainstream offers. Absolutely. Not just because I may not have the creativity to come up with them doesn't mean that the earth is not flat. What proves the flat earth are all these measurements and observations in the first place that contradict the globe. Plenty more to go. I'm not done uploading, but got a lot of citations uploaded to our home server and to our Pickled Minds server. Some are going to be better than others, but this is going to be great. I think. Yeah, I think those in the audience, you guys are right. Like this can serve as a springboard into further research. I'm giving this to you, the community, to take with and run. Come up with a new list. Use this as a starting point to come up with like a new set of 50 documents in the flat Earth. Come up with a new video and focus on surveying and satellites and GPS. How they have to dispense with the quaint little globe notion each and every time and operate under a flat coordinate plane assumption in order to improve accuracy. It's not necessarily about reducing complexity, even though that's certainly happening. And you'll see a lot of cases to be made for using a flat Earth. We're reducing complexity, reducing complexity, reducing complexity. Why did NASA release their derivation of a linear flight model? Because they reduce complexity. Well, guess what? It also freaking works. It also matches reality. And that's the important thing. These distances match reality. The flat Earth matches flat measurements. I mean, shocker. Yeah, so what's everybody do? What are airplanes doing when they fly from like Japan to LA? I mean, they're going whatever way the coordinate system takes them. Is it not the most efficient way? Well, how much does efficiency matter? Oh, but won't the airlines save lots of money if you show them the true path and get rid of the globe path and show them the true flat Earth path? I don't know. I don't know about that. If the globe path happens to match flat Earth path in most cases, what if the globe path and the flat Earth path are statistically insignificantly largely different from each other? What if you just don't know what path you should be taken because the government has restricted you to a certain number of miles from the coastline? So if you have engine problems or cabin pressure problems or some issue with the flight, that you can land your plane at a nearest airport safely and not be out in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, that also happens. Flight corridors are a real thing. Flight corridors eliminate your ability to actually use the airplane as some kind of globe measuring device. So what else is out there, right? You got to use lasers, got to use radio, got to use long distance observations, including infrared. We got to get out there, people, and we got to keep making these observations. We got to keep doing it because each one of these is going to show that latitude, longitude, outside of any error corrections mitigation, is not matching the Earth and can be used to conceal land, can be used to route people into places away from where you want them to, or in places you want them to be and away from places you don't want them to be. So yeah, maps are extremely powerful. You better believe that like the king of the realm wants to keep all the good maps for himself because he wants to know where all the resources are. Right? If maps were free and open as much as people want them to be, those who have interest in acquiring resources in the world would take issue with that. I'd say the most precise maps should be guarded under the highest levels of secrecy if I was in charge. Hell yeah. And I might even survey the realm myself and conduct it secretly as much as I could so nobody knows that I'm surveying the realm. Because nobody saw that I was interested in surveying the realm, nobody would think that I'm suspecting something's wrong with current maps. And I can take my new compilation of the data and I can classify it and only read certain people onto it who need to develop technology that allows me to use it. Meanwhile, the rest of the world can get this GPS nonsense. Yep.
I think you're nonsense.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear what you think. I'm sorry. Something I can do for you regarding that? Do you want some butthurt cream?
Like, is everyone here in this channel right now flat earther?
Yeah, almost everyone is. Welcome.
Hey, my friend of the nonsense comment. What are you? How can you describe that his factual information that he has presented, or maybe what the information that has been presented in here is nonsense? Why will you say that, though?
Yeah, I would say both because you're like flat earthers and it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, but you remember you have something called your vestibular system that is liquid in your inner canals, right? It's part of your sensory, part of your sensing, your senses, right?
That's right.
And
That's right.
this tells you that you have an orientation which is horizontal and flat, right? To the flatness and the horizon of and the
That's like
horizontal orientation of the
the
world.
the most stupid argument I ever heard. The most stupid.
But those are your senses. Your senses make sense, though.
No, they don't, because I'm mentally ill and I cannot read my senses.
Oh, your senses make no sense? Is that what you're arguing for?
Yeah, that therefore the Earth is not flat, and it's a globe.
Oh, but when we measure the Earth, right, we use tools and we use our senses to, use those tools and to verify that our senses make sense. Obviously, you have a limitation of your senses, right? That's why we make equipment that will take our senses perception
Yeah,
beyond
but you
our
don't even
senses.
believe in that shit.
And
Like,
when you
you
use
don't
this
believe in
equipment,
telescope. Like,
when
you
you
don't believe in
when
telescope.
you use your senses to make this equipment, you can confirm that your senses make sense.
Yeah, I made a telescope and I'm looking at the stars. What am I looking at?
Oh, you're looking
You
at something
just
called
said what you're looking.
observable phenomena. Observable phenomena. Yes.
You just said
Yeah,
what you're
it's
looking.
You use your eyes. Yes, and you use your senses to look through the monoscope, the telescope, and you observe the observable phenomena.
What kind of silly question is that? When I take out my telescope, I look at the stars. What am I looking at? You just said the goddamn answer before you said the question.
Okay, so it proves that the Earth is a globe because there are stars out there.
What kind of dumbass
How would
reply
it
is
make?
that?
Go ahead. I was gonna ask him, and then you can take over. Whoever else. How does it make sense to look away from the thing in question, the Earth, right? The Earth, and you looking at something else and claiming that you can determine what you're standing on? That doesn't make sense.
By that logic, there's a lamp above the floor in your room. Therefore, the floor is convex. What type of shit is that?
Yeah, it sounds like your logic is making no sense. But you told the other guy that, I mean, he's making no sense, but you're the one making no sense, bro. What's happening?
What about like I don't know, but your logic makes no sense with these planes and with these rockets. They are like real phenomena.
Everything that we've been talking about for the past hour has nothing to do with any of our math or any of our research. That's from all the surveyors, DOTs, bridge building guys. That's all their stuff. That's none of our stuff. That's all of their mathematical equations that they use, that they say they have to use on a flat Earth. Nothing we've been talking about for the past hour is any of our research. We're just listening to the professionals who say it's flat Earth.
Okay. Jesus, that's like so weird that so many people believe this flat Earth bullshit.
You know
Do
what's
you actually
weird? That you
have a
have.
reputation or not? Yes or no? Answer me. Yes or no?
No.
Exactly. So you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Be quiet.
Yo, that's pretty weird. You said that people in here are weird, but people in here they know what they're talking about. You, the one that have no idea what you're talking about, weird.
Yeah, like, do you see curvature, dude? Do you?
No, I don't, because
No,
it's
we don't either. Okay, so we're not crazy.
So how do you define? How do you explain day and night?
The sun comes and goes.
Like how it has legs or something?
Flat Earth gravity. I don't know.
Why do you don't know, bro?
The same way you don't know shit that you don't know.
No, I know. Like I know how
What do you
gravity
mean
works.
no?
You don't know how
How else people
gravity
not know
works.
things? The same way you don't know
Okay,
things.
but like making a globe from something, it makes sense. Like
Only because of your
you.
bias. You have a bias. It
No,
makes sense
no,
because
it's
of
not
your bias, because
bias.
everybody else believes it. You believed it your whole life.
No,
That's all it is.
okay, you have a stone, yeah, a pile of stones, and you like create something out of the stones. So, like, so the gravity works like this, yeah, it works from every single direction, and it collects the stone together, and the result is a ball or a globe.
How do you know
Look,
gravity
you're
works
not
in every
teaching us gravity.
direction?
We know the
That's silly.
doctrine.
Gravity
Yeah,
We
works
know
in
the
every
doctrine.
direction?
yeah, in 3
How do you
dimensions, the way
know?
it works.
How do you know that? I know what it even is.
Yeah,
Okay,
to
but
follow on that question, listen,
I can
buddy.
experience the
Sir,
gravity with my senses. You know, with my senses, I can
sir,
experience
real
it.
quick, sir. Just follow on his question to you. Which of your senses do you utilize to observe gravity conforming rock, like you said, into spheres? Which of your senses do you use to observe that phenomena happening?
I use my sight, so my eyes.
With your eyes, you saw gravity forming rocks into balls? You saw that?
No, I didn't. Okay, but
Oh, so you didn't.
Yeah, but what the fuck, bro? Like, so
Did you
you
see
claim
fish
that?
evolving into animals like monkeys too?
No, I don't see this. Like, but it
Yeah, it's
happened. You
silly,
know,
right?
they evolved. Yeah.
And you know this because
Wait, you're saying that there was no evolution?
yeah, that's stupid too.
Your cosmogonic doctrine is dumb shit.
What
Dumber
the
than dog
fuck?
No
shit.
idea.
Obviously, there was like evolution. Like, you know, you have
What
all
do you mean,
this like,
obviously? Let me ask you a question.
yeah.
Are there essentially different animals, yes or no?
Yes, there are.
Oh, they are? So then you believe the asinine, stupid ass notion that humans respond by non humans.
Humans respond by non-humans. I
Let me
don't
say again.
understand this.
Let me say again. That's obviously not what I said. You believe the stupid ass notion that humans were spawned, right? Were generated by, birthed by, or laid in eggs and then hatched out of eggs by non humans or some shit like that. You believe a non human animal birthed or generated a human. What the fuck is wrong with
In
you?
the process, yeah, in the process of evolution, that's right. Like when
What do
you
you mean
like
that's right?
count
That's
in.
obviously wrong. It's not a thing.
What the fuck, bro? You're like brainwashed or
So,
something.
buddy, again, remember your initial premise. You guys make no sense. Now tell me, which of your senses do you use and employed to observe this evolution thing that you picture in your mind? Which of your senses do you use?
Mostly sight. Yeah, I can read about evolution, for example.
Where in the
And you
physical
can
and
read the
natural
doc.
world do you observe humans coming from non-humans?
Okay, I observe in the similarity. Like I have a thumb, and the apes, actually called like humankind monkeys, let's say, also have the thumb, and they are like, you know, gathering in groups, the same as humans do.
Sounds to me that the nonsensical person in this room is you, sir. That's the
No,
person that is
it
making
doesn't.
nonsense. You.
No, it doesn't. That's the proof for evolution, non-direct, that we have something in common with apes because we are kind of like apes, humans.
That is entirely stupid. That's why that's why I just asked you the question I just asked you. You believe the stupid ass notion that is entirely false and known to be false, that that which is essentially different from humans, or essentially different from tigers, or essentially different from frogs, or essentially different from cockroaches, or essentially different from fruit flies, is not going to spawn those fucking beasts, etc., etc.
No, it's gonna
What do you mean
spawn
no?
those fucking beasts. So I mean, it's gonna spawn
Show me an
humans
instance of that
eventually.
happening. Besides you just
I mean,
believing this and saying this.
no, because you cannot observe this in your
What do you mean
lifetime.
no? Yeah, of course you can. So you don't fucking know it. It's just a notion you people believe.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
It
It's
obviously
like,
is. Fuck you mean no it isn't. You don't
bro,
have
can
any
you like?
substance, no empirical evidence
I think you
that
should
shows us
focus on.
that humans are spawned by non-humans. While you come in here with your disrespect and your condescending attitude, acting like you know better than us, saying stupid shit
Yeah,
like humans
because
are
I
spawned by
know better
non-humans,
than I
and you
know
can't
better
show us
than
a
you.
single instance of this happening, or any record or any evidence that it's happening at all. It's just your stupid ass notion that you interpret bones and different genetic anatomical differences between humans and non-human animals.
Yes, you're saying this correctly, that there are anatomical differences. So why
It
are
doesn't
there even
strongly indicate, let alone necessarily indicate,
You
that
keep
we're spawned
interrupting
from
him.
non-human.
You keep interrupting him.
Now you're
I
interrupting
think
me.
he's done. Okay, so like many different animals are adjusted to different environments. So that's also like a
Adjusted
proof for
by what?
adjusted.
Yeah, by what?
I
Who did
mean,
the
they
adjusting?
may have different like beaks if they are birds.
Who did the
They may
adjusting?
have they are adjusting themselves to
No,
survive.
they didn't. They didn't make themselves. Fuck you talking about?
What are you, like, dumb or something?
They did not fucking make themselves.
They
You sound dumb as
adjusted
hell.
themselves.
You
They
did you make
adjusted
yourself?
themselves. I didn't. I have
No. Did
parents.
your
Yeah,
mama
my
make
parents.
herself?
My mama was made by her mama.
Did your daddy make himself?
He was made by his mama.
Yeah. So not a single human. You can just go on and on to every human made themselves. What about the tiger? What? Show me the tiger that made itself.
Oh, but that just proves evolution.
But, hello, show me the tiger that made himself.
I know, bro, but there are some animals who can
Yeah,
make
just
themselves.
ignore my question because you obviously know
Yeah,
that you
but
can't.
you know that there are some animals who can make
Yeah, now raise
themselves.
your
Not
voice because you can't answer my question. Talk
like
about they
fish
adjusted
or,
themselves.
or or some lizards. It's called parthenogenesis, so they can make a clone of themselves. Yeah, they
Hello,
can make a,
there's no beast cloning themselves.
yeah, no
They
beast,
mate
like
and
no.
they spawn children. Fuck are you talking about?
But I think the highest animal, like the biggest animal that can clone himself, is Komodo dragon. So he's like pretty fucking big,
What
and
the fuck are you talking about? Can you stop
about
yapping with dumb shit? Talk about cloning. They're not cloning themselves. They're not building laboratories and doing epigenetic manipulation and genetic splicing. The fuck are you talking about?
Okay, that's cloning in the sense like that the offspring has the same genetic material as the parent in this sense.
The fuck you talking about cloning for when you're just talking about spawning offspring?
Yeah, it's called, like, I don't know, humans have to have sex in order to reproduce.
Hello, so why are you yapping about cloning? Just speak normally like a normal human being who has a modicum of sense. You're talking about fucking and spawning children, spawning offspring. That's fucking cloning.
Oh my god, you're really dumb. I don't know why you exist even.
Oh, all of a sudden we're on this goddamn cloning shit when we were initially on the Earth and the shape of the Earth, and you having no argument whatsoever to refute us or to even prove that you know that the Earth is a ball. And then you started yapping
Yes,
about
I
your stupid ass
so
doctrine
I
of evolution and yada yada yada. Now you're yapping about cloning. Be quiet or have a coherent conversation.
yeah, but I know the Earth is a globe, bro.
Okay, so go ahead and show us the measurement. Go ahead and show us the actual instance of measuring the curvature.
What the fuck? This is like no one does it, bro.
Do you forget how to speak English all of a sudden?
We were talking about people who do it when you first got in the room. Bro.
I bet this guy doesn't even know the size of the globe or anything.
Let's ask him. Hey, what's the radius of the globe, according to your scientist clerics?
I don't know, like 4,000
you don't.
kilometers, or I don't know, 10,000.
No, bro,
Incorrect.
way off.
Hella incorrect. By orders of magnitude, more than 2 times off. Talk about 10,000.
So 20,000?
Hey, no, you got it wrong. Okay, what about an easier question? Does it spin west to east or east to west?
I don't know.
How many times does it spin in one day?
Wait. East to west. I mean, you have the sun rises on the east, and okay, I went outside. I'm just gonna go.
Yeah, so
You-
you got it wrong. You don't even know which way the globe spins,
flat
bro.
earthers.
Yeah, we're the dumb ones. Oh, good lord.
Coming here
Did
on
he
that
run away?
goddamn disrespect. Yeah.
Oh, that was hilarious. Like that guy got wrecked. You guys were
Flat earthers are so
destroying him.
stupid with his foreign European, East European accent. Talk about flat earthers so stupid. We know his worldview more better than him. And at that rate, can you really call it his worldview when he is oblivious to it?
Damn it, he ran away before I asked him an even more dumbed down question of how many times does the Earth spin in one day? I bet he would have got that wrong as well.
See, that man embodied the common scientist, the common scientism believer, like that. That's what they produced out of the damn education system throughout Europe and the Europeanized world.
And the words are important to use too. He said, I know the earth is round. I know the earth is round. Now you believe because you've been told and read that the earth is a ball versus knowing that the earth is a ball with evidence of measurements in your eyes and reality and stuff like that. They tend to say, I know the earth is a ball. Now you believe there is no knowledge because none of it works.
Exactly. See, I know I'm different. I'm a different experience for these people, for these scientism believers. Because how could someone who doesn't believe scientism speak with such confidence and with such indignation and with such specificity and scrupulousness at me? How dare he? I'm really traumatic for a lot of these scientism believers. People like me have no reluctance.
Well, like I said, for the last hour before he spoke, we were just talking about all the papers that were published by the engineers and stuff on all their measurements and how they can't use globe math and building stuff and measuring stuff and surveying. And he finished, and the first thing dude says, "You guys are talking a bunch of nonsense." We were like, "This is all the professional measurers and builders that are saying this, not us."
Yeah, but about evolution. Bunch of dumb garbage.
Oh yeah,
And of
no,
course,
that was way
their
off
scientist
topic
clerics
anyway.
are never going to tell them about. The scientist clerics are never going to tell their laymen, their laity, about the scholars, the thousands, maybe not thousands, but hundreds of scholars who signed the Darwin's Descent document. Many scholars, they're not the majority, but many scholars, quote unquote, dissent from Darwinism.
I mean, they're gonna pull shit anyway, dude. They told us like dinosaurs are this, dinosaurs are this, dinosaurs are this for how many years, and then they just turn around and they're like 10 years ago or whatever, and they're like, oh, dinosaurs had feathers and everything, and we're like, okay, how did you not know this for the
Right.
past several hundred years?
Ridiculous. Like, what do you people? It just struck me. You're sitting there in your living room or whatever, what have you, and you just watching the National Geographic or what's that other channel with David Attenborough, where nature used to play. I forget it. Forget the name of the channel. But you watch one of them channels, you just sitting there and you just listen to them say all this goddamn lore. Just go on and on and on. And they're going on for damn near every day or every week. And they go on for years. You know, these shows last a long time. These just saying all this shit with all these illustrations and CGI scenes and swelling orchestras. And what are they actually doing to know these things? They walk out there into the desert or into some remote wilderness somewhere, and they find some bones, and they find some other remains, and they stare at a bunch of rocks. This is great. That's fine. It's entirely valid. Go ahead and look at the evidence. But that's what they're doing. They're not seeing this shit happen. There are no witnesses to this. And then when you actually understand basic ontology and basic physics, a lot of the shit they talk about is metaphysically impossible, physically impossible, and even logically impossible, which is the worst. Talk about evolution. Yeah, they only have two options. Either there are essentially different animals or not. If not, then there aren't different animals for them to be evolving from one to another. So you just obliterated the whole point of yapping about evolution. If they say yes, then you say the stupid ass notion that humans and other shit spawn from animals that are essentially different from them, that do not have the capability to spawn other animals that are not of their kind, of their race. Nothing. Or that all of a sudden, one day, in one moment, spontaneously, without any fucking reason, a non-human just transmuted into a human. And et cetera, with all the other types of animals. A non-bird transmuted into a bird. A non-frog transmuted into a frog. Without any sufficient cause or because of question mark. And just leave it at that. Yeah, such fucking wisdom.
I think South Park did it really good with the monkey and all that.
Yeah.
I'll let search for it.
And so that's the logic tree. And they're all train wrecks.
And see, my mom made me, and I'm fucking retarded, but I'm human.
Yeah, how dumb of me to believe that humans respond by fucking humans. How dumb of me. How dumb of me to believe that all the intelligent, specific, informative functionality that is ubiquitous throughout the entire world, both in me, in all of you, and all of us humans, and everywhere else, is the result of someone deliberately making everything just the same way that we make all these other complex, functional, versatile items. How dumb of me. How dumb of me to think that the celestial objects, which obviously are functioning as a clock, just as we make clocks down here to hold it on our hands or hang it up on the wall, how dumb of me to believe that someone deliberately made that. How dumb of me
Boy,
to look at
Platter,
the
Dave
entire
said it.
cosmos as one humongous house. And then we look at our own houses that we build with our own hands and clearly see the obvious essential similarity that this is a house with a foundation.
Yeah, I like the way Flatter Dave said it. He said, "You're walking through the woods. You don't know anything about the world. You're walking through the woods, and all of a sudden you come up on a skyscraper. Would you think that it just showed up there, or that it was created?"
Ridiculous. Someone at some dumbass at some point in time who doesn't want to repent and obey God's law decided, I'm just going to believe that these things just spontaneously, that's what happened. Because there's nothing in our experience that leads us to believe that complex, informative, specific, functional shit, especially the shit that we make, especially the shit that we have to use in order to make the shit, just all of a sudden just began existing because of question mark or just because. There's nothing in our experience that leads us to believe that. Someone
Well,
made a
that's what
stupid decision.
creationism suggests as well, though, that man was spontaneously created, not over time,
Spontaneously
not evolved.
created deliberately.
Right, but
Not just began existing. It's the direct opposite. Creation, right? Deliberately made, designed. and conscious to just begin existing unintentionally. It's very, it's
As
very
a
obvious. It's not
result
the
of mutations and time, which is ludicrous, but yeah.
well, no, the mutations they're subsequent to. You have to exist first. Like I can't mutate
You have to
if I don't
mutate from
exist first.
something.
Right. Can't be no mutation if I don't exist first.
Which mutated first, the left eye or the right eye?
Right. And how did the eye function before it was complete? Make that make sense. How'd the heart work? How'd the lungs work? How'd the liver work? How'd the immune system work? How'd any at all single organ system work before it was completely put together? Make it make sense.
Yep.
We're talking about a sophisticated system of functioning components that even if you are deficient of a few microscopic substances, nutrients or bacteria, that you'll just fail within maybe even hours or minutes if enough is deficient. But you can miss a fraction of an entire heart or a lung or a liver or an immune system or a pancreas or a brain, and you think you can still function in a world that is nothing but red and tooth and nail and claw? No less? Dumbasses. Not respectable. Not respectable at all. With all that goddamn arrogant, snobbish, mocking contempt. It's one thing. I wouldn't have this level of disgust and disdain for these people if they weren't such arrogant, mocking, snobbish assholes. It's ridiculous. The trend with scientism believers.
I mean, it also has to be with people's receptiveness to things because I have like two different friends on video games that I talked to both of them about Flat Earth. Neither of them are Flat Earth believers, but one buddy, he just listens to me and is like, that's interesting. That's cool. The other guy was like, you're
Yeah.
a fucking idiot. You're just shut the fuck up. That's two different people, two different attitudes. Neither of them believe me, but they just want you to respect one isn't. And they're my friends.
I mean, anyone who sounds like this, like you're a fucking idiot. You're obviously wrong. This is obviously a fact, and da 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 da. Anyone who talks like that and can't give a single lick of a fact or that remotely resembles a fact, they can specifically articulate these details about this, that, or the third, whatever the given subject is. That's when you know that is simply a person who has been deluded, either by themselves or someone else. But something has irrationally convinced that person that they know, even though their mind is devoid of any specific details about the issue, let alone facts.
Greg, do you heard him when he said the senses make no sense?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
that was very good. That was very good
Oh
on
my
your
God.
part.
Think about it like this. I don't think globe earthers are dumbasses at all, man. I was one too. I believed it. I didn't argue for it. When I wanted to know about flat earth, I researched it and I was like, oh shit, but like I still even now I'm not calling globe earthers dumbasses. We were all taught wrong. We were all there once. It's not either dumbasses, and I don't call them that either. It's like obstinance, blindness, brainwashing. It's all been done to us. It's not even their fault. It's hard to change for a lot of people, especially when it's going back all the way to their childhood and their lizard brain. It's tough. I get it. I don't think they're being dumbasses, and I don't treat them like that. They've just been misled, and now they're having trouble getting over that. There also are some people who just want to fight.
Yeah, to who it applies to. You're right. To who it applies to an extent. But then there are the dumbasses.
The spectrum is not black and white. There's actually haters of the truth. They hate the truth and they will fight against it. So yeah.
And again, there is I want people to internalize this observation. Notice the types of people that usually subscribe to scientism. They're in relatively, in generally speaking, comfortable so-called first world environments. You don't go to the third world, so-called, or the second world, if that really is a category in most people's minds. But you don't go to these other places that are not in the Europeanized first world, and this is the common worldview. There's something about the the people who, by God's grace, have received all these things, all these assets, all these benefits, and have uh, participated with more or less closeness of involvement of the development of technology, right? Of all sorts of applicable scientific achievements, right? And you just become arrogant in believing the scientism bullshit. But those who live more humble lives, who wouldn't even begin to understand the elements of scientism, who wouldn't even begin to understand the elements of like arithmetic or calculus or all this other shit. They don't have this worldview.
It actually took me to a good way. So all these conspiracy theories were coming out with the files and stuff, and I huge conspiracy theories since 2003. One of the biggest ones I never looked into was flat Earth. So when I started thinking all the conspiracy theories are true, she said that my word, the way I said it was interesting because I said the only one that doesn't make sense to me is flat Earth because why? But I don't really know anything about it, so I'm going to have to look into it. And she said that is what the mindset that people don't have. She said it doesn't make sense, but she said you don't know about it and you're going to go learn. I didn't dismiss it. I just said I don't know and I don't know why. So I went and found out and then it all made sense. But they don't have that attitude of wanting to learn. They want you to be wrong and want to fight you and own you and all this stuff. And it's just a bad attitude.
One critique that, and I say this critique because this is a part of their mindset, right? And so you have to basically smash this notion to at least try to contribute to breaking the shackles, right, off of their mind, this goddamn worldview. So the notion that they'll never articulate in so many words out of their own mouths, someone else has to do it for them. They think that all the actual so-called scientific achievements throughout the ages and throughout the world that have been achieved is the fruits of applying scientism. They're distinctives of their worldview, and it isn't. They think that how stupid of you to not believe our worldview, scientism, which again they don't call by that term, but I will call it by their term. Many like me will call it by their term for my convenience because they want to categorize everything else the way they do, and they do it terribly. I'm going to do it better than them. They think all these achievements is part and parcel to in the result of applying our worldview, scientism. We made the cell phone, we made the computer, we made the internet because we believe this worldview of scientism. No, you didn't. This is not the consistent fruits or application of scientism at all. In fact, when you actually understand how to do an internal critique and self scrutinize, you have no foundation for induction of any kind. The problem of induction is still an unresolved enigma for you dumbasses believe in scientism, this worldview. No idea. In fact, the majority of the people who believe scientism aren't even familiar with the term problem of induction. Couldn't even spell induction. But you want to sit up here and act like your worldview is part and parcel too, and is to be thanked for all these technological achievements and all this other shit. No, it isn't. They do not understand how to distinguish and internalize the fact that their worldview is distinct from and not the source of any and all scientific achievement at all. Not one, not one. And I say that strictly and mercilessly. Not a single one. There's not a single scientific achievement, technological achievement, architectural achievement, engineering achievement, et cetera, that is a consistent result of applying scientism with its distinctives. The whole set of its doctrines. That whole set of doctrines they believe. Not one.
And if you take God away from people by, saying on a globe and we aren't created and stuff, then that disconnects people from that idea. I'm not saying religion is truth, but I'm saying when you take away the creator from them, you make scientism a lot easier to indoctrinate people with.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, man, they even changed the Bible, like all the Bibles up until like 1982, and you can still find the King James. They all mention the firmament in Genesis 1. Now all the new Bibles all say heavens or expanse. So they even take some of the words away.
Yes, several of them, but I don't want to distort the facts concerning English translations. Some of them, one too many of them, do that ambiguous translation of rakia there in the first chapter of Genesis. But the more formal translations, they know what it means. Like the NIV, for instance, it's one of the more idiomatic translations, but it translates it vaulted dome. Very, very straightforward and accurate. Right.
For me, that's cool.
And the NIV is the most popular translation today. So,
and like in America, at least more than 50% of people can't read above a 6th grade reading level. It's pretty terrible.
yeah, that's another mildly sad fact. There was a time when, like in the late 19th century, early 20th century, your regular farmer who either didn't go to the public school system, I'm not gonna call it that, the state school system, or any school system. They just were raised at the house, and their parents taught them, their family taught them, and their community taught them this, that, and the third. They were far more literate than the average person today who goes to the state school system. Like, you read their memoirs, read their letters, little
They read their
missive.
Bibles.
That too, 100%.
Some of those Civil War letters, they're articulate as fuck.
Very articulate. And I heard it somewhere. I haven't researched this in depth, but anyone can research this. Wherever the Bible has been thoroughly implemented into a given society, a given people, the literacy levels in general significantly increased.
I was told and taught the Bible, but it never taught me anything about Earth like that. And I'm not like a genius or anything fucking retarded, but I can read a lot better than all the public school people around me by a lot. I'm like almost like aghast at how bad it is because I'm like, dude, I don't even have any formal education and I understand this and know how to spell and do basic math. Like way better than y'all. I mean, how? It's not me.
Yeah. The rotten fruits of the state school system are manifest, and many many employees in there, they've recognized it, and they tolerate it, and they resent it, and even speak out against it and publicly critique it. And they teach their students, the teachers, for instance, they teach their students other information besides the curricula, and even critique the curricula to their students. Like, this is what the Board of Education wants you to say, but here are the facts, and they go on. Not everyone does it. I don't think even the majority of teachers do that, but many are doing that. Like, it's gotten to a point recently where a significant amount of increased awareness of the corruption, the rottenness of the nature of the state school system is being more acknowledged, more learning about that, acknowledging that.
Actually really proud of my son because he's fucking 9, but like when he was 8 last year, his teacher went off script on the curriculum and started talking about her personal beliefs, and he literally spoke up and shut his own teacher down at 8 years old. He was like, "No," and I was like, "Well, I mean, I can't argue with that, man, because I mean, everybody else in the class just staying quiet and not thinking, and here you are being willing to stand up to her and be like, nah, it's not what I see and feel and think. And I'm be told differently from my experience."
Oh, okay, interesting.
Yeah, my son tried standing up to his teacher, but she slapped him because he's homeschooled.
Yeah, one of my favorite things to gross people out with is being like, I had sex with one of my teachers and then tell them I was homeschooled.
Gross.
Jeez. Thing I would be so glad to ask an academician, because here's the difference. You talk to, like, just the very simple type that everyone understands. You talk to the given professor, him, her. You talk to the given professor, and here we are where it convenes. I'm gonna call people like us divergence. Divergence in the sense of, diverging from the common notions and belief systems and doctrines and customs and et cetera, right? Those with minority opinions, beliefs, with or without argumentation, right? So you talk to the given professor. Hang on, give me 5 seconds. So I asked them, several questions, but one of the questions I'd ask them is, are you committed to a doctrinal system, regardless of any critiques, or are you truly open? Right? Are you truly open to alternative positions and critiques against the current doctrinal system that you espouse? Because that's what makes the difference. That would be the litmus test for anyone, including an academician. Now we know, more or less, the majority of academicians are actually committed to a doctrinal system. They're not really open. They're not really critically considerate. It's not like they have this attitude in their head. They don't really internalize this attitude that says, I believe these things now, and I think I have a lot going for the things that I believe now. But it could be wrong, and I'm open to what anyone else has to say. Most academicians do not have that in mind.
Like you said, though, a lot of people don't have their eyes open to evidence like that, or the desire, like you said, to change. And people don't have their eyes open to evidence. Like questions are always where it starts. So like questioning like what we are told as far as the worldview, what we are, and everything, right? And no magic or anything like that exists. So I don't get to be home when my wife gets home from work. I had a day off a few weeks ago, and we live on the fourth floor of an apartment on the back side of the building. And so her parking spot is 4 floors down and across on the other side of the lot from the building. And I was talking to the phone. She's coming home, and she rolls up. I hear her roll up, and I hear her shift into park, turn the engine off, and open her door. And the moment she turned the engine off, one of her cats that was sitting next to me, who was like asleep, the moment she shut that engine off, that cat jumped up, like turned his head up, jumped up, ran to the door, started sitting there waiting for her. I was like, "There's no way this motherfucker could have heard her at all, or known she was there, or anything." But the moment she turned that car off, that cat knew she was home. And there's no way you could see or hear it. So what that question is, I'm like, well, that's just not like scientifically normal. That makes me ask questions about, oh, why? This isn't normal. This isn't quote unquote what I know is real. So as you start to ask questions about that, when you see that data, if you see that and find evidence like we do with the scientific method, then you can, actually have a known opinion. Do I know what the hell he felt? No, it's all some fucking magic shit. But I see that, and I refuse to let that like just go by and dismiss it because I saw it. It's real. It happened. I can't explain it. I don't know exactly what happened, but I know it happened, and I know it's not scientifically normal.
Yeah. That's another thing these scientists don't understand because their clerics failed them. Right? Their clerics failed them. They just don't teach them well. One of the things they don't understand, and this is categorically a philosophical fact, is that the laws of physics are not necessary. Right? Not necessary. They don't necessarily exist. Things don't necessarily fall down. Water doesn't necessarily fall down. Right? The colors things are not necessarily those colors. Right? The colors things are could have been otherwise. They could have been usually grown taller than what we usually do, et cetera, et cetera. Right? The way the material things normally function is not necessary. They're contingent. And there's other possibilities that we could have been. We could have had 3 arms. We could have 3 eyes. We could have had wings. Right? Not necessary. And given that there is a normal function of things, that entails that abnormal or paranormal events, functions, are indeed, of course, possible. And for them to say that it's not possible is to either explicitly convey or insinuate, even just subconsciously, that these things that are contingent are absolutely necessary and they couldn't be otherwise, which is obviously false. There are other possible worlds that are logically possible and metaphysically possible, and nomologically possible, given the current laws of physics that we recognize at most.
So, what's your
But
opinion
that
on quantum physics? Is it just a bunch of nonsense and theory, just like everything else in our past, or are they onto something real with these quote unquote particles existing in more than one place at a time? I mean, it seems
yeah,
impossible to me. So, but I'm ignorant, so I'm not going to claim that what they're doing is fake.
yeah, the so-called quantum physics or quantum mechanics, it's a modern label for an ancient doctrine. Right? They're not clever, but because people are ignorant of these things, they're ignorant of these ancient metaphysical schools of thought. They really don't know how to perceive They really don't know how to perceive so-called quantum mechanics correctly. Quantum mechanics is nothing more than either ideal monism or atomism. Ideal monism or atomism, because there's various versions of quantum mechanics. The quanta, which is just a Latin word for quantity. Quantity of what? There's no answer to that question. They didn't think this through. They didn't even think their nomenclature through. Right? So-called quanta. Quantum being the singular, quanta being the plural. These Latin words. Okay. So again, it's nothing more than just the simple notion that there are these. Everything consists of these indivisible particles. That's the basic notion. Because the way they use their terms and how they articulate their metaphysics, talk about molecules consisting of atoms, consisting of subatomic atoms, consisting of quanta, yada yada yada. All right, the way they break it down, which is just redundant. Right? Once they said atom, borrowing the Greek word atom, meaning indivisible, right? That's all. It's it right there. Subatomic is a contradiction analytically, right?
I
The
understand.
divisible, indivisible.
Very good point.
All right. So besides that, they commit those types of errors, and they're entirely oblivious to them. They would never dawn on them to think of them because they just don't have that mindset. Their worldview does not drive that sort of thinking to be that deeply analytical, to be rhetorically accurate and grammatically accurate, yada yada. Anyways, so quantum mechanics, right? The mechanisms, the mechanics of the so-called quanta, these indivisible particles, which are not matter. They're not matter. This is their notion. This is their notion. They're not material. It's not as though the quanta are in a particular phase or state of matter. Right? What they say is that their probability. What are the quanta? Their probability. Sorry, what? Probability is not a material. Not a material thing. It's an abstract category. Probability. What probability? It's not a material thing. You don't open the cabinet and find probability. Right? You don't look under the bed and find probability. You don't look under your nails and find fucking probability. It's a fucking abstract category. Doesn't make any damn sense. So right there, at that point, they just reified a category as though it's a substance and material subsist of. That's the fallacy of reification. And this is a basic elementary error that any beginner in studying logic would recognize. There's not some advanced error that you have to be so adept in all these various nuances that people can imagine, right? Like it's just a million things to learn. No, it's a basic error. People do it all the time. People do it all the time, either deliberately for the sake of figurative rhetoric, or indeliberately when trying to convey what they believe is a fact, but it's not a fact, and it's just an erroneous notion.
Would a good simple example of that be like saying, this is red? And you're like, well, why do you say it's red? Because we look at it and it's the color we know is red. And then you're like, okay, cool. But somebody who's colorblind either sees it as a different shade or fucking doesn't see it at all. So is it really red? Is it their problem or is it the color problem or is it my problem? Is that sort of like a more basic like example of that?
No, that'd be a different issue.
Okay, all right,
That'd
cool. I
be
was
an
trying
issue
to
of
relate things. I was actually trying to relate things on a more simple level with people. So I was trying to see what that's about making.
no. You're fine. That's a good thing to do. Yeah, that would be a different issue. That'd be an issue of epistemology, right? Epistemology is the study of knowledge, right? It asks the basic question: what is knowledge, and how do we know what we know, right? Which includes empirical knowledge, which is identified by the term a posteriori, in contrast to a priori. It's the basic two categories of knowledge: a priori, that which is known before or without empirical detection; a posteriori, that which is known by empirical detection. So all the sights and the smells and the tastes and the feelings, tactile sensations, and what you hear and da 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 da, all that is empirical. All that is a posteriori. So there's that. What I'm talking about is an a priori issue, because you have to analyze the propositions in the first place to be coherent, right? In order for any proposition to be a known fact, it has to be coherent first. It can't be an incoherent freaking proposition, freaking notion. You can't know incoherent false propositions, which are logically impossible to be the case, to be true. Okay. So with their so-called quantum mechanics, you can say it like this: all material subsists of indivisible particles that are probability. That's the proposition. Okay.
Yeah,
Reification
cool. So
power.
like what I was saying was more like I hate Brussels sprouts and they taste like shit. People do. I think they taste like shit. That's what I feel, but and taste and smell. Other people think they're delicious, and so does that mean they're delicious or taste like shit? No, is that what the thing I was doing is more like?
I missed like half of what you said because I heard what I literally heard when you just replied was "da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da." That's what I literally heard, and then I heard more English.
I was probably talking too fast. I was saying the example I was making of like the red color, it's more of like Brussels sprouts. I think Brussels sprouts smell and taste like shit. But I know like my mother-in-law loves Brussels sprouts. She thinks they smell great and they taste great. So my thing on the color would be more like that sort of thing, not what you were talking about.
Hmm. Yeah, that'd be a different
Okay.
issue.
Cool. I
That'll
just
also be
trying to
another issue
expect
for
that
their worldview.
clarification.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. No, you're fine. Yeah. Yeah. Answering the, I think you asked me about quantum mechanics, right? Or was it someone else?
other dude.
Other dude. That's okay. So yeah, that's my refutation against quantum mechanics. It's nothing more than uh, idealistic atomism, or monism. The reason I say or monism, because then you'll get a version that reduces all materials down to a single so-called quantum field, or maybe quantum fields, just a simple difference of using field in the singular or plural, right? Which is not a meaningful difference. It's really not all that significant a difference, a minor superficial difference. Whether they say there's one quantum field that everything subsists of, uh, or multiple quantum fields, doesn't matter. So yeah, that's the refutation. Quantum mechanics is all material substances subsist of these indivisible particles that are probability. Okay, that's a reification. Probability is not a material, not a material thing. And of course, going on with their silly metaphysical lore, LORE lore, all these particular specific notions that they say, the specific sentences, propositions that consist the entire set of what they think are the set of facts that at least they know so far. So all their lore, the metaphysical lore. Um, Another bit of lore is, the so-called superposition, for instance, right? That the particle, which is not omnipresent, right, does not occupy all volume, is simultaneously occupying a specific, very infinitesimal quantity of volume, while also simultaneously existing somewhere else. So as it were, particle alpha, right? Particle alpha is in location alpha, but then the notion is that particle alpha is also in location Bravo, even at vast distances away by orders of magnitude to the millions, right? The so-called superposition and quantum entanglement. That's like me existing where I am and existing at another particular location, like at all, like even just next to me is absurd, but let alone a vast distance away from me. That's what that is. That's the notion. Contradictory.
I mean, and that's kind of what I was asking you about earlier, because that
Uh-huh.
notion is just absolutely ridiculous to me, and it makes zero
It's
sense.
incoherent. And then to rescue or to protect the doctrine from any refutation, like what I just articulated, they'll just excuse the doctrine from the laws of logic. Well, the universe doesn't have to make sense to you. The universe doesn't have to be logical to you. Yada yada yada. Da, da. Hang on, hang the fuck on. If a Christian or a Muslim or a Jew give that same type of reply after you ask them a question about their worldview and their metaphysic, you would not accept that. And you would be contemptuous against it. You would turn your nose down upon it. But you can do that for your fucking worldview? I don't think so. You don't get a pass because you just
I was about
arbitrarily,
to
by your
say,
assertion, by your opinion, just excuse yourself from being
scientism
coherent.
gets a pass, basically.
Exactly.
It-
In their opinion.
It's because you have to get a degree from a university to practice this religion, right? It's a
Right.
new
So
priesthood.
one of the notions in their worldview is because we who just are just scientific minded, da 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 da. Right? Because basically, I'll say it this way: because we are scientists of scientism, we are beyond and above and superior to all these other categories: Christianism, Judaism, Islam, Hinduism, Jainism. We're superior above all these other things. We just have the facts, and we're just so smart, and we're doctors, and da 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 yada yada
Well,
yada.
then you
That's
call
the
it what it
notion.
is. Then scientism is the religion of atheism.
It includes atheism. That's a
Yeah.
theological opinion within their worldview.
It's like they remove God and they turn man into God because they don't believe there is a
Exactly.
creator and that everything is just an accidental result of primordial soup somehow. So
At least as it concerns epistemology, presuming that the intellect of man, as finite and fallible and pitifully impotent as it is, concerning the whole scope of all knowledge that could be known, is somehow sufficient for everything. Even though they know full and well that they run into the absurdities in the world in their worldview. Everyone has to encounter this in their worldview if they're trying to be consistent and disciplined, right, with their worldview. You have to account for the things that don't make sense, the things you don't know, the things you don't understand. You have to account for the reality of ignorance and error and confusion. And they can't. Because
probably
you
best if I
scrutinize
got
their
into an
worldview
IT
and
career.
push come to shove, they hit a wall, basically. They hit a conceptual, principial wall when under scrutiny.
I mean, Michio Kaku, his quote about modern cosmology being off to a factor of 1 to the 120th or whatever. I mean, that says it right there.
Right.
They're wrong. Their theories are wrong, but they're the best that they've got for now. That's kind of how I see it.
Now notice, analyze that notion itself. Not only is that clearly conveying, right, in so many words that they're wrong, but still with the superficial rhetoric as though they have an epistemic standard to specifically quantify their error instead of just saying they don't know.
Right, and who's to decide when they're right? Them. They decide
Exactly.
when they're
How do you
right.
know you're off if you don't even have a fucking target?
Right. How do you
Like
know you're
when you go
wrong
to the
if you're wrong?
range, right? When you go to the range and you go shoot the target, your target specifically on the silhouette is the dot its center mass. You can't know that you're off if there's no goddamn silhouette to shoot, or if
Right.
there's
What's
no
the
dart on
target?
the silhouette to aim
Exactly.
at.
I've never actually looked at the argument like that, but that's beautiful. How can you know how far you're off if you don't even know that you're off? I mean, you don't know the target. So
You don't have a
you're
target at all. You just don't fucking know. But they're still so emotionally committed to their basically their supremacism. It's a type of supremacism.
Mhm.
It's a type of snobbish supremacism in their worldview, where even when we're wrong, we're so smart that we know to the umpteenth power how wrong we are.
Right.
Just say you don't fucking know. And again, these are the same people who are so quick to say to try and virtue signal themselves for some reason. Doesn't make any sense in their worldview. You're being consistent with just a bunch of matter flailing around a black void. But they're the same people who love to spout about themselves that we have no reluctance to admit that we don't know. We just don't know. Unlike you Christians or you Muslims or you Jews. But then when push come to shove in so many aspects of their worldview, when it's time to say that simple sentence, I don't know, they refuse to do it. They will say everything else but.
I was shocked when Neil deGrasse Tyson was asked what is gravity. I have no idea. Next question.
Right. Just be like him. Right. It's amazing how their clerics are much better behaved than the zealot laymen who are wannabe apologists in Discord land in places like this.
Yeah. At least they'll debate flat earthers.
I mean, at least for instance, like in a Christian community or a Muslim community or a Jewish community, there's actual discipline that is applied by the clerics to the laity. At least. There's no such thing with scientism. How could you justify discipline? How could you justify it? Because again, you've taught your laity, you've taught your disciples to just be defiantly skeptical, not rationally skeptical, with a discipline, a self-discipline, just defiantly skeptical, according to their whims, arbitrarily, whimsically. What's to stop them from doing that to you? And they do it all the time. You should listen to them, scientism clerics, here in Discord land. It's a Pandora's box. Like a minotaur. You created this beast, and now you can't control it. And notice I talk about the scientism clerics, the scientist clerics, and there really is no specific, finite quantity of like officially defined people. It's the most accurate, convenient label for their notion, and pretty much the vague class of academic professionals that they vaguely are familiar with and rely upon.
I mean, it's a great
That is,
industry to get into, though. Think about it. That
Yeah.
you can't prove them wrong about anything because they make up the rules, they make up the bullshit right from the get go. So you get to make up your job as you go along because it's all made up from the beginning.
this is why I call this the phantom scientist magisterium.
Nice.
And those who are familiar with Roman Catholicism, for instance, they that's particularly striking to them. It particularly vexes them because again, they like to think they're just so special and exempt, as though there's no comparison to be made between them. They're just entirely separate from everything that they connotatively associate with whatever they don't like that is remotely related to the Bible or Christian or theism or religion. Da 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 da. Like no, there's all sorts of similarities that I can point out. Like I just mentioned, with the Roman Catholicism, there's the magisterium. Now I will take the Roman Catholic magisterium, even though they're false disciples with a false gospel and all sorts of damnable heresies and all the tyranny that they've done, even espousing many of the distinctives of scientists. I will take their magisterium above the phantom scientist magisterium because at least they exist. They're particular existing real men. They all have names. They're real men. They're on the earth. You can find them at some particular occasions. You can find them all in one room. You can't do that with the Phantom Scientist Magisterium. There's no such thing. You asked Dr. Kerry Mullis before he was murdered. I guess I said what I meant. He said explicitly, "There are no wise old men at the top making sure no one makes mistakes at the bottom." That's a quote. He said that back in the 80s or 90s in a documentary.
I wish people would have
Now,
listened
he
to
was
him about
mostly
UCLA.
saying that in the context of medical science, but he was primarily focused on that in the documentary. But he knows other fields. There's no old wise counsel at the top making sure people down below don't make any errors or correct their errors. There's no such thing. What you really have is something more similar to how most Jews function today. It's a diasporated category. You just go to this location, that location, and you got these scholars over here, and those scholars over here, and these scholars over here, and those scholars here, there, and everywhere. That's really what you have. You don't have a rigid structure, but a rigid hierarchical institution, organization. Not that rigid. Not like
I
the Roman
suppose
Catholic Church.
the old what was the name of the British Royal Scientist
Yeah, Royal
Academies?
Society.
Yeah, Royal
Yeah,
Society, right? It's not as formalized anymore, I suppose.
yeah, yeah. Especially in the U.S., you just have the scholars over here, that university over there, that university over here, that university over there. That's really what they have. And you have this so-called consensus that is also not definitive for this, that, and the third.
And look at the denominations of churches today. We got so many denominations, and they have like crazy different beliefs between all of them. Fuck up.
Yeah, you usually all the doctrinal disagreements, and when you know how to scrutinize them, especially when they're in the same room. Like I did this once in another server called Earth Awakenings. These two wannabe apologists for scientism. I got them to get into a really lengthy debate that was never resolved after even half an hour of discussion between them about what mass is. Simple ass question. One of the elements of their worldview, mass. What is it? They were disagreeing about what it is. How to make them to do that?
It's the same
Because
crowd.
I recognize, yeah,
Sorry.
I recognize that they. No, you're good. You're good.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's the
I
same crowd that can't answer what is a woman. That's all.
exactly. Right. I got them to disagree on this, for instance, just to help people understand, because they say the word mass rhetoric at least in three different senses, and the majority of them, vast majority of them, virtually all of them, do it subconsciously. They don't even realize that this is a thing in their worldview, that they're saying mass in at least three different senses. One, matter. Two, the quantity of matter as in a unit of measurement. Or three, inertia. At least in those three senses. There's a fourth one I can't remember right now. But they slid mass in. And they were disagreeing on it. And they had a discussion for more than half an hour. And they still didn't come to an agreement. And these weren't like boys. These are thoroughly adult men. They're like, I assume they're at least in their 30s, but I would say they're more so in their 40s and above. These two dudes that I got to that exposed this doctrinal sectarian disagreement between. They think they're above sectarian disagreement. They are chuck fucking full of sectarian divisions, especially like concerning quantumism, so-called quantum mechanics. I call it quantumism for my convenience.
I imagine most people are going to end up on these debates on those topics. They're just armchair quarterbacks. They really don't know what the hell they're talking about, but they watched a YouTube video about it or stayed in the
You have
hallway.
no idea how inane it is to listen to these people.
Oh,
Because they're supposed to be debating, and they're saying all these replies that are just non-argument, no disciplined reply to try and soundly argue for their opinion. It's just replies, at best conjecture, just being
Rhetoric.
exchanged back and forth, back and
It's
forth, back and forth.
regurgitated rhetoric. I listen to this Discord on YouTube a lot. That man, it's the same shit over and over and over again. It's like they're reading from a playbook. So
Ridiculous. No epistemic standard, no rules of inference to guide their rationales. Nothing. Their standard is their opinion. That's a part of their worldview. A part of the worldview of scientism is just presumptuous humanistic rationalism. In other words, the standard, like in contrast to the biblical worldview, which is God is the epistemic standard, his revelation is the epistemic standard, and we also discipline ourselves by the laws of logic, etc. That's not a thing in scientism. Right? In contrast to that, it's just my opinion. This makes sense to me. That's the whole history of rationalism for centuries. So-called rationalism is nothing more than just this makes sense, ellipsis, to me.
mm-hmm.
Right? That's why for millennia you have Rene Descartes, so-called rationalist, who will be a pantheist, in contrast to another rationalist, such as what's his name? Not Descartes. In contrast to Descartes, I'm forgetting another name. Spinoza. There we go. Finally, in contrast to Spinoza, who would be a monist, right? I think I'm getting that right. But in the history of rationalism, they've come to vastly different conclusions about all sorts of issues, including and especially metaphysics, according to the so-called same epistemic standard, right? So-called rationalism, using reason, right? We know this according to reason. You know this according to because it makes sense to you, because you can comfortably, as it were, grasp this in your mind. So if an epistemic standard, when consistently applied, produces a vast variety of contradictory conclusions or entailments, that's obviously a failure of a so-called epistemic standard. That's not a way to know anything. It proves one proposition and everything else contrary to it.
My buddy Ahmed made. I love his rationalization on things. When I was talking to him, because he's a devout Muslim, and I was like, "What do you know about the whole cosmology and like stuff about the North Pole and stuff?" He's like, "Oh yeah, I know about that. That was taught that as part of my religion." I was like, "Cool." I was like, "What do you know about here at the top?" He's like, "Well, I know what I've seen, and he thinks it's flat." And he said that he came to that conclusion in a very simple way. He uh, he said, "Well, I was taught that cosmology. I see flat Earth. I've been taught the globe. So what I see and what I believe match up. What I see and believe and what I was taught do not. So I'm going to go with what I see and believe versus what somebody else is telling me." And I was like, that's really simple, and I really like that.
Yeah. That is an instance of a empiricist type of line of thinking. Empiricist in the sense of, because at least two different senses. Empiricist in the sense of acknowledging the empirical data that you detect, acknowledging what you see, what you smell, what you taste, what you hear, what you feel. But then another sense, which is the erroneous sense, the erroneous notion, which is that we only know things by empirical detection. That's patently false. It's a stupid notion because you didn't empirically detect that very proposition itself. So if you can only know things by empirical detection, you couldn't know that proposition. The proposition, you only know things by empirical detection because you do not and cannot empirically detect the proposition itself. So
Like I was saying with
besides
my
that,
cat with my wife earlier, I couldn't sense that at all. But it was there. I couldn't sense it, but
right?
it happened.
Or like the laws of logic. Laws of logic are not material at all. They're immaterial, abstract entities. You've never seen the laws of logic, smelled the laws of logic, tasted the laws of logic, heard the laws of logic, felt the laws of logic, never had any empirical detection of the laws of logic. So by that, that would entail that there is no such thing as laws of logic, or you couldn't know them. And if you could, of course, if there's no such thing, or you couldn't know them if they were real, then you couldn't know anything because you need the laws of logic to fucking know anything. So that's another way to to refute the empiricism notion, in contrast to simply just acknowledging your empirical sensations and accurately interpreting them. That's a posteriori knowledge, empirical knowledge.
Hey, Yoda, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Man, you're gonna love this shit. So I've been
Wait.
on their server with a bunch of normies, and then dude, boy. Okay, so anyway, not a bunch of normies, just like I guess, I mean, basically people, they question government and whatnot, but it's kind of fun. And so that dude from politics, I can't think of his name right now, where he's got the picture of the Grim Reaper as his profile.
Yeah, Bindi, racist, fascist.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. So he's on the same server, and then he calls me like, "Oh, critical, and they're like, "Dude, why are you acting weird?" And then he's like, "Well, critical's a flat earther, and they're like,
Oh,
"Yeah,
man.
we know, yeah, okay, it's okay, people can think anything they want." And I was like, but isn't it interesting? Like right now, you have the astronauts supposedly went around the moon doing a long form press conference, taking questions from the audience, talking about everything there is to know about this moon mission. And this dude is so triggered over flat Earth, he doesn't give a flying fuck what the astronauts have to say. He sees me in a Discord call and just starts acting like a clown. And everyone just started laughing. They're like, "Yeah, dude, go watch the astronauts. See if they can," because they think it's kind of like fake or silly or whatever. Why spend this much money when there's like Flint, Michigan and whatnot? They're kind of that like NASA shouldn't cost that much type stuff. Like where their talking points are. So yeah, they're like totally talking to you like, dude, don't you want to listen to the astronauts? And like everyone's just like laughing at the guy, and he got like seriously pissed. Like he's like, flat earthers are ruining everything. Like, well, dude, ignore them. Just go watch your press conference. Then you'll be okay. Like the astronauts are right now, live on YouTube and whatnot. The astronauts are talking to the public. Why aren't you listening or paying attention to that? And then I got a chance to interject about the overview effect, about this instant cognitive shift. I say it doesn't matter. These guys are fundamentally immune to the science. They'll deny it. It doesn't matter if manned spaceflight returns. It doesn't matter if manned spaceflight doesn't return. It doesn't matter if the astronauts are talking today, tomorrow. None of it matters. The only thing that matters to them is that they need the Earth to be a globe for some reason, which they won't explain or take questions on, because their worldview has some baked in nonsense like cosmic nihilism or atheism or something like that. The Earth has to be a globe. It just has to be. And anyone who disagrees with that, they see as a moral failing, while at the same time think morals are subjective anyway.
Yeah, sounds about right.
The dude, and I'm saying, like, of all days, this should be the day he shouldn't even be thinking about flat Earth. He should be watching this press conference, or at least like, something. But no, they can't contain themselves. They're completely, and this what made me think about this too, because that guy Red's Rhetoric completely detonated in my DMs today about how I'm trying to get his attention. I'm his number one fan. I'm like, sure, all that's true. Now, will you watch the press conference today? Or are you going to freak out over flat Earth anyway? And of course he did. Like, just talk about flat Earth over and over again. Can't get past it. The very first day they heard flat Earth, they've been in endless, perpetual triggering ever since. They haven't got out of it yet. And nothing's going to get them out of it until they decide to stop. They're the ones who put them into it. They're the ones who are going to take them out of it. It doesn't matter how many photographs from space you show them. It doesn't matter how many photographs of Earth, from Earth, the surface of the Earth. None of the conversation is going to matter until they decide to stop triggering themselves over a topic they can't even define.
The Blobber sucks anyway. It's way cooler over here.
The one in the call is funny too, because they got that dude to spaz out because they called them the fartstronauts. Because apparently there's like this article where the toilet clogged up. I didn't even see that part. Like going around the moon, they had to like stop using the toilet because it clogged. It was leaking stink into the capsule. It's like that joke from the Family Guy where was it Brian? No, the dad, Peter, where Peter's trying to get Meg to say, "Hey, how do you be a good wife?" And he put her in the car, and she's like, "Okay, we're sitting in the car. What are we doing in here?" All of a sudden, like he just rips out like a massive fart and then like locks the doors. She's like, "Oh, get me out of here! Get me out of here!" And he's like, "Yep, you're gonna to be a good wife. You're gonna have to like withstand the stink farts." So this woman who just went around the moon with 3 dudes with a backed up, clogged up toilet wearing diapers and shit.
Just manufactured drama. Most people are bored and not interested in this. I mean,
No, that's what I'm saying. They're not interested in anything at all. That's my takeaway.
yeah.
Because
So,
even
toilet
in
humor,
yeah,
literally.
in terms of like production or entertainment value, this idea of shit posting or talking online, that's really what their whole world is. But they're scared. They are shit scared to talk bad about government because government's the same one who provides them housing and food, medical supplies. They're completely dependent on the government. But what they will do is find some minority group who really doesn't give a fuck what they have to say anyway, and then try to shit talk them as if they're going to win the internet for the day.
It's very accurate.
That was
Very
pretty
accurate
good.
observation. Very accurate description.
Yeah, we were talking.
And
Okay, what kind of
like,
got the guy going? Just real quick,
yeah.
Justice, I think Scalia or whatever, one of the justice did an op-ed today about how what the greatest threat to America, and he said liberal college professors who are like preaching sort of like atheism and whatnot. He said our country is founded under one. God bless America. God granted human freedoms and liberties. And I was like, oh, that's gonna get him going, because so here's the atheist thinking like, oh, there's a separation of church and state. Okay, then why are all our laws based on the Ten Commandments? And why did the Supreme Court just reference the greatest threat to America is the unreligious or the non-religious? It's been a bad day for a bad week for atheism, considering the Apollo astronauts too. They did a prayer breakfast. They did Easter prayer breakfast, and then when they were asked about how do you feel about coming in with a different angle you didn't practice because of the heat shield may have a failure, he's like, oh, I don't need a heat shield. What, you don't? No, I got God.
It's funny you're saying this too after I just finished. I just finished binging Stargate Atlantis. Like you heard all the goddamn critiques I just said, right? And here I am still watching things like Stargate Atlantis, and I'm trying to finish Stargate Universe too, right now.
It's still a good show. Universe sucks. I don't understand how you can watch that. But SG1
I've never
Atlantis.
seen it.
Oh, it's horrible. It's like a teenage drama sex show. They ruined Stargate with that. But SG1 and Atlantis, they're some of my favorite shows. I've done a watch through of both of them like I don't know 4 times each at least, and they're long shows, as you know.
Yeah, it's like that meme.
Really.
That meme where it shows like the little brain, the bigger brain, an even bigger brain, and like transcendence. It's like the very top. It's like innocently loving shows of the sci-fi shows because of you're a child. Then like the little bit bigger brain is like despising sci-fi shows for like the anti-science crap in there and like whatever drama or weird crap they put in there. And then number 3, it's like boycotting sci-fi shows because of the it's just not entertainment. It's slop.
I did that for the first few years of being a flat earther.
And then finally at the end, it's like, actually loving sci-fi shows for the amazing propaganda that they put in there.
Exactly. I've gone through all those steps now. So I mean, in the beginning, I was like, "Oh, I won't even watch this stuff. I hate Star Wars now. I hate Star Trek. I grew up on that stuff, and I loved it, and I rejected it for the longest time. But now, man, I don't give a damn. It's just entertainment. I
like you watch,
from the scientist perspective, right?
Sci-fi,
It's like you watch Star Wars. It's like how many times did they reverse the polarity to fix the problem? Like I saw this episode last week.
So like internalize this observation, right? So put on your as it were scientism eyes, looking at Star Wars, Stargate, Starship Troopers, Star, right? Star Trek. This seems like a fictional rendition of a real possible future, right? That's what that content is. It is their public It is a big. These are big projects that last for years, even, and it's a public presentation of their eschatology, of their
They're
eschatological hope.
a declaration. Like
A declaration,
they're
too.
declaring what they want the reality to be, and then
Right.
they make it happen in 50 years. Look at Arthur C. Clarke and satellites.
Exactly. So, all right. So there's that perspective. That's the scientific perspective, right? Then when you know the truth, people like us, we perceive that content the same way they perceive like Lord of the Rings or The Hobbit or the Spiderwick Chronicles. Spiderwick Chronicles, goddamn. Or Harry Potter. Just fiction that never happened and never will happen.
Yeah, still entertaining. Sorry,
It's still
not
entertaining.
sorry. You know,
Well, I mean, think of
Then
it.
you realize
Entertainment.
the world is more like Lord of the Rings or Harry Potter than it is like freaking Star Trek.
right?
If you look at the entertainment value, I have the press conference on my second screen here. It's muted. I'm just have it on. 3,340 people watching. I mean, damn. I mean,
yeah.
There's like I mean, think about that. That is your engagement. That's your social media footprint on YouTube. The YouTube channel NASA only has 15 million subscribers, 14.9 million subscribers. The astronauts that supposedly went around the moon speaking in public for the first time, 3,000 views.
I mean, what are we going to do with this?
That's data right there. That's telling you that there's more people. How many people are watching our live stream compared to like viewer subscriber count? Like if you want to do like a number, like per capita.
You know, it's like it's almost as though those people just really don't. They're just so out of touch with like the common human in this world. What's the common human going to do with just the very news or even watching the rocket go up and up and up to the big ass rock that we call the moon? What's the common person going to do? They're still struggling to pay their rent, pay their car note, put food on the table. What the hell is this going to do for them? And what are they going to do with this? It's really not significant to them. No impact on their lives, except this whole psychological operation propaganda rigmarole, where it's a part of the whole psychological operation, inundating you with this whole worldview and all this rhetoric. Like so they went to the moon. Like, let's think this through in their worldview. They went to the moon. How did this improve our lives? How did the common American, common human in this world, at least the Americans, what improved as a result?
You could say things got worse.
What did we get? Did I get more money? Did I get more knowledge? Did I get more assets? Did I get peace? What did I get?
I mean, couldn't they have solved homelessness here in the United States with the money?
I mean, you'll spend
They
billions.
closed
Thank you for saying that. You'll spend billions upon billions, these fortunes, to take your ass up to the moon, while folks is poor and starving and thirsty and naked.
You know, what my favorite part of the Artemis launch was? It was while it was still on the launch pad. Eric Dubay pointed out, it was still on the launch pad. You can see a plane coming from the right, and it's going to go behind the rocket. But before it ever gets to the rocket, it just disappears into blue sky, and then pops out of the other side. And it's like, huh, that's interesting.
They spend all this money on this moon travel or whatever, and you got Globers flashing money around. For example, like I don't know, I'm not gonna say anything. Some Globers kind of like throw out there like they got millions and they got money, whatever. they
That's
don't
why I
they
started.
don't they cannot donate type 1 diabetic maybe 100K so that he can go get some stem cells to maybe reverse the diabetes, right? They can't do that.
Like for instance, isn't Ruhif a self-professed millionaire? That pest.
Maybe.
I think I heard him say that once. I'm pretty sure I heard him say that
Man, you know
when I was
globalists are
talking to him.
lying when their lips are moving. They're so full of shit.
Or Scott, fucking Scott Mackey.
This is what I started talking to that guy Reds Redrick, a prolific anti-flat earther, because he came into a server I was on, that QOP server.
Mm-hmm.
The day, like apparently he went down there with a group of dudes to Florida. He lives like in New England somewhere. It had drive like 3 days to get there and shit. On his way back, he connects to the flat earth server and just shits his pants. Just straight shits his pants about how are you guys still in the server? Rocket launch. Bleh. I'm like, dude, how are you in this server? I mean, you can't even take the ride back home to contemplate the return of manned spaceflight? How are you fundamentally immune to what you just watched? He goes like, that's not an argument. So I'm like, well, here we go. Okay, here's my argument. Premise one, someone saw a rare, historic, emotionally potent event. Premise two, they did not experience anything expected in terms of a cognitive shift in viewing that event. Conclusion, there must be an explanation for this. You're triggered over flat earth, dude. Supposedly 3 million people watched live, 400,000 people saw it in person. That means that your result was a 0.0000394. You were unable or unwilling to follow the event and even think about it for the ride home. There's an explanation here.
They really, I was referencing this earlier, but they don't really want to think. I was referencing the SR-71 Blackbird and how it traveled to like 2,300 miles an hour, and they can't even paint the damn things that'll burn the paint off. They can't put anything but the shape it had because it'll burn it and rip it off. Yet the space shuttle has all kinds of PVC pipes and blocks coming out of it. It's supposed to be traveling way faster than that. Give me a break, y'all. It's just not. It just doesn't work.
It's the outer lining made of passports. That's what does the trick.
Well, it's got to be Saudi Arabian passports, mind you.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, any other passport burns up, but the Saudi Arabia, all the other passports that were on that plane, they all got destroyed. Only the Saudi passport survived.
You're not alluding to that Saudi Arabian passport that was found at so-called Ground Zero, right?
Oh, that's the one right there. Yeah.
Minus
And when I say
the
Ground Zero, I
gigantic
mean
Rolls
the
Royce
record
engine. Yeah.
at that atrocity in New York in 2001. All right.
Yeah, they called it the heap or something like that, or the pile. I can't remember the term. Something like that.
We have a new guy. Trust yourself only. So he's going to prove the curve of the ball earth.
Hey, Manuel, I'm heading to Portugal again.
Oh,
May.
Great.
Yeah.
Now, think about this. If it indeed really is the case that scientism is just this false worldview that is published by the government in the most basic sense of the word, and it is basically one of the essential constituents, or like the main bulk of the psychological operations that the government pulls upon the masses. Would it not then follow that if they themselves detect a real significant decrease in in the masses of believing and paying attention to the program, right? See where I'm going with this? If there's gonna, it would stand to reason that if scientism is indeed that, and that if there is indeed a significant decrease in the masses taking them seriously, taking the program seriously, all the shit they publish on TV and through all the various media, right? We're doing this, we're doing that, going here, going there, yada yada yada. If there's a significant decrease in that, would that not then expose that it's indeed just a psychological operation? Because if they're really making progress, they're not going to just stop doing good work just because the masses aren't paying attention, right? They're just going to still go out of their way to do what they're doing and try to publish it, and really keep striving in spite of the decreased interest throughout the masses. But if they decrease the publication of their various content and lore because they recognize they're really not buying it, the masses aren't buying this anymore. You see.
I get my Van der Graaf generator in tomorrow, so I'm pumped to do some fucking science with my son, do some electrostatics.
I'll say this too. When was Space Force in the U.S. military made? Was it not around the same time that so-called flat Earth was swelling up in popularity? Wasn't that like 2019, 2020, 2018? Why didn't they make Space Force decades before them? I mean, would it not just simply follow? Why not make Space Force very soon after you landed on the moon or returned from the moon? Just makes sense, especially if it's so-called, if it's in the name of beating the Russians in the Cold War. Why not make Space Force then?
Man, this is also embarrassing. I'm going through the video right now, the press conference. The seats are empty. Like they're in some sort of auditorium. And there's like 10 people there. Like all the seats are just empty. They couldn't even fill an auditorium in some sort of controlled environment. It's like, hey everyone, you gotta come down here to listen to the astronauts. No.
Sorry, I'm too busy struggling in poverty. Sorry, too busy struggling with this divorce. Sorry, too busy struggling to pay my child support. Sorry, too busy struggling with this alimony fiasco. Sorry, too busy dealing with immediate fucking problems.
We're talking
Like
about Artemis 2?
Artemis, yeah.
Ah, okay.
How really no one gave a shit.
Yeah. Everything's fucked up. A lot of proofs.
You know, my second favorite part of the Artemis launch was where the mission commander, while they were in space, was talking about New York, and he said it's all across the country from where we're talking to you right now.
Or here's even worse. No, sorry, too busy taking care of my sick family member. Fill in blank ex family member. Too busy trying to clean up the mess after this tornado ravaged everything I own.
Yeah,
I'm too
I'm
busy trying
thankful
to
for
take
my
refuge
family's
from
health.
this war zone.
I don't take for granted at all that I've got a good job with great health insurance, and my family's health is in good shape, and so a lot of people don't have that.
Like my anecdote is pretty much damn near devoid of the scientism lore. And it's funny, here's another comparison. You know, you have the so-called academic sources, right? Or magazines for the populace, right? You know, these various websites, and they publish all these articles, all this lore, things like that, whether it be, you know, digital or tangible, you to hold in your hands. It's just like Roman Catholics too. They do the same thing, right? It's just this ever growing lore, right? This ever growing lore within their worldview, right? 18th century Roman Catholic magisterium would anathematize the 21st century magisterium, and or vice versa. It's really more so the former than the latter. Or the ever growing content and library of rabbinic conjecture in the so-called Talmud. There's another comparison. Scientists do the same thing. They do the same thing. Far worse. There's no like single literary body. I mean, you could kind of make an analogy, but there really is nothing in scientism that has like this main, primary, or preeminent literary body of literature. Nothing like the Bible or the Quran. Nothing like the Talmud or the Vedas. Nothing like that in scientism. At best, you may make an analogy between like Isaac Newton's mathematics or Charles Darwin's Origin of Species or something like that. And that's really stretching it. Like it's a strained analogy. That's the best you can do. Y'all remember that? Y'all remember this bit of rhetoric that scientists love to say? I don't know who the fuck thought of this. So the rhetoric goes like this: if you erase all the religious books and then let people start again, like some sort of successive generation after, you'll get a whole different set of content. But if you erase all the science books today, you'll get the same content eventually because physics doesn't change. That's how the notion goes. That's how this notion goes. Fuck made this.
Isn't it interesting how there's no science books that outdate the Bible? Like every science book is being constantly rewritten,
Exactly,
updated. Like what science book has lasted the test of time, like the Bible or other holy books have?
What multi-millennia old science, quote unquote, literature is there that's just been saying the same facts or containing the same facts since ancient times, since before classical antiquity? What is this? Where's this ancient scientist Bible? Nowhere. Doesn't exist.
That's why they want to try to that topic where they talk about, you know, how if you destroy all the Bibles, it wouldn't be written again. It's not based in truth. It's based in some subjective storytelling or whatnot. But yet they don't think that. How come all the religious books kind of say the same thing? Be nice to each other. Like don't harm each other. Take care of your fellow man. Talk about objective morals. Yet they all say the same thing, slightly different ways. But yet here's their science books are constantly updating and changing as more knowledge is gained. It's like that Tyson had talked about
the same doctrine, but they contain some of the same concepts exactly.
Yeah, so Tyson had talked about the more you know, that sphere of knowledge gets bigger, but the boundary of what you don't know also gets bigger.
Mm-hmm.
So they're in this really sort of paradox. You're like, so if you were to know everything, would you know everything or you wouldn't know everything?
If you were to be strict with that rhetoric, right?
Yeah, they get to the point where the more you know you don't know. But they know it all. They think they really know it all. They're like these know-it-alls, just like, but they can't answer anything. You try to ask them questions, they don't know anything. So the real talking point that they're trying to articulate there, that if they were to like burn all the books, destroy all human knowledge, and they had their way, they would restart humanity with this sort of subjective morals. With this idea where you don't know anything, you can't know anything. Ancient wisdom would be replaced with just like hedonistic pleasure seeking. You'll get why the getting's good.
Yep.
That's basically Lawrence Krauss, his full defense is like, hey, why'd you harass all those young women coming in STEM? Don't you see the damage? Just the pure damage you've done to science and technology by like sexually harassing women out of the field? He's like, yeah, my Winkie's more important than that. Here I had access to a bunch of young co-eds, and I'm not supposed to like, seize the opportunity? Wow, you sick fuck. That's someone's daughter.
Someone's daughter. Or mother, or sister,
Yeah,
or aunt, or
sister.
cousin.
Yeah. And that's the way he treated them. Like, send them to a college campus thinking you're going to have some enlightened professor who's really into space and knowledge and grasping the bigger questions about why we're here. And the only thing he was thinking about was how to get his willy wet.
Not even that he likes you, just that he wants to touch you in this particular way.
Abuse. Physically abuse these young women. And then when he finally gets Me Too'd and they toss his ass out of here, the atheists finally say, well, yeah, I would do the same thing. Holy shit.
Hey, Gregory, real quick. You're talking about theory and cosmology, theology and cosmology. Something. Do you mind if I send you a couple screenshots from my phone that I found on a wind tracker site about the North Pole?
I don't mind.
I'll send it to you in just a second. It's a pretty cool looking shit.
Yeah, Craig, you're very good. I should have been told you this. You are very adept at gathering a lot of these details. And I think it kind of spans. Tell me if this is accurate or not. Like these details that I hear you like clockwork. You send it to my server and other servers that you send the caption or the screenshot and the GIF with, and like the things you talk about here sometimes spanning like pretty much throughout the 20th century into the present day with the 21st century. Us living in the residue of the 20th century. You are very adept at committing to memory these details and systematizing them and contextualizing them and explaining them. You're very adept at this.
Well, thank you.
Very adept at this.
Some might say Adeptus Mechanicus. Did someone nerd out with that? I gotta check the text.
There was something else I wanted to add to that too. It slipped my mind. I'll beat myself. I'm still trying to think about it. There was something else I wanted to add to that. Oh, there we go. So with those details that you articulate and explain so well, I'm burping. Excuse me. You've really illuminated and highlight just pretty much the decline, the 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 trend that is the declination of the favor of scientism in the general masses. More so the general masses, but even in academia, the decline of scientism. It is falling out of favor. It is the trend of the past several years, even throughout the 21st century, has been a general decline of respect and a general decline of respect and credulity. There we go. To scientism. More and more dissent, more and more apostasy.
Because of what they saw that people were starting to value on other frameworks like philosophy and religion and science, asking questions about why, right and wrong, and how come. And they saw the power that people were starting to shift and understand the scientific method. So instead of embracing that and really saying, hey, here is the correct way to do science, they changed it from a verb to a noun and started identifying them as
You
a
deny
science.
science?
Yeah, because whatever they say is science, rather than what the results of the experiment are. They saw the power that people would be, we're going to change sciences for everyone. The science is for people who are highly specialized. To suddenly science is whoever the authority figures are. As soon as they did that, and then people started questioning authority, they're like, well, if you can't question it, is it even science?
That's why the rhetoric of "I believe in science" came out. Like
Yeah,
science
the
shouldn't be
belief.
something that you believe in; it should just be science.
Well, even
Demonic
better,
rule.
science is the power. The raw power of science comes from that you don't believe it. You verify it with repeatable results, predictable, repeatable results. As soon as you take that away, I don't need to repeat it anymore. I'll just believe it. It's no longer science, it's a belief system.
And my analytical type of mind, analytic philosophy, type that in your search engine. Anyone who cares to really study the details about that. Analytic philosophy. It's really just a more longer way of talking about being very analytical with what people say. You're analyzing what they said.
Yeah, I bet you're real popular with the ladies.
I know, right? But you learn because you only have so much damn energy to do any given thing, and so you also have only so much energy to concentrate that hard in or outside the context of debate or discourse. I have energy for now. Just to believe my battery's going to run low and I'm going to go recharge, so to speak. And some days I don't give a fuck about this. Leave me alone. Shut up. Don't talk to me. I just want to play my game. I just want to listen to music. I just want to watch my TV show. Da 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 da. Whatever have you. So
I've said it before. I'm all out of explanatory chi.
so
At some point, you run out. You run out of steam.
like with these notions we just mentioned like 30 seconds ago. I believe in science. Well, take a step back, stand still, and stare at their rhetoric, and look at how malformed it is. Right? How malformed it is. How grammatically malformed it is. This rhetoric is warped because they're talking in the same way, like the way a Christian would believe in Jesus. I believe in Jesus. That makes sense. That's a coherent proposition, right? You believe in Jesus. You trust in, you have confidence in, you have confide in this person to provide all the blessings that he promised. That makes sense. Science is not a concretely real person who acts faithfully. Science is an abstract category. It's abstract. What do you mean you believe in science? I'd understand you believe that science is what the only way to know things or the best way to know things. That's a different notion. I believe in science as though science is some faithful benefactor to you or some faithful trustworthy, sagacious tutor for you. It's basically personifying a non-person and conveying a faithful relationship, a confidence in a category, as though the category were some person that is faithful and true. But you're supposed to be entirely disconnected and separate from religion, from faith, from belief. This stupid rhetoric. See, they're more so realizing when people like me speak up and say these critiques, they're more so realizing that they're nowhere near as smart as they think they are. But they have been deluded for such a long time, not just by their teachers, but by the other people around them who are not really in their circle, right? You have the scientism believers, and you just have everyone else that's just willy nilly, just doing their own thing, just being them. They're not really in the circle. They're not really in the scientism circle. Right? They're not like these enthusiasts, uh, common people or academicians or undergraduates studying these things, right? So for the longest time, for decades, just the general masses, the common people, they were more or less impressed by those in the scientism circle. They know so much. There's some smart folks. They got some bright heads on those shoulders. Da 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 da. So they've been treated like they're just so smart for so long. This is a new shift. All this criticism, all this chastisement and rebuke against their antics, all this analytical scrutiny and criticism and refutation against their worldview. They're not used to this. This is a watershed era in their history.
They're being challenged. Oh no!
Because they used to be
Hey,
like
I believe in method acting.
Hey, Gregory, man, I tried sending that message and said failed to send. Are you not receiving DMs from like just random people?
It should go through. Perhaps it's asking me to confirm first. No, it didn't do that either. I don't know why it didn't. I don't have anyone blocked.
I've never seen that. It said that you don't share a server enough, or they have their direct messages blocked only from friends, or something like that. I've never seen that thing
No,
before either.
because just earlier today, some people who are not on my friends list sent me some DMs. I don't get it. I don't get it.
And I can't post in the side chat because for some reason it still hasn't given me the ability. Does an admin in here have the ability to give me that ability? Because I've been in here for like a month.
I think a server mod would need to grant you that.
Yeah, there's a command for it. It gives you like the community role. Here, give me 1 second here. Let me look it up.
Yeah, 'cause I would like to post in the side chat. It's pretty interesting. I'd like to share with everybody.
Here's another way to put it. They're not used to being treated the way they treat everyone else. Right? The way they approach everyone else was not in the scientism circle. They approach everyone else as these believers of these doctrinal systems. They're not used to being approached that way. They're used to presuming about themselves and being approached as though they just have the facts. They just have the facts. They don't have an ism. They just have the facts. No, you don't. You yourself are in an ism, in the circle of an ism.
Yeah,
That's
here,
why I
I'm not
said that the
seeing,
other day, saying that truth has become subjective.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not seeing anything in the log or the guide for commands. That maybe they here. I'll just post a message in our chat, our mod chat, and then one of the other mods will be able to do it for you as soon as they see it.
Yep, we're coming for you, intellects.
You self-professed intellects.
They're coming for you, Barbara. They're coming to get you, Barbara.
I want to say the line that
You
ends
know
with
that.
the N word, but I
You know
don't
what
want to
that.
get in trouble.
You know what that's from.
What's that from?
The first there was a black and white Night of the Walking Dead, like the very first one.
Hey.
And it came out and there's like I think it was brother and sister, and they were staying at she was afraid of graveyards, and their car broke down, so they're gonna stay at this little house that was kind of next to a graveyard. And the brother kept teasing the sister because like they're coming to get you, Barbara. You better not go and then and sure enough, in the movie, then the Walking Dead come and they start eating people's brains and whatnot. How about do you remember Agnes?
What's that from?
The Rosemary's Baby.
That's vaguely familiar. I think I've seen that scene. I haven't sat down and watched the whole movie though.
That was Sister Agnes. Sister Agnes.
Rosemary's Baby. That's 1970s, right?
I like you. 6'7". 6'7".
Now, have you heard John Todd talk about that movie? If you even recognize the name John Todd. I don't expect anyone to recognize the name John Todd. Now, John Todd, I don't think that everything he said is true. I don't believe everything. But he had a lot of insight, and he vanished for some reason. And this was back in the late 70s when these audio recordings were made that I can send. Now I don't know which video. I think in this 5 video playlist here, I think he talks about Rosemary's Baby. He talks about a lot of things, a lot of interesting things about these tapes. The whole thing is a very interesting listen, but the part when he's talking about the conspiracy that basically the movie is illustrating, the conspiracy that really happened that movie is illustrating. I think it's in tape 2, video 2. I think. I'm gonna send it to you in DMs because I don't think I can send it in the open chat unless I can. Well, there it is. It's just a link. Yeah, the thumbnail doesn't pull up, but there it is. Bottom of the open
Oh,
chat.
okay. Yeah, I wonder does it do? Oh yeah, it just does a little tiny thing. Yeah, I wonder why it's going on with that. Why some people's perms are working and other people's aren't.
Now I have perms, don't I?
Yeah, it looks like you do. Can you post an image? It all does say add.
No.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe you have some other technique to find it quickly, or maybe you can look through the transcript that's of the video there in YouTube. But yeah, it's in there. I remember. I cannot. I'm certain that he talked about it. I remember him talking about that part. Very interesting. He was a professing disciple, turned away from the occult and all that abominable garbage from one of the tyrant families, the Collins family. I would have loved to hear it. I would have learned. I would have loved to hear him talk about cosmology, especially in light of the recent movement. I would love to have heard Dr. Bonson. I would love to have heard Dr. Van Til. There's a lot of men I would love to have heard on a lot of issues, including cosmology and this whole worldview paradigm shift, the worldview shift, paradigm shift, worldview shift. Hey, y'all be peaceful. I'll talk to y'all later.
All right. Take care.
See you, Greg.
Man, we got about 3, 4, 5 Globers in here. Anybody have anything? Any questions, statements, anything?
Yeah, I want to see someone's personal proof, or else can't believe anything. It's
You
other
want
people's
what do you want?
your personal data and observations that prove it, because otherwise, just other people saying so you don't really
Prove
know.
what? What are you looking for?
The Earth being flat.
What does that mean?
That the entirety of the observed Earth is one flat plane.
All of it?
What did I just say? The entirety of the observed Earth is one flat plane.
And who do you think has done that?
No, this is the claim of flat Earth.
No, that's what you think the claim of flat Earth is. Now you got to
Oh, so
find
the Earth,
someone.
okay, so the Earth isn't flat. Got
So
it.
you got to make someone who made that claim. So who made the claim of observing the entire Earth?
No, I didn't say that. I don't think you're listening. Okay, so the Earth isn't flat. Okay.
No, like you said that you wanted something. You have a need and a want. So your needs and wants are incoherent.
Asking for direct evidence. Okay, I guess that's incoherent.
Of something that doesn't make sense, that no one has
The
ever
Earth
done.
being flat. Yeah, I know.
Entire Earth. You want personal,
Well, that's the
first-hand
question.
knowledge.
It's flat Earth, right? Not
You want
flat land.
personal, first-hand knowledge of somebody who you think heard say that they have this, of knowing the whole Earth, the entire Earth is flat.
Well, that's the claim. That's the name of this Discord, right?
The what? That to get your needs and wants?
No, flat Earth, not
Yeah,
flat
flat Earth.
lake. Okay, that fell apart.
See, personally, I like the more common sense ones. Like, I've been to the beach a lot of my life. Used to live there for like an hour, and the sun, when it's setting, runs the light all the way up the shoreline to your feet. I've been the observer on the shore. That's not possible on a curved earth, and it's easily shown by taking a piece of, plexiglass and bending it and trying to shine a light across it. It stops at the curve. If you shine across a flat piece, it goes all the way across it, which is how light works. And so that's just one that we can observe with just our eyes.
You talked to Indio yet? Donald he has his own stuff that's recorded. Hey there, Donald.
Yeah, where's this?
With Indio, I was just asking if you talked to him about it yet.
Hello, guys. What's up?
I don't know, but I mean, the amount of times I've heard you haven't personally done this, have any of you personally proven the Earth is flat?
Yeah, everybody observes the Earth is flat.
Okay, have any of you personally
You
proven
too.
the
So
Earth
I'll
is
just
flat?
appeal to your experience. I'll just appeal to your
No.
experience. There you go.
Okay, so you can't
Yeah,
follow your own.
I can, bro.
Doesn't
I
sound
can.
like it.
Then don't ask for it. Try. This is the best part here.
I asked for it because I hope you would. Now you're admitting you can't.
No, it's not about can't or want. It's about yours. What you can do. If
No,
you're
it's
not
about
able to do
you,
for
actually.
yourself,
You
not
claimed it.
about me.
You claimed it.
Not about me.
You guys claimed
Are
flat
you
Earth.
Not about
serious,
me.
bro? Look at that profile picture, bro. This guy's unreal.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about a PFP. Yeah, dude. The
If
thing
you
is,
claim flat Earth, you gotta back it up.
You don't even know what that is. There's two words there. There's flat and earth, and you have no idea what either one of those two words mean. That's a problem.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Define Earth for me. I can tell
No,
you what
this
it
is
is.
you.
Earth is
What
a,
you
Earth is a,
want.
Earth is a Earth is a planet. Now you tell me what Earth is.
A planet? What's that?
No, what is Earth? I told you what it
okay,
is.
you says a planet.
Okay,
Okay,
you don't know
what's
what a planet is. Do you know what Earth is?
What's a planet?
Okay, so you don't know that as either. No, so
No,
you
your
can't say
words.
you don't know
Define
what these
your
words mean,
terms.
and then
You
proceed
don't
to not
know.
understand what any of the words mean.
You don't know what these words mean.
No, hold on. I just explained to you what Earth is. You don't
Okay,
know what
what is
Earth
it?
is.
What is it?
I just told you it's a planet. What is
Okay,
Earth? You tell
what's a
me.
planet? What's a planet?
Okay, see, you don't even know what Earth is.
Dude, he's spazzing out. Listen,
Yeah,
kid,
it
we
is.
don't ask
What?
questions we don't already know the answer to.
That's what he's doing. Oh, okay. So he doesn't
Yeah,
know
we
what
already
Earth
know
is.
the answer to these
Exactly. He
questions.
doesn't know what Earth is. He doesn't ask questions. He doesn't.
No, he does know what Earth is. He's
You just
checking
said you
your
don't ask
knowledge.
questions you don't know the answer to.
He knows the answer. He's checking your
Okay,
knowledge.
you just said that you wouldn't ask questions if you knew the. Listen, I asked what Earth is. He didn't know. I asked for
Yeah,
evidence
he
that the Earth is
knows.
flat. No,
We all
that's
know
fine.
what
If
Earth
someone-
is. Don't you know what Earth is?
What's Earth, Crit?
It's where you live.
Yeah, what is that? What is Earth? Home is
It's a
where you
realm.
live.
It's a realm. It's your
A
world.
what's a realm?
It's creation, man.
Yeah, so like a
What
video
you
game
want
is
what you want us to say is like Earth is an object of some kind, like an object floating in 3D space.
No. It is a space and an object. Like there is
No,
ground.
Earth,
It is.
we have
It is
no
an object.
evidence
It is an
that
object.
Earth.
You don't know what this is. You don't know what this is.
No
Yes,
evidence
you don't know
that's
what it is. No, you
verifiable
don't know
that
what Earth
Earth
is. No, hold on.
is an
You don't know what
object.
Earth. You don't know it. You can
Nobody
literally
knows.
feel it. It is literally an
Nobody
object.
knows
It
how
is
to
literally.
define
It is literally
this
physical.
world.
Okay,
But
so
we know it because we live in
just
it.
because you don't know what Earth is does not mean that I
Just
don't know what
talk
Earth
all
is.
over me. Yap, 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 yap.
Look, it's one.
You're
Look,
quite
if you
a
don't know what Earth
yappy
is, that's fine.
MFer,
But if
aren't you?
someone
You're
says,
so yappy.
if someone
It's a
says the
yap.
Earth is
You're
flat,
so cute
then
when
like
you yap.
like
Keep
I want
yapping,
to see
boy.
your.
Yap, 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 yap.
Where have you proved the Earth is flat?
Where have I proven it? All over the server.
No, like, do you have pictures and evidence and data?
Yeah, I sure do.
Could you send it?
How about you fuck off?
It doesn't sound like you do them. Okay. Anyone else?
No, you can fuck off. There we go.
Did he get banned or something?
No, I just disconnected him. Didn't have to ban him.
Oh damn.
Usually they come back. I'm surprised he hasn't come back yet. Maybe he didn't figure it out.
Yo,
Right,
lads,
Voltaris,
you keep
you've
on
earned
talking
yourself
in
a
the
ban.
chat. You want to
Voltaris,
talk?
you've earned yourself a ban. That image you posted in there, that is the most immature and pathetic meme that you could ever post towards a group. Right?
Which one?
It's dumb. It's dumb.
Which one, bro?
It
Tell me
is
so I
so
can,
immature.
fix my
But are
mistake.
you 10? Do you have the mentality of a 10-year-old, bro? Grow up. Just grow up. That is the only anti-flat earth meme that really bugs me, bro. And it's not because it's true, it's because it's pathetically immature. And
which one
adults
is it?
should not post.
Why are you so
Adults
angry
should
about
not
it,
even
dude?
post it.
It's the
Children
news.
shouldn't post it. Adults shouldn't post it. It is absolute pathetic garbage. And I won't have it in
I
my
just
chat.
don't understand,
I
like,
won't have it in my
why
chat.
you're like
You
angry
are
about
now
a
gone.
gift,
So
dude.
say goodbye. Say your goodbyes right now.
Goodbye.
You're going on a power trip, bro.
Bye.
Like, just tell me my mistake, I'll fix it. What
Your
are you so
mistake is
mad
not
about
caring
it? Yeah.
enough about the topic to treat this seriously.
What, we can't like have fun in Discord?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we
Flat
can have
earthers
fun.
are not the topic. Flat earthers are not the topic.
So yeah, let's debate. What's up?
It's as simple also as water always finding its level in a container. That's a leveling tool used for, ever. And we look out over the water where it's level and we see way farther than we should if you want to take into account the Earth's curvature. So water stays flat on what should be a curved surface, and so there we go.
Hello?
BBB.
Sup, baby?
Yo, what's up?
Not much.
Yo, lads, you keep talking on the chat like against us, right? Do you want to like have a debate?
Yeah, like last time you guys like just like dominated the water droplets, you know.
You said water droplets?
Oh yeah,
Yeah, we
were
just
you explaining that water droplets are proof of gravity or something?
isn't it? Wait, like if it's not like why didn't you guys have an answer last time and we just dominated you in a debate? Yeah, I think so.
But do we see that over large bodies of water too? Do they form balls?
Bro, like
Yes.
is that supposed to be
No.
a funny like so is that funny joke or like what?
Oh no, you said that water forms balls.
Yeah,
Therefore, Earth is
when
a
you put
ball.
the water droplets into a table, what's gonna be? It's a flat, so Earth is flat too. Wow, look at this argument. Wow, it's gonna be
Okay,
crazy
so
argument.
when I pour the water onto a flat surface, what happens to that water?
Flat surface, so can you associate table and ocean at the same time? It's gonna be a good argument for you, no problem. Yeah, you're right.
Oh, yeah, it's gonna be flat, isn't it? The surface,
How about like how
or
you
is it? Or are you
associate
telling me that the
table?
ocean is a ball? Is the lake a ball of water? Or is a glass of
Okay,
water
and
a
like
ball of water? Is your
the
bathtub
water
when you fill it up
droplets.
a ball of water?
I just say water droplets, and you guys just say eye droplets. They're not even the same thing. Like
Oh yeah, you're talking about a very small amount of water. Is that equivalent? Is that equivalent to the Earth?
it doesn't
The amount
matter.
of
It
water
doesn't
on the
matter.
Earth.
It doesn't matter. Even it's like small amount or like bigger amount, doesn't matter.
Also, it doesn't matter. Okay, cool. Then you know that outer space is fake too, right?
What do you
Because we
mean?
could take a because we could take a small amount of gas and show that gravity can't pressurize that gas adjacent to an area of
Oh,
lower
we
pressure.
already wait. Let me ask you a question. We already debated about this. Like, why are we debating in a
Yeah.
second time? So
Oh yeah, you said the amount doesn't matter. So
yeah,
we could
amount
take a small
doesn't
amount of
matter. Like,
gas and show that gravity cannot pressurize that gas adjacent to an area of lower pressure.
well,
Interesting,
like,
isn't
should
it?
I explain it again? Like,
Yeah, go ahead and explain it. Take me through the
well, like,
scientific method for this observation of gas pressure gradients adjacent to an area of lower pressure. Go ahead.
well, we already talked about this. I don't want to talk about it right now. You know.
Okay, go ahead then. Run
Yeah,
away,
we
buddy.
already had this debate. You know, so it's gonna be
Okay,
like
go ahead and take
5
your
minutes
water
shorter.
droplet proof and your science denying person, your own self. Just go ahead, dude. Do what you want to do.
No problem.
Hello.
Yikes. Okay, I'll let somebody else talk. Go ahead.
Hello. Hello.
Hey.
Hello.
Hey.
Hello.
I think the Suez Canal works as a good water example too, because since it's over 100 miles long, if it was curved in the middle, all the water would run off to the ends because there's over 300 feet of Earth curvature. That doesn't happen.
Hello.
Hey there, BB.
Hello. Hello. Do you hear me?
Yep.
How are you?
Hey there, BB.
Hey there, baby. Speak English. شدون.
هلا وصل الملك.
والله وصل الملك.
إيش في؟ ترى أنتِ ما كنتِ معنا قبل شوية.
أيوه بس عادي ترى إذا ما عجبوكِ هذولي تنزلي تحت، فهمتِ؟ تنزلي غيره.
إيه خلّيتيني معاهم وخوّفوني وجيتِ هنا هدوء، هنا ما في صوت ليه؟
أيوه هنا ما في. هلو. يا جماعة. ما يردون علي تخيلي.
Are you Arabic?
أيوه.
Yeah, it's English. Try to speak English.
Okay.
You want to practice your English here.
Okay.
I know that. Yes. Are you Arabic?
Yep.
Nice. Where you live?
in Saudi Arabia.
Cool. which city?
No كرامة.
دوكرة. لقيت أجانب.
I don't understand.
سألوني أنتِ من وين؟ قلت لهم من السعودية.
وينهم؟ خلّي يسألوني أنا.
اتكلمي معاهم. هاي.
Speak English please. With me.
speak English. وينه؟ قبل شوية كان يتكلم معايا.
ما يتكلم معايا؟ ما عجبه صوتي والّا إيش؟
ما أدري.
طيب ما في غيره بس هو.
My friend.
أخو رد عليه.
هالو. هالو.
ألو. هلو.
هالو.
هاي.
والله ما حد يرد علي، والله قبل شوية كانوا يردون علي.
العلة فيني. يلا نخش طيب شي ثاني.
بتقعدين سنة. لا
ليش؟
دخل أحد. ألو.
هلو.
Okay, hell everywhere.
هاي.
هاي.
خوفنا.
My friend. يا
Hello.
الأخو.
هاي.
أيوه. يقول أيوه.
اسأليه قولي أنت من وين؟
Where are you?
كأنه ياباني صح؟ مو ياباني
أيوه.
من شرق آسيا.
My friend. Where are you from?
كوريا؟
In Japan?
Artemis.
What?
He said Atiman.
أوبتيما هذه سيارة.
He's from Atiman.
ألتيما؟
Artemis. I'm from Artemis.
This is car. This is name car.
I'm
هذا
here to
اسم
talk
سيارة.
about the moon.
طيب إيه اسم سيارة هو من وين؟
Where are you from?
You said Atima. He's from Atima.
وين ألتيما؟
I can speak the English.
Speak English.
Where?
Please.
In England.
England?
بنغلاديش.
England.
England?
Yeah. Ta.
Your English is bad اللعنة.
Of course I'm English. We're the funny bastards.
You are learning?
I am very learning, yes.
وش يعني learning؟
يعني تتعلم.
أوكي. I am learning.
Where
I am
are
studying.
you from?
My from is Saudi Arabia.
inshallah.
What?
دور مشاعر.
inshallah.
وش
أيوه
يقول
دوري.
ذا؟ يقول
ما
صغصر
أدري.
روحك.
I've heard some things about Saudi Arabia.
What's
هاي
this?
هذا خليه.
Enchilada.
I heard that people in Saudi Arabia, they think the earth is flat.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
What's flat?
Saudi Arabians, they think they measure the earth flat.
What's flat?
What's mean?
Like flat, like a table, not a ball.
God or not God؟
Hmm?
هذا يسبنا ولا إيش؟
ما أدري. I
Is it
don't.
true Saudi Arabians don't think the earth is a ball? They think it's flat?
يقول السعوديين إيش مو؟
ما
يا
أدري. I
غلطات
don't.
شكل.
Do you know
شكله.
what earth? Do you know what earth is?
Earth?
Yeah, we live
Yup.
on earth, right?
Yup.
So is it a ball?
What ball?
Ball?
Is it a ball, the earth, or is it flat?
I don't understand.
Ball وفلات. What ball وwhat flat؟
Hmm.
Flat. Flat اللي هي
Earth.
الشقة.
Earth. Flat. Do you know what flat means?
House?
Not house. Not house. House sits on flat.
House is flat.
No, house.
These AI
House is not
bots.
flat. House.
What? What ball?
يضحكون علينا.
What ball? What flat? Flat. It's horse. وي
Flat.
وي أنا عن
Like bread. Like
Flat.
bread. Bread. Flat.
Musata. Musata.
مساطة. What's مساطة?
That's flat.
مش فاهم الجملة خالص صراحة.
مسطحة
You know,
flat.
like Aladdin's carpet is flat.
Do you know what all art is?
Flat is shoes.
Aladdin sits on a flat carpet.
In Arabic, how do you what does al ard mean?
Wallah, I don't understand.
Al ard? No? Okay.
I am learning English.
What does Allahu Akbar mean?
What? Akbar?
Allahu Akbar.
Akbar big.
It doesn't mean God is great.
I don't think they even speak Arabic.
No.
Are you learning English from the Learning Center?
Yep. ايش؟ يقول
ليش هذا جالس يسبنا ولا؟
هل الأرض مسطحة أم كروية الشكل؟
Are you from Turkey?
مسطحة flat.
Shukak. Shukak.
Earth is flat.
Shukak.
قاعدين يتكلموا
جالسين يسبونه.
لا يتكلموا عن السعودية انها عندهم فكرة ان السعوديين شو اسمه انه كيف اقول لك انه تعرفين السؤال حق الارض مسطحة ولا كروية؟
ايوه
هذه الفكرة ماخذينها عننا انه احنا كذا.
طيب ايش دخل؟ احس يا جالس يهبط
من جد. سوالف الأجانب.
Sounds like you don't even want people
نظريتي
you're in the wrong place.
Are you sure you're in the right town?
My friend speak with my friend Shadin because he want learning English. Here English is bad.
I hear the Learning Center is very good for learning English.
Speak with her. شادن تكلمي معاه قاعد يقول له يكلمك.
Okay. Hello.
يلا دقيقة
يقول لك
خليه يعيد
hello.
إيش قال؟ hello. مين اللي جالس
Aladdin
يكلمني؟
flies
واحد.
flying on a flat carpet. If he flew on a round carpet, it would be a balloon.
Earth is flat.
Earth? No flat. Ball.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah. What did you say? What was it, Ancient? Musatha.
Yeah, مسطح.
لا
مسطحة.
كروية.
Not
Is
كروي.
ball. كورة
It's
بس.
not كروي.
ball.
Not
Not
ball.
ball. Not ball. Not
Earth is
ball.
ball.
Not
Earth.
ball. No.
Earth is
Not
ball.
ball.
Why?
Not
Where?
flat.
Where?
كذا
Where
بس
do you where you see? Where do you see that?
Because picture
Picture.
for
What about with your eyes? Eyes. Look with eyes, not picture.
إيش
look with eyes وش يبغى في عيوني؟
ندري عنه يقول إنه طالع بعيونك إن الأرض. أنا فاهم عليه بس كيف أرد عليه العنم
أنا
البيزة.
أنا زيك. كيف أقول له عيد الكلام؟ كرر.
Look.
Picture not real. Picture not real. See with eyes
Why?
real.
Why?
Cartoon.
Because
Picture fake. Picture fake.
fake, not fake. Because I am كيف أقول له؟
You astronaut.
Yeah.
إنه كيف أقول له يا أخي؟ شاد الهيل.
America lie.
ها.
America lie. NASA lie. Not
أمريكا
tell
لا
truth.
أمريكا تكذب.
Not tell
ليش
truth.
تكذب؟
Not tell truth.
أقول ما
NASA not
بنخش
tell truth.
بالسياسة.
My friend, I don't talk about country.
Yeah, NASA. America, NASA.
Okay, I don't
Stop,
speak.
please, stop.
I don't speak.
NASA.
I don't
You know
speak.
NASA?
I know NASA, but I don't speak.
Okay.
For
They not
America,
tell
for
truth.
Saudi Arabia, for anything. Okay.
Your pictures are cartoons. رسوم متحركة.
I am here.
جالس يقول ده؟
حمير. I am here because
You know water?
I want.
You know water?
وربي لا أفصل عليك.
Water.
أسمع.
Water, surface, flat.
Look, listen. I am here because I want learning English. Okay?
Yeah.
I
Say
don't
please. Earth is
for
flat.
Earth for اوكي احنا داخلين سيرفر فلات ايرث.
الله يقلع راسك هذا دوبي يشوف
Earth
دوبي يشوف
is flat.
ايوه طيب
اوكي طيب وبعدين ايش استفدت؟
فلات خلاص اوكي.
Very good.
خلاص.
Thank you.
The earth is not spinning.
Earth not what?
Is
Spinning.
What spinning?
Spinning. Earth not spinning.
What mean spinning?
Earth is not spinning. Like turning around. Spinning.
يدور.
Turning around. Circle.
يدور. انت تعال انت اللي تتكلم عربي.
هذا شكله عايش في السعودية كان.
Earth is not moving.
اوكي اسمعي. ايش رايك ندخل اللي تحته ask ايش شين مدري ايش مكتوب هذه الكلمة شفتيها شادن؟
وينها تحت وش؟
انزلي تحت اسمك شوية انزلي شوية ask مدري ايش
لقيتها اسمي أنا ما أدري إيش اسمي أصلا وين اسمي حسابي ما أعرفه
إلا مكتوب ask. شُفتِ اللي عنده سماعة؟
كلها عندها سماعة.
أيوه، بس اللي عنده سماعة خضراء مكتوب ask
إيش ده؟ هاتل.
لحظة صحة. ask. والله ما لقيتها، ضهري يوجعني.
شادن لمّا تنزلي على
طيب
تحت.
خشي عليه وريني، خليني أخش معاك.
شوفي أنا بارسل لِك صورة، شوفي.
كندر.
بارسل لِك صورة
ترسلي لي
شوفي.
واتس؟
أيوه. شوفي هذا.
ناب.
عرفتِ؟
بس
ما وصلني رسالة.
إلا أرسلت.
إلا لو وصلت.
كلمي مين؟
كلم فجر. ask أشير.
أيوه هذا، أضغط عليه.
أوكي دقيقة. ترين قريت اللي تحتها أم القرى، الله يلعنهم بعض.
أم القرى.
يا الله.
يالّا شادن
دقيقة.
ادخلي وأنا الحكي.
طيب دقيقة جالسة أدورها.
ساعتك فجأة تسمعني.
لا ما تسمعك.
أوكي تعال.
أيوة أوكي يلا خشيت.
كذابة ما أخدت بالي. أيوه.
Anyways.
There we go.
Anybody got any questions about the topic? In English, preferred.
Mala? Mala? Malayahi? Did I pronounce that properly? Mala? You there? Hello? We have an anonymous person.
Malia hey,
Anonymous.
Malia ho, Malia ha hi.
Is that?
I thought that's Maya he, Maya who, and then Maya hot pot.
John is still with us, and Nick's still with us. These guys just been sitting in here since they joined, listening. I saw them here a few hours ago. That's cool. Welcome to stay and listen. That's cool. But I think we've heard from Anonymous, and we haven't heard from Mala. So if you can hear me, it'd be nice if you could respond either in voice or in text chat, please. It's rude not to respond to your host. I mean, if you came over for coffee to my house and sat there and I asked you questions and you just sat there and stared at me, I'd be creeped out and I'd probably ask you to leave.
What would you do if I didn't leave?
You don't want to know. Well, you definitely wouldn't get another coffee. That's it. Anonymous replied in side chat, so that's cool. Thank you. Yeah, Mala, still not hearing from you. Yeah. All right, I'll just put a note on your name then.
Sasibaka.
Did Professor Phil end up joining and defending his honor?
Do cows jump over the moon?
If it's low to the horizon, it's possible. No. It could appear to do so. I mean, I used to wonder as a kid, like, what the heck does this even mean? Like, what are they talking about? It's bizarre. It's like some dude took some acid and wrote a song. Like, what? Yeah, the dish ran away with the spoon. Sure. Whatever that means.
I cannot remember the rest of it. I can remember the little dog laughed to see such sport.
And the dish ran away with the spoon.
I don't remember the starting of it.
Hey diddle diddle, the cat and the fiddle.
Cow jumped over the moon. The little dog laughed to see such sport. The dish ran away with the spoon. Yeah, what the fuck does that even mean?
It's like some Hans Christian Andersen stuff. Yes, we are here. We are willing to speak. And good Yeah, welcome, Eudora. Yeah. Feel free to open your mic, say hello. You can hang around and just listen if you want, but there's not much talking going on. We wait for people that come in and want to talk about the topic. Sometimes we'll talk about it amongst ourselves. Otherwise, we wait for strangers.
And what we supposed to do here?
Discuss the geometry of the surface of the Earth.
Well, nobody's doing that.
Yeah, it's a bit quiet at the moment. Be quiet. What do you think about the topic? Have you thought about flat Earth before?
No, I just entered here because I was curious.
Well, we'll tell you, right, that despite our education and upbringing, I'm being told that we live on a giant spinning ball in a vacuum, despite the space agency imagery that we're exposed to throughout our lives, that we all directly observe and experience a flat and motionless plane Earth, right? And that there's no evidence that the vacuum of outer space exists. Gas pressure requires a container. See ya. That guy's crazy. I'm out of here. Is Lats here?
Yo, what's up, brother?
Yeah, you know how we were talking to Talon about the compass the other day?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so he's in my DMs saying, because, I did an example myself. I filmed like the compass, what happens when you move the compass like away from the magnet in a straight line, and how the north needle follows, and it just keeps pointing at the magnet, and east turns, right? He said that is going east. Even though the line of your direction is no longer facing east, it's like east is now an angle, like to your left, to your. He said that is going east, moron. Whatever,
Oh,
bro.
brother.
Yeah.
You know, it's gonna be so funny, dude. I think he actually finally understands that. If that's the thing that wakes his ass up, you know how freaking. Oh, dude, I'm gonna laugh so hard.
I seriously didn't realize he was that, slow. I thought he was a bit smarter than that, but anyway.
Yeah, I mean, he claims to be globe, the best gober. Let's put a title.
So, what happened? Someone found east and realized it's flat?
Yeah, I guess Talon was in T-Dub's DMs.
Brother Lats, what's going on, Brother Lats?
Let's go chill. Hanging out right now. Better wash some dishes.
Nicely done, nicely done. I'll keep you. I'm gonna mute up
No
myself.
worries. I'll see
Play
if
some
anybody
video
wants to talk
games.
to you. So we got like at least 3 Globers in here. 4.
No way! Come on. We
And if
actually
anybody
have.
has any
We have some punching
questions,
bags. Punching bags. Come
Killian
on.
is here.
What up?
Killian
What up?
is a great flat earther. If any of y'all have any questions or statements or anything.
Yeah, I challenge science with construction. That's me. I'm the kid playing with the Lego blocks in the corner. If anybody wants to challenge science, let's talk about construction. That'll be my claim, my authority, if you will. And let's go blow for blow regarding science. Science versus construction. Any takers?
You know what's interesting?
What's up, brother?
Yeah. Hey, how's it going, man?
Good,
Yeah,
brother.
people like, what's his name? Don't slip my mind now. you know, some of those anti-flat earthers, like they actually have like gone on live on camera, like to build Lego blocks, right? Yeah, because a lot of them love Lego, right? As adults, like there's like even adults on like social media that's all they do is sit there and build Lego, and people watch them build their Lego. But you remember those plates that you get, like the Lego plates? They were like rectangular or square, and that was your surface upon which you'd start building, you know, your construction. Yeah, nice and level and flat, right? Like, so it's ironic that, you know, that these Lego enthusiasts that are also anti-flat earthers, like, will use one of them, right?
Well, yeah, bro. It's like we had this idea for an experiment called Force the Line. Well, bro, scale it back and let's call it Force the Lego. How many level? Hold on, bro. Catch this. How many level Lego blocks does it take to form a sphere?
Nice. Yeah.
Force the Lego, ladies and gentlemen. Born, what's the date? April 16th, 2026. Let's get it. Force the Lego.
That'd be good. Like, yeah, let's build the longest Lego like thing, right? Structure, the world's longest one. Let's see if it raises in altitude with distance.
I'm looking for a 1.26 mile drop over the first 100 miles. I literally will concede at that point. If you give me that for just 100 miles, I will concede flat Earth all day. 100%. Money on the table. Let's go.
Simon Dan, that's the one I was trying to think of. Simon Dan, he's a Lego lover. Other ones are like Star Wars figures, like they're into Star Wars figurines and things like that. There you go, Simon Dan. There's a challenge. World's longest Lego structure showing drop over distance. Kind of sounds like a Demok challenge.
Yeah, except he does it with cereal. It's way different. He puts like cereal boxes on like sailboats, and he like sends it down the river. And he's like, "How long until it disappears?" I don't know. I heard cereal box and sailboat, and I'm like, "Wait, where did we go? How did we get here?"
Right, or his giant cube. Show me the giant cube sitting on the water, and its corners not touching the surface. I mean, like theoretically, like they're decent points, right? Whether it could be practically done or not, that's the question.
Well, that's what it boils down to. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, brother. You finish up.
No, you're right. Go.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that's ultimately what it boils down to, right? Like we're earnestly seeking that 1.26 mile drop over the first 100 miles. If we honestly got that on the surface, we would concede flat Earth. We could close up shop, go home. But the issue is we don't see that anywhere. And then when you look for the actual representation of that drop over distance being there to, again, reinforce the idea of the globe, that doesn't show up. Then the claim of spin, that doesn't show up. And then to boot, we can go to a recreational activity that people do and get paid for. You could even lean on it and say it's a profession because people do it for a living, which is star trail photography. And let me tell you, star trail photography would be a dog's breakfast if in fact the ground was moving. Period. Full stop. I have no issues saying that with full, like my 10 toes on the ground, heels included. I'm stable in saying that. Just like the tripod, you would have to set up for the camera to capture the sky moving. And here's what's interesting. Those who are north of the equator with a great setup, closer to the, you closer to the North Pole, they have the advantage of viewing Polaris. Now, if they run an extended capture of that star trail photography, if they run for an extended capture of that frame, they'll start to see Polaris start to orbit ever so slightly. But all the other stars spin. Period. Full stop. Again, you can go to Google, go to images. I urge anybody listening right now, the YouTubes, here in Discord, whatever. Type it in, star trail photography, images, click. Even type in Polaris, and you'll see Polaris starts to trace a little arc, but again, all the other stars are orbiting. Now, if the Earth, in fact, wasn't stationary, that would not be able to happen. But, to refer to modus ponens, if P then Q, if the ground's not moving, then the stars are. Amen. That's all. Thanks for listening.
Cheers, man. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you one thing. Aircraft pilots are not putting that 1.2 mile drop into their calculations when planning descent to land from 100 miles away, nor are they taking into account any rotation.
No, I mean the thing that the globe.
Sorry, 100 miles.
Oh, sorry, brother.
No, I was just correcting myself. I think I said kilometers. I mean 100 miles.
Yeah, and they say it's Coriolis, right? That's the claim when you go to. And here's me steel manning their position. And I mean somebody that's of the globe. You can let me know if I'm wrong. But the understanding is that Coriolis is the claim as to how the plane catches up with the spin of the Earth before it touches down on the ground so the landing gear doesn't break. Because if the ground was in fact moving and the plane wasn't moving in lockstep with the rotating ground, then the landing gear would be subject to a whole lot of forces. We're talking torque, compression, all kinds of things that this plane, the plane's landing gear, would not be able to withstand with all that load on top of it to boot. But go to the Glober's explanation as to how the sphere works. The claim is Coriolis. That magic leash keeps everything in lockstep. Amen. I'm learning this stuff way too much. It's been too long. I think I need to stop.
Yeah. Well, I'd love a Glober to tell me and just get it like clear. Like just clear this up for us. Does the air move independently of the Earth's surface or not? and that's giving you rotation, right? That's okay. Okay, well, if the surface is moving, right, like you claim, does the air move independently of that or not? I guarantee you will find situations with where in one breath you'll say yes it does, and in another breath you'll say no it doesn't.
Yo, T, how's the day been? Anybody come in here with anything half decent, or has it been par for the course?
No, we had Ice JJ posing as somebody else on another account, demanding evidence that the entire surface of the Earth is flat. Empirical evidence.
How would you provide that with the limits of vision, like
Right.
optical resolution, the horizon, the vanishing point, all these things in place? Like we learned about this stuff in like grade 7 in art class. And we need to go back to when I was like 12 to remember that there's a vanishing point and it's real.
These people really believe in the flat earth. I'm gonna go. Sorry. I think that you are more smart than that.
No, hang about. Have a conversation with us. Have a chat.
No, he left.
Jeez.
That's famous last words. Yeah, vanishing point is the thing. It's real. We have limits of our vision. We have release criteria. We have all these different things that point to the idea that there's a limit to how far we can see. And then there's cool things like sniper rifles and binoculars and digital cameras and smartphones and all kinds of stuff that can help you reduce your focal length, I think it would be, so that you can see further. So with all that being said, we have to remember that the sphere doesn't show up no matter how far we see. We continue to see in a triangular format. Amen. Hey, T-Dub, you like that one? We continue to see in a triangular format. Did you catch all that?
Sorry, mate. Could you elaborate on that a bit for me?
So we continue to see in a triangular format. So catch this. The observer stands looking at the horizon line. Now let's just assume he's out in the desert. He sees his horizon. The road is flat. Now he sets the height. Obviously, his eye line dictates dictates the limits of his vision by seeing that horizon line. You with me?
Yeah, yeah.
His feet are upon the ground, and then we look and we see the ground that he's standing upon riding off literally into his vanishing point. You with me?
Yep.
Now we step back. Okay, we're taking a third person, a second person view. We're now going to be looking at that guy I just talked about. This other guy is standing maybe 100 feet away from this guy, that original guy that was on the or that's on the roadway, and he's able to see his eyesight line. So imagine he's got dotted lines coming out from his eyes out to the limits of his horizon, or his horizon limit, and then he sees the road obviously going along that same pathway or that roadway. Saying
Gotcha,
all
yeah.
that to say that is literally a right angled triangle when you think about it and walk it out. Amen.
Right, yeah, it is.
You got me, right? So the imagine, we've always known the right angled triangle to be standing on its base with 90 degrees pointing up. No, I'm asking you to flip that 90 degrees to the right so that the 90 degrees, that vertical vertice, so to speak, is now the eyesight line of the man standing looking at his horizon line. That would be the vertice. It's now the horizontal eye line. That's straight through from his eye to the horizon. And again, his feet up to the termination, again, the horizon line would be the closing segment of that triangle. Obviously, he would be the base of the triangle itself, right? The man standing, let's say, 6 feet high. We know the limits of the horizon on a good day is, 3 miles, I believe? Amen. That's all.
Yeah, nice job. I've sometimes likened it to like you've got a carpet or a rug on the floor, a flat floor, right? And you start lifting one end of it. Now you've got like you can see the surface underneath up to the point where the rug, the underside of the rug is touching the floor, and the more you lift your arm up to raise the rug even higher, the more of the surface underneath the rug you can see.
Exactly. T-Dub, check the side chat.
Oh yeah, is that the eclipse that was captured from an aircraft?
Whatever.
Yes, sir.
who is recorded.
Hello everyone. How are you doing? Everything is good. I wish you will spend a good time. No one of them they will answer because no one will understand you. Just that's your account.
Okay, anybody got some globe proof in here? Anybody? That would be empirical evidence of the globe that's supposed to exist in nature. Anybody got any of that? Go ahead. I have to do a
Nobody's
mic
been
check.
talking for a minute.
Did my mic not work?
No, I can hear you, bro. Nobody's been talking for a minute. I mean, I'm driving on the fucking interstate, so.
All I need is empirical evidence of the globe, and nobody has any. Really? Come on, guys.
Yeah, it's because there's not any, not even in the spiritual sense.
So you're telling me there is no empirical evidence of the globe existing in nature, as far as you know?
I'm pretty sure. There's just no evidence. The
Okay.
math doesn't work. The vision doesn't work. System doesn't work. Software doesn't work. None of the engineers, pilots, anybody don't, accounts for curvature. It's just there's no evidence. In fact, all of the evidence that we have points towards being flat, because none of the globe math works.
Fair enough. You are chopping up a little bit. I know you said you're driving, but I appreciate you chiming in, man. It looks like we don't have empirical globe evidence, so I'll shut up. I was just checking. Fair enough.
It was really interesting earlier today. I can't remember who it was, but one of the guys was posting a bunch of stuff on the booklets from the engineers that work with NASA, and every single one of them was trying to like do surveying and building models and stuff like that. It's like, it doesn't work because this I-beam is coming up 33 millimeters short. You're going to go down, and they can't have that. If they use the platter, it works perfectly. So they can't do anything but use the platter there. And in every single article, that's what every single one of them said.
So basically, to do anything on Earth, as far as I know, you have to assume that the Earth is level and not moving. If anybody's got any evidence to the contrary, I'd like to hear about it. We have been joined by Anonymous. Would you like to say hello? Hello, Anonymous. All right, I'm 0 for 1. Hello, and he already left before we can say hello to him. Let's do a quick panel check. Looks like all flat earthers. I don't think. Nichols Singh, do you want to talk? This is a voice call. It's not. This has been Dead Air Dave doing his daily drive-by when I get a chance. But even though I'm in my 60s, I still work too much. So don't get a lot of time to come on here. But you guys keep speaking truth and fighting the good fight. That's all I'm saying.
And it's really hard to work on common sense, like examples of things that work or don't work. Like the Suez Canal would not work if the Earth was curving because it's over 100 miles long. So if it was curving in the middle,
the water would run down to either end because there's over 300 feet of curvature height in the middle of it. We don't see that, and the engineers who built it said they did not account for any kind of bird service for digging it and planning it out. So, the Suez Canal would not work on a curve good.
Good point. Suez Canal, 100 plus miles of level water could not have been constructed on a globe, much less exist. But we got rivers flowing all different directions, northeast, southwest. We got water flowing around everywhere, into the ocean, out of the ocean. There's waves and shit. We know that. But if everything was to go dead still, the water would be laying flat. And the Suez Canal is an excellent example of 100 miles of flat level water. Correct?
Another one I found was cool. I saw this video on Twitter that was talking about rainbows, and he was pointing. And I had a picture from 2024 because I take a picture every double rainbow I see.
And you might want to reconnect. Might want to reconnect. You're chopping up. Sorry. You're roboting.
Is that better now?
You're like, try again. Go ahead.
And maybe that.
I think you're okay now. Go. What's your last couple sentences? We missed it.
Can you hear me better now?
Somebody say hello. Hello.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
What's going on, Brian? What brings you to the Flat Earth server today?
هو ليه متخن صوته؟
مش عارف.
You what?
What did he say?
Yeah. ايه يا اسطى؟
We are venomous. Let's do this one at a time. Who wants to talk?
هو بيقول ايه؟
Brian, why are you in a Flat Earth Discord right now talking?
I talking Arabic with my friend.
We want.
He name we are Venom.
So why are you doing it in a Flat Earth Discord? Is my question.
هو بيقول ايه؟
مش متأكد صراحة. عارف
Why
انت
are you
اصلا
here? Do you want to learn anything, or are you here to troll?
I need learning Russian language.
Russian,
Okay.
not Russian.
If your English is, excuse me, sir, if your English isn't very good, this isn't the place to learn beginner English. You need to go on to the beginner training. You understand?
This for
Okay.
for
Do you guys think? So do you guys think the Earth is a spinning ball in the vacuum of space?
بص هو كان يعني ايه يعلم؟ ليرن يعني
What?
يتعلم. انا عايز اللي هو اعلمه يعني ايه بقى؟
English. It's an English server.
بص I went to help you speak Arabic.
Do you think you live on a spinning ball in the vacuum of space? Hello?
Hello.
Do you guys think the Earth is a ball?
I went to help you speak Arabic with me and my friend.
I give up. I don't have any mod powers. Somebody want to take over these guys?
بص you say
ياسين يا اسطى، قول لي انت
إيه؟
عايز تتخرى تقول ايه، تمام، وقول اللي انا اقوله، لان
عايز
انت
يا ابني
ولا اكيد ولا
برو
ممكن
يا عم
تقولها. فانت قول لي انت عايز تتهبب تقول ايه وانا اقوله، عشان انا لغايه دلوقتي مش فاهم انت عايز توصل.
Hey, time out. This is an English server. You guys are on an English server. You need to shut up. Somebody mute
Public
these guys.
service announcement, folks. This is not the Star Wars Cantina. We use English here.
Thank you, Yoder. They wouldn't answer a simple question if they think they live on a spinning ball in a vacuum of space. And they started off in Arabic. So anyway. Anybody else got anything to say? Anybody new join? Wanik? Hello, Wanik. Is the Earth a spinning ball?
Hey, I just came here to listen actually.
You don't even want to answer one simple question?
I prefer no.
Well, at least you open your mic. I appreciate that. Hopefully somebody will start a conversation. It's not going to be me. I can't spend too much time on it here, but there's a lot of people on here that know what they're talking about. Even T-Buddy down there in the land down under. Let's see if he's had his mic. Wild Bill knows we're on a level stationary Earth. And correct me if I stated anything wrong there. John, I don't know if I know John. You talk, John? Yeah or no? All right. This
Howdy,
has been
Dave.
Dead Air Day. Hey, Wild Bill, what's going on?
Oh, I just started. I heard you say my name. You got it. Nailed it. Dead on.
Level motionless Earth, pretty much.
Oh yeah.
We do not know the extremities because we have not had the chance to explore those extremities. Weird. Can tell you what it's definitely not. It's not what they taught you with the globe in the corner of the classroom and gravity and spinny balls zipping around through gasless environments. But our little atmosphere of gas stays around the ball because of gravity while it flies around in 4 or 5 different directions and vectors and insane speeds, but we're the crazy ones. All right. Hopefully somebody will start something here soon.
Jesus, how's it been? What's going on?
What's up, man?
Wait, are you the only one
You-
unmuted?
No, watch. Ready?
What am I waiting for?
I muted.
What?
I muted. See? Ready?
What?
Have you been in here before?
I have not. Wait a minute. Wait. Hold up. Are Jesus and T Buddy the same person?
No.
Oh. Well, in that case.
That was weird.
Yeah. This place has gotten weirder, and I think it's because politics followed us in here.
I think so, yeah.
You know, I'm getting bored. We need another freaking like worldwide crisis again so that we can get locked down and have lots of free time to sit around and discuss speculations again.
Yeah, come hell or high water, these idiots like Curio are going to realise, right, that we're not here for their entertainment. We're not here for their study. If they want to study us, they can study from afar. Right? They can go back and watch our recordings and do their psycho analytic bullshit from a distance. We run this show here, and we control how it operates. They won't be dictating to us what questions are relevant and what we should be or shouldn't be talking about. Sorry.
Careful what you wish for, Yoder, because I think it's on the horizon.
I want the end of the world right now. I want all the meteors to come and just destroy this place. It's time.
Seems pretty fucking cool that we're living in like the biggest, craziest, weirdest science fiction movie of all time.
Yep, about to get even weirder.
It's a movie about a bunch of people that found out that the Earth is flat right before the world elite destroy it, and then they do. The end.
I think we've only yanked it to worse things.
And some of us used to speculate back in the day that the fact that we all know about this now probably does mean it's pretty close to the end. some little Dr. Evil somewhere probably leaked something, just one little thing, and got this whole thing spun up. He blamed it on the Nikon P900.
I don't know why I still can't, but if I could post in the side chat, I could show you a screenshot from my phone that would, cause some speculation.
How about this? I am come to send fire on the earth, and what will I, if it be already kindled?
Yeah, lit.
Yeah, basically, I know it's still speculation, but I mean, like I said, we're down for that sometimes. But I went on a wind tracker site looking for stuff at the North Pole, but it was like a flattened out map. I scrolled around a little bit, and I got my old phone, fucking iPhone 13 on LTE, couldn't load the graphics fast enough, so the graphics broke, and it showed what looked like a whirlpool and a possible tree and stuff up in the Arctic Ocean, which is not what we're supposed to see when we look at those sites. So it's pretty cool. I posted the site map, but like I said, it still can't post for some reason. Even though I've been there for like a month.
There's a lot of alleged fires back in the day.
Yeah. Hey, so we have this 24-year-old who worked as an apprentice under his dad, and started an architectural firm and built all these skyscrapers, Roman architecture, and then a fire came 10 years later and burned everything down, and then he died.
Huh. In multiple places.
Yeah, like all within a 10-year time span. You know, from like 1880 to 1920. So maybe a 40-year time span, right? All that shit.
Yeah. And a lot of them to do with these alleged World Fair expos.
Yeah, it's really funny, man. You kind of have to dig for it, but you find out that there are all these young kids, essentially. 18-year-old Chaddington Rathwick designed the White House.
Yeah, that name's not made up. Right?
Yeah, that was.
Did you make that up?
Yeah, I did.
It's nice. I would have believed you.
Oh, but it'll be like one guy, like one 24-year-old, but he has like 3 cathedrals in Paris. He built 2 in New York, 4 skyscrapers in Chicago, and 1 in Los Angeles, and they all burned down.
Right. It's like you're in Australia, in Sydney, I think it was. It was either Melbourne or Sydney.
Yeah.
And this huge World's Fair building that was constructed, right? After the event, it was turned into a storage facility for like official documents, people's birth certificates, like really important information that cannot be replaced, right? I think people were asking for copies back then. Burned down to the ground.
Yeah, and it's always like stone and brick buildings, right? Like, what? How the hell?
Right, yeah.
Like, MFers got like pizza ovens that get to 800 or 1,000 degrees, built out of bricks. You got these brick structures that just like destroy themselves out of fire. What's going on?
Yeah, and we're talking design too, like that we don't see anymore.
Right, but there might be pictures or illustrations of it.
Yeah, but I mean, like we don't build stuff like that anymore. Like, and they whip this up in a heartbeat. It's like, yep, oh yeah, elaborate designs, gargoyles all over it, intricate patterns, like, yep, huge ceilings.
Yeah.
Like, oh, what the heck? Gone. Like somebody went, yeah, that's an art form we don't care about anymore. We just want bland, sterile, like serves the purpose, nothing fancy, nothing extravagant.
Right, something you can easily tear down.
Skylines. Yeah, yeah.
I put a little something together last night. I was watching the Stacy and Sage, that AI. She's on ChatGPT on Flat Earth Dave's channel, and she asked the AI about that, and he said, because we always wonder, like, how did they do all this intricate carving and like these marble statues? Like, how? Especially back then. And the AI was saying that buildings back then were literally tuned into existence. Like they used vibrational frequencies to tune them into existence, which would lend some credence to how they created those crazy carvings. They basically vibrated them with their minds, the thoughts in their minds, into existence.
That's a bit too much for me, man.
Oh, it's crazy. I've never heard that before, but I just say I'm going with the ChatGPT said, plus the kind of like knowledge that we have of, we can't even do that shit right now. Lend some credence, it's not evidence, but it does lend some credence to the idea. He was also talking about how the pyramids were made, how if you hit certain stones with certain frequencies, they become like liquid, and then you can zap them with like negative ions and lift them off the ground, huge blocks. And he said that's how the pyramids were made. That's what the ChatGPT said. So
I'm a fan of the good old simple geopolymer theory on the pyramids. They poured all that into place and then let the blocks harden.
I don't think that's a bad idea at all. Obviously, not a bunch of people with ropes and logs.
Yo.
Yeah.
By the way, do not unmute Mike if he ever joins, because I just saw him in here real quick. I'll post his user ID. Racism. Real quick.
Yeah, I'll unmute him if he comes in, if he's coming in to hang out.
No, he's coming in to say the M word.
Oh, okay. Well, in that
Yeah.
case.
Yeah. I just saw him join up, so I was like, okay, yeah, no, God. Oh, wait, that's not him, that's YSL. Not that dude. Let me quickly fix that mod ticket. But yeah. That's his user ID. I'll quickly get up his name. Oh, yeah. Anyways, how are you doing?
I'm doing all right.
Hey, I'm glad to hear that. Anyway, see ya.
Well, okay. Toodles.
Bleh.
Dude, it really is like politics. I heard from somewhere that the International Order of the Odd Fellows was somehow tied into all this stolen history and
That
Sorry,
wouldn't be
what was it?
surprising to me. I mean, you could use if ever them, you could use like the Masonic part as a front while you hide behind it and do something like the Oddfellows that are still alive. Nobody thinks about them because everybody's talking about the Masons.
That is odd.
Right, Toby? I mean, they could say that people back then just nothing else, but they didn't have TV and PlayStations, right? So they did this shit.
yeah, they fucked with our history. What great fun.
This will stuff up those technically advanced future descendants.
Have you seen all the crazy Mandela effect stuff going around? Because it seems like they're fucking even with our, very recent history with that.
Somehow Chick-fil-A now has a CK in it again.
Dude, it got weirder than that. So my wife is a huge Legally Blonde fan, So somebody posted this video, and I was like, "Hey, babe, what color was her car in Legally Blonde?" She was like, "It was pink." I showed her the video of what, if you look it up now, it's fucking black. And even weirder, the guy posted, he said, if you take a really old camera, like he used a BlackBerry with a camera on it, before real smartphones. And if you look at the video of her in the black convertible, if you put the BlackBerry smartphone camera over it, and the BlackBerry camera over it, it shows the car is pink. It's almost like before they put the software in for the new frequencies, that if you go back to it, before they were able to input those frequencies with software, like on the old cameras that were updated, you can see the old frequency, but the new ones are different than
I've
what
seen
we
that.
know.
I'm skeptical about it. I've also seen one where the guy carries, like, he's walking along, like, and this is, I guess AI would have just been around, but he's like walking with the Berenstain Bears book, right? And he walks, and you can see it says Berenstain, and then he walks into this other room, and it says Berenstain, and then he walks back out, it says Berenstain, like.
Yeah, it's some weirdness. Flat Earth Dave was talking about the movie Cocoon, which I totally remember from way back in the day. And he's like, go look it up. It doesn't exist. It's just not there.
Wait, what? Nah, bullshit.
No,
What are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about, bro? It had
even
that
had a
idiot
sequel.
from Police Academy in it. Yeah, it had sequels.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it had Cocoon.
What was his name? Steve Guttenberg was in it.
Yeah, I know I saw them, and there was like Cocoon 2 and Cocoon 3.
Steve Guttenberg and who else? Who's the woman?
I'm terrible with Hollywood.
Yeah, I want to say no, it wouldn't have been her. From Alien. Wasn't her, was it? I don't know. I remember Steve Guttenberg was in it.
Well, yeah, see, I don't know what he was talking about because it's on there. It's a 1985 film. Man, I've been talking about that one, and I don't know what he was talking about as far as that goes.
Yeah, Brian Dennehy was in it. There was a few, stars in it. Yeah.
Another one they mentioned was the old movie Kazam with Sinbad in it as a genie, kind of like the Shaq movie like that. And that movie's nowhere to be found either in history.
Yeah, Shazam. It was Sinbad. Yeah, I remember looking for that movie. Now, the strange thing about, like, other people remember specific details about the movie. I don't. What I recall is Mandela effect. The term coined. Me going into video stores, right, when there was still VHSs on the shelf, right? Asking, can you find that movie for me? The one with Sinbad in it, right? The genie one. I want to show the kids, right? And they'd say, I'm sorry, it's not on our system. They'd be like, yeah, I think I know the one you're talking about. They'd look for it, and we don't have it, sorry. Yeah. Now, how is that? How is that possible, right? I had no idea. Like, when I came across the Mandela effect online, right, and they mentioned that, I was like, what? Like, I thought I was like just not. It was just like a TV movie that never got released onto DVD or VHS. Like, I just thought that. Like, I'm like, what? What do you mean? It doesn't exist. Like, I remember looking for it after I'd seen it years later. Like, and then they were like, yeah, everybody remembers it, but that doesn't exist. I'm like, what do you mean it doesn't exist? Like, what?
Yeah,
How can this be?
I was such a huge fan of his HBO special, and then I was a huge fan of his, so I watched his second special, comedy special, and I watched First Kid and Kazam, and all that. And then they're like, Kazam doesn't exist. I was like, stuff.
You mean Shazam? Yeah, Kazam's the one with Shark, and Shazam was supposed to be the one with Sinbad. And a lot of people when Kazam came out, right, people were like, ugh, a Sinbad ripoff. Like, you know what I mean? Like, people were thinking that when that came out. They remember thinking that. Like, this is the strange thing about it, is like, prior to this blowing up on the internet, people are recalling memories of, like, like me, like searching for the movie, right? Like, to watch it again after having seen it already. or talking about it, having conversations about the movie prior to the Mandela effect blowing up online. Like, so this is the weird thing about it.
Yeah, Shazam's one of those weird ones because I never saw it. I wouldn't claim to have watched it, but I remember talking about it for a long time, like I just remember it being out. I first ran
Really mad
into the
that's real on my phone.
C3PO silver leg when I think I might have been in like high school or something. Anyway, this would have been in like, I don't know, the early 90s. And I remember watching Star Wars, and I remember seeing C3PO's silver leg in the first movie. And I'm like, wait a second. He got that silver leg after he was disassembled on Bespin when those little things took him apart after he got shot and was on that Cloud
reconstructed
City.
him.
Yeah, that's when he got the silver leg. And I remember when I was even younger thinking, oh, he's got a silver leg now because they probably couldn't find an original for him and they gave him a silver one. And that's why he had a silver leg at the end of the second movie and into the third. Like, it made complete sense. But then he has a silver leg in the first movie, and I'm like, this is weird. I don't know if I just never noticed that, but why wouldn't I have noticed it? You know, it's like I was a total Star Wars nerd.
Yeah, they try and say because of a lot of the scenery that he was in was like a orange sort of, like it reflected the environment, and because it's so shiny and silver, like, so you just sort of think that it's like a goldy color, but I don't know, man. Like, another one that really bothers me is the Dolly and Jaws scene from Moonraker, man. I just that I cannot get over that one, man. Like, I swear that when I watched that for the first time, yeah, bro, come on, man.
Yeah,
like, now that scene
he
is
smiles and then
redundant.
she smiles and then he smiles and they got metal mouths. That's freaking
Right. The mismatched couple find familiarity,
Yes. Yes.
right? Like, that's the whole point of the scene.
Yeah, now he can be happy because he found someone that he can relate with, and then she finds someone she can relate with, and because they're both,
Right. Both,
Yeah, I remember.
you know, like, yeah.
And my mom
Have
telling me
hang-ups
about
about
the
their mouth.
braces back then, how they were full bands around the teeth. Yeah.
Right. Now it doesn't really make any sense. Like, it's just like, I don't know.
Right, that one, the Fruit of the Loom missing cornucopia messes with me a lot. Berenstain Bears, not so much. Huh?
Another one I saw was the Britney Spears "Hit Me Baby One More Time" video. In the original video, she had a wireless mic in front of her mouth. And now if you look at that video now, there's no mic. But again, the dude put the camera in
No.
front of the screen and the mic shows up.
Dude, that
Weird,
wireless
man.
mic was like part of her image.
And the plaid skirt is gone.
She got no wireless mic now.
Butter's black.
There's just too much.
I used to work at Radio Shack, so I had a ton of different phones, including the Motorola Razr and all these pre-smartphone phones. And I had them for the longest time. My wife said we had to hold on to them and stuff. And then we moved a couple times, and somewhere in there, I threw them all away, and I could not be more pissed at myself.
Wait, why?
To see if
I was
that thing
camera to
works.
look at the screens to see if it works myself. I want to see that, but I can't see it myself because that's the way all my old fucking camera phones.
Wait, to see what works. Maybe I cut out.
So you hover the camera over, like, the image, and like the guy does on YouTube, and he hovers his old Motorola phone or BlackBerry or whatever over the image, and it shows what we remember.
Guys, can I ask a question?
Yes, you may.
So, do you think the Earth is flat?
yes, I do.
That's right. That's good.
Well, considering it's what we observe and experience, right? It's also how we measure the Earth, right? Horizontal
Yes.
is the standard for evaluating changes in elevation, and we also practically use it as such too, like when in building and construction, certain types of navigation, etc. So, like, there's a lot of fields that just treat the Earth as flat. And I think there's anybody of you know
Yeah.
that the average person does not encounter any situation where they have to account for Earth curvature or Earth rotation, right?
Yeah. All one is here. They are believe in flat Earth.
Yeah, a lot of us here we sit in here and wait for people to join that want to have a talk about the topic. Exactly. Yep.
Okay.
And he's gone. I guess he didn't want to talk about it. Yeah, the fruit of the loom, Yoda. That's another one, like where people like recall something previous, like in between its invention and the realization that it never existed. They're like, but I learned what a cornucopia was, like because of that.
Right. Yeah, I don't know where else I would have seen a cornucopia before so much to have then asked about it and learn off of it. Like, if it wasn't Fruit of the Loom, what popular design had the cornucopia in it? Because one did.
Well, there's that album cover, I think from like 70s or 80s, right? It's the artist pretty much ripped off the Fruit of the Loom logo, right? And instead of the cornucopia, put in the saxophone or something like that, was it?
Yeah.
You seen that one?
I know
Right?
what
And
you're
then they've
talking about. Yeah, I
contacted
know
him.
who that was.
Right. Yeah, and they've talked to
Yeah.
him and his son, and like he's like, why else would I depict it like that? There was a cornucopia in that logo. It was a mock, like not mock, but it was like a copy. But he lent it some artistic license, right? So it's like what the? He's just like like us. He's like, what the heck? Of course it did. No, it didn't.
Yeah. It sure invites another dimension of the mystery of this place. You know, if it's just all misremembered, mass hallucinations, mass psychosis, mass formation, or something else. It lends more credence to this crazy idea, like that guy, Quantum of Conscience. He runs a YouTube channel, and he's basically like, look, guys, we're quantum leaping all the time.
Right. Yeah, the consistency of the memory too is something like okay, like with Shazam, right? Why don't like half the people or remember Damon Wayans? Why Sinbad, right? Why only Sinbad? If it's just a mismemory, right? Then people it would fluctuate. Like the details would differ amongst each person, right? Like, because they say, oh, you're just mixing Sinbad up with Shark, right? Why? They're not really alike in any way.
Yeah, maybe more similar than the Wayans brothers are to freaking Sinbad. But yeah, it was always like Sinbad and Shaq, or not Shaq, Shazam. Excuse me, I'm doing it too. Sinbad and Shazam. played a genie with the parachute pants, you know, and then people are like, "Oh yeah, he's kind of like MC Hammer with the parachute pants."
Right.
Yeah, because it's not just like the one thing. It's all of these ancillary issues that are associated with it. You know, these memories are interlinked with other memories, and that's what makes it so hard to believe these things never happened.
Yeah, and I think it's been happening for a while too. Like you find instances in really old, early 20th century newspapers, like where they'll write an article about people misquoting and misremembering iconic lines and events and things like that. So it's my mother, like we were walking past a newsstand one day in the 90s, and I was like 16, 17, and she's like stopped and she's picked up the newspaper and she's like, "What? Marianne Faithfull's on the front page. What? She's dead." I'm like, "What do you mean she's dead? Who is this woman? She was one of my favorite singers as a kid. Like, oh my God, I remember crying when I saw the news and she died. Like, she's like freaking out. I'm like, whoa, relax. Like, okay, she's alive. Maybe you misremembered. Maybe she like overdosed or something, but she survived. Like she's like, no, I remember. Like, okay, whoa." Yeah, like that. Nobody knew the term Mandela effect then, but that was her personal Mandela effect that she'd encountered, What about the flip flops? Those are weird too. The thinking man keeps flip flopping for me. I can't remember which way I do remember it now. Like it's like, wait a second, wasn't it the other way around that people remembered it and it wasn't? Like now it's the other way. It's like and the line from Apollo 13, Houston, we have a problem, right? It's even that's even like on some website that's dedicated a page to misquotes, right? Has misquoted the misquote. It's like, hang on a sec. I swear, when I first got into the Mandela effect, people were saying and showing the clip and in the movie how he doesn't say, "Houston, we have a problem." He says, "Houston, we've had a problem," or something like different, and now it's back to the normal one. Like, "Houston, we have a problem." Like, it's like,
really,
oh my God, which one is it? Yeah, it's like there's flip flops. Like Flintstones is another one that people say flip flops all the time for them. Like, hang on, it was double T, wasn't double T. Like what? Like. And like to get people to understand the bewilderment of it, like that because they struggled, like they're just like, I like. What if somebody told you like that? There's the one right there. Like, what if I told you that he never said that? Right? What the heck? Why do people remember it? Why are all there these memes about it? Why is that like so iconic? But anyway, look, yeah, I say, like, what if someone said to you that Arnie never said I'll be back? They'd be like, that'd be ridiculous. I know he said it, right? And like, well, and if you went and watched the movie and he never said it, well, how would you feel? They'd be like, I'd be like mentally disturbed, like I'm like, right, that's exactly what these things do to people that have these memories, right? They're like No, that's not right. I distinctly remember these things.
Yep.
No, I remember as a kid running around after having seen that movie. We bought the the merchandise, like the masks and the pretend swords and everything, the light up plastic swords. We'd run around, and one of the lines we'd say, when fighting, pretending to fight each other with laser swords and our masks on, is, "Luke, I am your father."
Yeah.
Like that was the iconic line that we'd all use.
Yeah, for decades. Yeah. Something screwy going on.
Yeah, like the placement of the solar system in the heliocentric model, right? With in the galaxy, its placement within the galaxy, right? I remember being told it's on the outskirts in the Sagittarian arm.
Yes. That's exactly what I grew up understanding. Yeah. Outer arm.
Right.
Yep. That's why we can kind of see the Milky Way galaxy at night.
Right now we're like clustered in towards the center in the Orion's spur.
Yeah. Doesn't make any sense.
Right. And people remember hearing, like watching this documentary, Michio Kaku's on there saying, it's so strange that we're on the outskirts of the galaxy in this cold, dead area of the galaxy, where it seems unlikely that life could have, thrived in such this cold, stark, dead environment, right? It would be more likely that we'd have thrived. Life would have developed where there would have been more chance of elements forming, that like blah blah blah, whatever he says, right? Towards the center, closer to the center of the galaxy, right? This is him like sort of like spinning his whole astrophysics yarn, right, about the universe and everything and life on Earth, and and people remember him saying something like that. I'm pretty sure I remember seeing that same documentary, right? And then now apparently you watch the documentary and he's like the opposite. Like he's like, yeah, it's really weird how we're near the center where everything's really lively and chaotic and smashing into each other all the time, blah blah, and that life would have like developed in this like very chaotic and hostile environment. It's like, what's going on?
Yeah.
It's like his premise is the same, but the situation is different, and he talks about it different. It's like, oh man, this is weird. I've had personal ones too, like where I live. Like I swear, as a kid, as a teenager, I remember the road signs stating distances to the nearest major capital cities, both north and south, as being greater distances, right? And it taking very long time to get there, right? Whether by car or train, whatever, right? Like, and now, and then like a few years ago, I've like looked at them and gone, wait a second, where'd a couple 100 kilometers go? And I swear, as a kid too, I learned the Earth was actually bigger than what they tell us it is. Like now, like it had a larger radius, a larger circumference. I swear it was more like, instead of 40,000 kilometers, it was more like around 69,000. Like I swear, I remember that. Like I can't prove that, but I just had that in my head, like that it was larger. Yeah, but yeah, don't get me started, man, because I'll go on and on for hours about the Mandela effect.
There's a lot of bad speculation about it too. Like with anything, I guess.
Yeah, look, I know. Yeah, I don't know what to think about it. You know, like there's bad speculation. Yeah, I mean, like, is any speculation bad or good? I don't know. Like, it's just I don't buy into a lot of people's like reasoning behind it. You know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I tend to think good speculation is trying to discern the truth, the ground level truth. Bad speculation is like seeing what kind of whack ass crazy ideas you can get away with. Those are two different approaches.
Right.
Yeah, the words think tank come to mind, especially with those who want to deceive. They have these think tanks that think of all these speculative material that they think of, and then they use it in a nefarious way, do they not? Yeah. Yeah, they have teams working on that kind of thinking speculatively.
I've actually entertained the idea of doing like a nursing home tour, presentation and study, where where your groups, your data set's going to be less likely to have been influenced by online material, right, and things like that, where they may or may not have heard, but more likely not to have heard about the Mandela effect at all, right? These are elderly people, not really even familiar with modern technology, not really surfing the net and all these things. They're still wanting to just crochet and play cards and stuff like that, right? Like they used to back in the day. And then doing a presentation, and asking them, okay, so what, doing a quiz. What do you guys remember, or say, what was Desi Arnaz's famous line in I Love Lucy? And have them respond, right? And they guarantee you, half of them are going to say, "Lucy, you got some splaining to do." right? Because that's
Oh
what
yeah,
they'll remember.
that one, yeah. Lucy,
Yeah, and
you've
then
got some explaining to do. Yep, I remember.
right, yep, and then I'll inform them. Well, he never actually said that. As close as you get to that is Lucy splain. That's it. That's as close as what you get to him saying in that series. And then other things that they'll probably remember, that the elderly would remember from, from a long ago. There's quite a few examples. So and then just like seeing what the responses are, seeing gauging the reactions and things like that. I mean, like, it'd be a good test of the elderly's memory too. Like, we could eliminate this as potentially like, a memory failure due to age. You know what I mean? Like, because younger people are remembering the same thing. Their children remember that. These things because they grew up watching their parents watch those shows, right? Like while they sat in the corner playing toys and with toys and stuff. But anyway, I suppose we should try and swing it back around to flat Earth. Hopefully, we get somebody come in soon that actually wants to talk about it. Anyway,
I have to
Wow,
back away from the mic.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just saying I have to back away from the mic. I'll be listening later.
Okay, yeah. Well, since we're talking about flat Earth, I've just come out of the what is it? The Black Heaven server. It's full of Black African Americans, and I've been trying to, for the last 3 months, get them to understand that we're not living on a spinning ball. We are living on a flat Earth. How do you know? How do you MF know? I said because we've gone out to actually measure it. Keep saying that to them, that we've gone out and actually measured for the curvature, but we're finding the flat Earth. Now, none of you have done this yet because you haven't, and you offered me a half a mile of laser beam test, and that's insufficient, really. We need to have a bit more. Like, that's why I gave you a 28-mile laser beam test. Did you check it out? No, you didn't. So you haven't checked anything yet. This is why you're negative, right? Now, one black guy said, if all the black people in America went back to Africa would be a great country. I said, I don't know, because I went back to Africa when I went back, and I tried to introduce better English grammar in the classroom, and I got a lot of pushback from the teachers. I got whacked even. Okay, and then I got called London and go home. So I think, and I'm getting that same pushback from you guys in this server now. I'm saying to you the Earth is flat, but you're pushing back. You're not even looking at the material. You're saying I'm not a motherfucking scientist. Excuse the French there. I'm not an MF scientist. And I said, no, that's not true. You don't have to be a scientist to know this. 8-year-olds, okay? So they said, but yeah, why do you always talk about flat Earth? Always about flat Earth. Don't talk about anything else. I said, I've spoken about many things about my life, even like Pearl Harbor, for example. Yeah? And that being a MIHOP and a LIHOP, right? And then they wanted to go into Pearl Harbor. So they did. And you know what I did? I goes, I'm going to give it to you from the horse's mouth. What's his name? Robert Beastonet. So I put 2 videos in, and then the third one was from Flat Earth Banjo. Pearl Harbor proves flat Earth. And I tell you, they went berserk in there when I dropped that one. I said, you see, I am the man that's going to rock your world, and I'm rocking your world right now, and you're still refusing to look. You talk about Pearl Harbor. Pearl Harbor proves flat Earth. Now let's get on with it. Yeah, man. I got muted. Too much force for them, I think. So that's the little joke in there that I dropped that video. And basically, yeah, let's look at that video for a second, ladies and gentlemen. Pearl Harbor proves flat Earth. What Flat Earth Banjo is putting forward is, if the Earth is an oblate spheroid spinning at the rate it's meant to be, 1,037 miles per hour, okay, then the Japanese would never have made it to Pearl Harbor because the rotational speed is faster than the planes could fly, ladies and gentlemen, at that time. You see? So basically debunking the movement of the globe. they're saying, and the planes fly horizontally anyway to their destination. They don't take a curved trajectory, and yet they made it to Pearl Harbor. They had made the attack, so clearly Earth isn't rotating. That's the main thing, that the Earth itself can't. If it were to be rotating, the aeroplanes wouldn't have made it to Pearl Harbor. In fact, Pearl Harbor would have gone round and come behind them. So yeah, it was just funny, you know, the situation. But yeah, you know, trying to introduce flat earth to my brothers and sisters. Still meeting with a lot of resistance at the moment, but I'm still chipping away. Still chipping away. You know, it's like riding I've never done this, only on electric simulated wild horses, you know, the rodeo. You know, you get the electric one where you hang on and it's taking you. It's like that at the moment, ladies and gentlemen. I'm riding my black brothers and sisters, trying to get them to sit down and pay attention. They keep throwing me off at the moment, but I'm getting back on. Yeah, so I'm working on that.
Some of the really cool content creators on Twitter and TikTok are black dudes. So I mean, like, it's everybody's waking up to it. It's just it is a matter of culture. No matter what your race or your nationality, it's a lot of the culture around you, who you have around you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, but this particular server is called Black Heaven. Everyone is welcomed, all nationalities, but it's run by Black African Americans, you see. And I, being an African born in England, I've gone in there like, well, I'd have to say two and a bit months ago. That's when I first went into that server, and I've been dropping the flat earth truth all the time, and it's got them annoyed, angry, booting me out, kicking me into other servers, muted, swearing, everything. The amount of resistance, even today as well. Why do you always talk about flat earth? I said, no, but I talk about many things that are world, actually. That's what I do. That's my game, okay? To bring you some knowledge that you may be not aware of through a deception that you're currently under. But you people don't want to take what I'm telling you seriously. You don't even want to look in the material. I back it up. I give you my sources. I invite you to go to Flat Earth server. Why don't you go there and listen to my colleagues? None of you want to venture out, but you're wrong. Sorry, you're correct. I haven't measured anything. I'm right. I've measured and I'm wrong. What's going on here? So yeah, you know, that's what it's at the moment. That's what's going on in this server. Yeah, and there's been a few military individuals who served in the military as well. Okay, so I'm going to be bringing in some material from the military stating that the earth is indeed flat. One of them would be the flatten the curve, and then flat earth testimonies, 36 of those from the military. Right, so we're going to hit them now. So I've been easing my way. I'm trying to ease my way into introducing the flat earth with these people, but I'm having to battle hard. You understand? And that's it. I don't mind. I don't mind the battle. But it's the psychology, ladies and gentlemen, of cognitive dissonance. That's what we're talking about here. When you try to introduce something new to people, and sometimes it challenges their core beliefs, they switch into this cognitive dissonance mode and then start to attack you, your character, etc., etc., your intellect, your intelligence, your qualifications, and things like this, rather than look at the actual message that I'm bringing and the information and the source of that information. Yeah,
I mean, you
so
can
that's
have
what
that even with like individual people, because like I've been talking to my online friends about, you know, flat earth and stuff like that. And I have one of my buddies, he's been really receptive, listened to everything I said, you know, oh, that's interesting, that's crazy, and all this kind of stuff. He was nice, receptive, didn't like believe me yet, but like he like listens to me and like just is just a conversation. But then I told one of my other buddies, like, just mentioned it, and he's like, "Oh, you fucking idiot! You're so fucking dumb." And now, like, he's like, "Oh, shut the fuck up!" And then, like, every time he gets on now, he'll take it. I'll even be talking about it, and he'll be like, "Yeah, coming from a flat earther, you fucking moron." So I mean, like, yeah, there's just different attitudes about it depending on who you are. But if you're around a culture of people with that attitude, learn a lot about energies, man. Somebody gets happy in the room, everybody gets happy. Somebody gets mad in the room, everybody gets mad. Just the energy we put off changes things around us. So if you put off that kind of energy, it's going to affect a large group of people, especially if you hang out with them a lot. As I said, doesn't matter age, race, nationality. That's just how it works.
Yeah. I never shout at them unless they start shouting at me. I'm always dropping it like quietly, and then someone like today, I only mentioned it in passing, and one of them said, "Oh, we're not about flat Earth now. That's effing boring." I was, "Excuse me, you're the one that's effing boring because all that comes out of your mouth is racism, racism, racism. Nothing else. You know, I vomit that every day. Let's leave that behind. Can we not? Why don't you check flat Earth? What's the problem with checking it? That's the question. What is the problem with checking it? Because you haven't checked it yet. You believe you're living on a ball. I don't believe that at all. I know I live on a flat Earth. So I don't do the believing thing. That's the problem. Too much believing and not enough actually knowing is your problem. You know, yeah. And then I was shouting at him by this time because, you know, they tried to talk over you, see. So then, of course, I'm just going to go straight into full loud mode and no one has any chance there because I don't stop. So they had to mute me. Boom. Okay. Then they unmuted. He said, "Sorry about that, Jim, but but then the guy was trying to talk over me. So if you're doing your moderating properly, you could see that I was talking and the other guy was trying to talk through me, and you know me well. And I always my turn. When it's my turn, don't interrupt until I'm finished. Right, that's it. Play the game. You're not even playing the game, moderator, because I'm not here to talk over anybody. Right, I want to talk about this flat Earth amicably, but I'm getting a lot of resistance. And if you're going to try and talk over me, you're not going to make it. I'm going to talk over you. You're going to have to mute. Then you're going to have to apologize. So why don't you stop the guys talking over me so I can complete what I got to say? Because I am going to say it. Yeah, that's what happens, you see. So it's not that I want to shout at anybody.
Well, see, what I've started to do is I've tried to come at it from like a different angle because I'm pretty new to this whole thing. Still I'm learning a lot, but like I don't know, it's calmed me down and made me more peaceful and caring about what other people, you know, how they feel. So the way I'm trying to come from it is I just don't get in arguments anymore about it. Like I'm just chill. I come from, hey man, this is a good thing for you. This is a good thing for us. I want you to see. It would be cool if you did. It's a good thing. And then be like, hey, do you want to listen to it? You don't want to listen to it? All right, go, man. That sounds good, man. I just don't even bother. If you have any questions, feel free to ask, but I'm not gonna like push you. And if they start getting angry or start want to argue, I'm just like, hey man, you know, I'm not here to argue. I'm not here to have a debate. You know, if you we're just gonna turn this on, let's just hang out, man. I don't want to go down this path. It's not cool. But if it, well, like my one friend where he's asked questions, he's taking information, he's looking at it. It didn't change his whole life or anything yet, but like he's receptive, at least in just a friendly way. Then sure, we can have a
Yeah.
conversation. And if you come with an attitude of wanting to learn, then that can really take you far. But I don't have arguments anymore, man. It's just they don't go anywhere. It's bad energy, and this is all a good thing. I know it's
Yeah.
hard because that's the way the internet. I've been around since the advent of the internet, man. We just fight each other over everything and are hateful and want to just like own you and all this kind of stuff. We're gonna win the argument. And as I do, I'm not having an argument. I'm not having a debate. I'll show you some stuff, and if you want to look at it and take that, on the journey, cool. You have more questions? Let me know. But
Yeah.
I'm not having an argument anymore.
Okay, that's fine. Well, I've been in this 11 years now, and I'm seasoned, so I know that the path I'm taking and the little chips that I'm doing are working because eventually one or two of them are going to look into it and find that truth and come back to that server and bring it to the group, and I'm going to be there, and then this is when the discussion's going to start to really flow. But at first, it's going to be a bit of a bumpy ride. I don't mind the bumpy ride because I'm always polite to them, right? And then when they start insulting, I always ask them, why the insults? We're only talking about flat Earth. Why the insults? Did I insult you? I'm only trying to get you to look at something, and now you're insulting me. Can we stop that, moderators? Can we? Yeah, okay. Well, let's get on with it. Come on now. What is the problem? Why is it that you cannot see eye to eye on this topic matter? Come on. What's up? You haven't measured the surface of the Earth, so you don't know it's a globe. You can't make that statement. So the statement that everybody knows, that's wrong. Nobody knows. That's the statement I'm telling you. I'm telling you, nobody knows that the Earth is a globe because nobody's measuring curvature. I haven't measured it. My colleagues have not measured it at all. You haven't measured it yet yourself. Get out there. Okay? Get out there. So that's what you've got to do. Sometimes it has to be that way with this particular group.
Yeah,
Well,
and
keep
I
pushing
don't
back as
disagree
they
with.
push me back. Yeah.
I don't disagree with how you're doing things. I'm just telling you how I'm doing things. And so you're
Oh, okay,
almost
good.
with the way you're talking about it, you're kind of mixing the two things. Like you're saying, like, hey man, I'm gonna have a fight here. I just want to show you some things. So and I've heard you talking here. You don't get in those type of fights. I'm just telling you the
Thanks.
direction I'm coming from because I can't do that anymore, man. I've done it for too
Yeah,
long.
yeah.
I've been a toxic internet person before, and it's just not my energy anymore. And I feel like that's a good thing. So I just
Yeah, yeah.
I'm not bringing that to the table. But I mean, the thing is a lot of times people won't listen to me, and they need somebody to come up there. And I'd say you're kind of in the middle on things. You're not
Thank you. That's the way
overheating.
I
You're
like
not
to be. Yeah.
mean.
Good.
I'm just saying,
Good.
like we all need each other, man. Like, and
Absolutely.
we're all gonna work for different
Absolutely.
people in different ways. And like, I may relate to somebody you don't, and vice versa, man. And be able to go somewhere and say things, and have the
Yeah.
just needs to be had at those levels where we don't match.
Yeah.
And
There are many roads
we
to the
need
flat
each
earth
other.
anyway.
None
Yeah.
of them are bad. We're all helping each other. We all have one direction, but we just
That's
do things a little
correct.
differently. But we need that. We need that variety because people are
Yes.
different.
Yeah, I agree with that. 100% agree with what you've said
Yeah.
there. Nothing wrong there at all. That's perfect.
And the crazy part was, I was already trying to do this before the flat earth stuff. Like, I was trying to be that way. And
Well,
flat
that's
earth and
good.
knowing that knowledge has really helped me with opening my mind up and stuff, and helped me really apply it. But I was already like on that shit in therapy, like before the flat earth stuff came along. And so
Right.
it just, I don't know, it just gave me an acceleration on the path in the best way. And I found this is really like where I belong, ready to the angle I need to
Yeah.
come from. So I'm
Yeah,
rolling
I
with it.
do
It was
enjoy.
really
I
cool.
enjoy the battles myself. Of all of them, the amicable ones are beautiful and nice. The ones where people are being what we call stick in the mud, heavy cognitive dissonance. They're the ones I like to challenge. You see, they're the ones. And I get great satisfaction when the penny drops. Okay, and they realize that they've been wrong for so long, and then I go on to rewind and regurgitate what they were calling me. When I was trying to tell them, and then the laughter we have when I start to respond to the things they said about me. You see that? Do you remember that? Do you remember that? Right. And all I was trying to do is to get you to see now what you can see now. Okay, maybe that's why Africa is taking its time to develop as well, because we got corrupt leaders, for example, and people are in cob dis. You understand what I'm saying? Education, there's a lot of problems going on out there. And we need, like you said, we need each other. And that's what I always say to them. We need each other. So bear that in mind. When somebody comes in with something that challenges your core beliefs, hit the brakes. Have a look at what he's telling you first. He or she. Check it out. Look at the material. Check yourself before you respond. Otherwise, it's going to be a whatever battle you have with the individual until you realize you're wrong. Because that's me. Yeah.
I
Love it.
at all. That's just how it needs to be.
Yeah.
There's a lot
It's
of
the
there's a lot of
psychology.
fight. We need people who are gonna fight, but you do. I think like I said, I think you do it in a very respectful way, and you don't get overheated, and
Thank you.
that's a
Yeah.
good thing.
Yeah.
Because when tempers rise, no matter where you're English, when tempers rise, it just things blow up, and
That's
then
right.
nothing
I
gets
do raise
done.
my voice,
Nothing
though. I
positive
do
gets
raise
done.
my
Yeah,
voice.
you have to sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah.
I understand you
Yeah.
aren't mean and you aren't
Yeah.
mean.
I don't use any profanity. Don't use any profanity, swear words. Just raising my voice and delivering the facts loud. Right? That's it. And and then I always ask, why the insults? I didn't insult you. I didn't abuse you. Right? I could. And then I say a few words. I could say this, blah, 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 profanity, but I don't. I can say it better than you, but I don't do that. I don't have to do that. Okay? So if you want to swear, I could swear you into your grave, but I don't have to do that. It's not necessary. Exactly.
You need to be. Like I said, I've been focusing more on common sense examples, like the whole time lapse around Polaris, the whole fact that you can see the sunlight shining from a sunset in the ocean all the way to your feet, how far you can see when you just zoom in. The fact that you can zoom in on the sun means it's not 93 million miles away.
Yeah.
It's just like there's some common sense things out there where it's just like, bro, like they don't match. Those things
Yeah.
they don't
Yeah.
work.
Yeah.
So, I
What?
mean, we can sit here and argue semantics on all the different details and if it's true and debunking and proving and all of that. But I mean, use your God given brain and your common sense and just be like, that doesn't work in the heliocentric model. It doesn't work with what I've been taught. It just
Yeah.
doesn't. And it's obvious to just, anybody can go out and look at it themselves. They don't need equipment even.
Yeah.
Understand the science they have been given, the math they've been given from the same people who told you is the heliocentric model
Yeah.
doesn't work on the model, but they just don't expect you to do it because it's XYZ. They don't expect you to go out there and look. But when
Yeah.
you take the math they've given you and the geometry they've given you and all that, and go apply it to the thing, it doesn't work.
It's very true.
So
Just
what
to
is
back
it?
up what you're saying, this server that I go to, they exhibit the same thing because a few of them are very well educated and they've got degrees. Some of them, okay, they've got degrees, okay, and then a few of them have been in the military. So when you bring in like there's no Coriolis up, it's not rotating, and they try to tell you that they take account, but I said no, they don't, because I was in the army myself. So no, we don't do that, right? And then you give them the material. The negativity that comes off of them after that is just amazing, because it's challenging their position. They've been educated, they were in the military. This is what we did. You didn't do that, I said, and there you go. Yeah.
So
So
I think in the past that they mistook the combination, the results of the combination of the limitation of optics, their eyeballs, and the environmental conditions. They mistook that to be Earth curve, and from then on they invested so much into it, right, and built so much off of that's now facing the sunk cost fallacy, right? They don't want to let it go, despite our advancement in technology being able to show us that they're actually mistaken back then, right? And so their premises are faulty from the get go, right? And now we suffer the challenge of trying to get people to understand that, right? In the face of liars claiming to have built an industry upon that misunderstanding that they say is true, presenting us like imagery from so-called outer space and that sort of thing, right? So that's where it's all at. It's such a difficult task that we face, guys.
Yeah, that's why it's important. You see, you said it, because industry has sprouted from the lies, and that's helping the deception to keep flowing. So yeah, we're on an uphill struggle, but we're ready for it. Yeah.
And it's tough
Unceasing,
because like
unwavering.
the 2 days ago we were talking about how the engineers and grid builders and pilots and all of them use flat earth math when doing their calculations. It's in their training manuals and shit. And they also know it. I've talked to my ex-girlfriend's dad, had been engineer for 30 years building interstate bridges, including one over a huge chasm. I asked him, did you have to account for curvature? He said, no. Topography, yes. Curvature, no, I've never had to deal with that. And so, I mean, like, the guy, we were talking about it, and he said the words that came out of his mouth and showed what the dead end was, is he said, the only reason they use the flat earth math is because it works better than the globe earth math. And I was like, bro, listen to what you just said. Like wow, that doesn't even make sense. Now you're dead ending and you refuse to turn around.
Yeah, someone said that the other day, didn't they? In this server, they said that the other day.
Were you in here when the dude said it? Because that blew my mind.
Yeah, I was there. Yeah. I was there when I heard that. I thought that was really funny. Joker. Right, guys, it's Friday morning here in Japan, getting ready for work. I'll catch you guys later on. Bye.
See you, bro. Good luck. Take care, boy. Yeah, I'm shocked. I was surprised it doesn't have like a morning voice. It doesn't sound all groggy and crazy. I sound nuts when I wake up. It could be that he goes to work around like 9 or so in the morning, and he's been up for a few hours because he like gets up early and goes to the gym and shit. That would make sense. I'll wake you up. Always wake me up. Yeah, that's true. Using caffeine and nicotine, you're rolling.
Yeah, the fact that they claim to have industry built on it now, like so they have practical use out of it, gives others appeal, right? They give something to appeal to. It's not their achievement, right? And they can't repeat the achievement, but nevertheless, it's such a strongly held like admiration, right, and respect, and has respect, right, that it seems legitimately like um like justified. It seems like that's what people feel like. Well, that's what they couldn't be lying about, surely. You know, like this whole space industry thing, right?
I mean, some people are afraid to get fired. That woman, one woman, was a few years ago, the Australian woman or whatever, the pilot. She's been a pilot for 25 years, and she like realized that like the Earth was flat. She's like, I can't believe I've seen it. I've been a pilot this whole time. I never really saw it, but that makes sense. And they fucking grounded her, and she never flew again. I mean, shit. But like other people, the reaction's so bad, and people treat us so badly just for talking about it or thinking about it. All of it, like they're afraid of ostracization from all their family, friends, church, job. Everybody they know, that social ostracization is real. It really is. And I'm, grateful that I have that here at home. Like my wife and sister and stuff, we all talk about it all the time. We all realize it. So it's really cool that to have the people around me be, understanding and nice no matter what.
I personally haven't really experienced that in real life as yet. A little bit of flack, not really like ostracization or anything like that. I mean, the ex-wife of one friend, like they were married at the time. was just like in passing said something. Oh yeah, that's just like if like flat earthers or something like that. Like we were talking about something, and she's like likened the stupidity to like thinking the Earth is flat. And I looked at her and I went, "I'm a flat earther." And she just like put her hand up to her mouth. Like, I don't know if she knew or not because I had talked to my friend about it before. Right. And I don't know if it was a deliberate thing or not. But there was sort of a little chuckle amongst us all. I was like, yeah. Like this sort of thing. And, but, it was never really discussed again. But another couple that we know, we went in for coffee and got into it. And I said, well, yeah, that's because the Earth is flat or something like that. I just like brought something up, right? Because they were talking about something, and I went, yeah, that's because the Earth is flat. And she was like, no, 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 and said my name and said, you can't be a flat earther. You can't be. I'm like, why not? Because it's just so stupid and all this, like. And I gave him a spiel. I gave him the rundown of why I say it is, and they both sat there just like for a few seconds, just like with this fluoride stare, and then anyway, like they just changed the subject. They just moved on, right? Like it was like, and it hasn't been discussed since, right? There's
Well,
this
I mean,
woman that was saying this. This woman that was saying this, right? Doesn't believe in the moon landings. Was against the whole, Coco thing, right? Protested against it, right? Like the government's lying, blah blah blah. There's placards in the main street, all this, like having her own little private, freaking protests, right? Going online, going against all the people about the cocoa and the masks and everything. Like totally into all this other stuff, right? Flat Earth's the exception. No, flat. No, Earth's not flat, right? I'm like, wow. Anyway, but we're still friends.
Well, I mean, like, I've been learning a lot about the power of your words and how you make things happen with your words. Like, you actually have like power in them. And one of the powers they have is one we've known for a long time is that the connotation of things. So when people say he's a flat earther, you're a flat earther, oh, flat earthers, when they say the words flat earther or ers, they immediately, in their own mind, and in everybody agrees that there's mind, anybody who's connected to there's mind, they immediately turn that person into how they see a flat earther, which is like stupid, crazy, nonsensical. They turn you, those words turn you into that. And so that's why it has that power, because that's why they automatically think you're an idiot or, oh no, you're dumb and stuff like that. That's because of the connotation of the word and what it's been turned into. And that happens with a lot of things, a lot of words, a lot of nomenclatures like that. So it's unfortunate. I mean, I don't like say like I'm a flat earther. I just be like, well, I mean, you're this flat, and like, how do you know? Like, if I can look, it's flat. Like that's pretty much it. I mean, you want to know more? I'll tell you more. Other than that, like we're cool.
Yeah, I know. Like I know that the label comes with stigma, but I'm not really bothered by it. It doesn't bother me. I mean, like if they want to talk to me about it, they'll soon realize that it's not what they thought that it meant. You know what I mean? So it's just a matter of whether somebody actually wants to engage in it in the conversation or not. And it's happened a couple of times. Yeah,
I'm not too worried about it either, but like it's I'm just saying what I'm saying is that when you're talking to somebody about it, it's harder to actually have a conversation because they immediately put that stigma on you, that connotation on you. So when you're having the conversation, they're less receptive and they have their preconceived notions and ideas, and you're that kind of person. So it's really hard. It makes it just harder on people to be receptive because of that connotation. I mean, I don't mind saying if I don't, I'm just saying I don't, I don't say that directly because I don't want to put extra connotation on it. But I don't feel bad when somebody calls me that. I mean, it's just like, yeah, man, it's fine. So that's cool. But it does make it harder to get people to listen or want to be receptive. That's just unfortunate that happens, but that's how we work.
Yeah, and also it doesn't help when you've got like people that are calling themselves flat earthers pushing a narrative right out there, a flat earth narrative that you might not necessarily agree with, right? Certain aspects, right? Okay, so yeah, we agree the earth is flat, but they've got this whole idea about how everything's structured, right? How the luminaries operate, exactly what sort of paths they take over the top of us. They have maps, they have models, they have the ice ring, blah blah blah. So they incorporate all this cosmology into it, right? That that people just laugh at, right? And people challenge them to prove it, and they can't. They can't prove these things. That the add-ons, they can't prove the add-ons, right? They should just really be sticking to the fundamentals, right? And that should be the basis, and where it ends, right? Really, like if they ask you a question that you really don't know, you should say I don't know and stop there. And if you want to later, then go into the ifs, buts, and maybes. You can, right? But solidify the fundamentals first. You know what I mean? Like get that down and establish that with them, and then so that they can distinguish between the difference between what is knowledge and what would require belief or speculation. So that's because there's these flat earthers out there. They're all over the internet and in real life pushing this stuff as if that's what flat Earth is. That's why I made the meme with the AE map with "This is not flat Earth" on it. That is not flat Earth. That is a map. That is a cartoon. Just like we criticize the Globers for showing us cartoons, and then what do flat Earthers do? Present Globers a cartoon. It's wrong. And not only that, it's a piece of paper. It's on a screen. It's not what you're going out into reality and observing, which is what we're trying to encourage people to do. What can you go out into reality and observe and test and measure, right?
I do understand the empirical evidence, sticking to that because, like you said, it's a lot of speculation. Personally, I do like having those conversations with people, not to prove the Earth is flat because we don't need to because it's flat. So there shouldn't be really an argument about it honestly. So because it's just obviously flat. So if we want to have a thing about cosmology, I'm not afraid to. I'm learning a lot about it myself and the history of it. I'm really enjoying it. I'm not trying to prove anything by it. I'm just trying to talk about it. But a little over a month ago, I actually got to I broke a wind tracking site and got to see what looks like a big old whirlpool in a tree up on the northern areas. So, like, I can even show them, like, it'll say there's some stuff up there, and we're not allowed to see or to show or travel towards. And I don't have any facts about it, but I just have what everybody throughout history has said about it. If I'm gonna talk about it, cool, but I don't offer it as any kind of proof. But the stuff that I found on that site, that when I got the thing to break, I mean, that's their data. They're seeing that. They're just covering it up. It's all covered up. My old phone couldn't load it fast enough. So I look at that and I'm like, well, what's that? Not supposed to be there. You don't tell us about that. So it's one like a question, like, hey man, what is that? I'm asking the question. I don't know. I'm not using it as proof of anything. I'm just saying it doesn't match what we're being told, which is a lot of all the math and stuff. The reason we do the empirical evidence part is because what we're told doesn't match what we see and what we measure. And so that there's that correlation between the two. But yeah, I do agree that using any kind of cosmology, mythology, or religion to prove flat Earth is not the right way to go for sure.
Yeah, look, it's been going on since allegedly since the ancient Greek times, when some of those philosophers were proposing the idea of a spherical Earth. All right, they had opposition, and this doesn't get mentioned. There is there's history books about this, right? And this doesn't get brought up enough, right? That they come in and they say we've known since Greek times, right? Ancient Greek times. No, there was just as much opposition against the idea back then as there is now, if not more, right? And leading all the way up to now through history. there was opposition to it. People don't understand that either, right? And but the problem that they seem to have is that for some reason that flat earthers have always felt some sort of obligation to have to answer Glober's questions, like to justify certain things that the Globers say that they have an explanation for. Oh, you have an explanation? Oh, that's just wonderful, Glober. You don't have proof of your explanation. Meanwhile, we have direct, observable, measurable experience of physical reality. You don't. You don't, Glober. Right? And the people that do claim to have direct experience of the Earth being a globe, get them in here. Stop trying to defend their bullshit claims. Get them in here. Let them defend their claims. Let them prove their shit. Why are you trying to prove it for them? Because you're going to find that you can't, right? It's third hand. You can't prove third hand information unless you can actually make it your own first hand experience and demonstration, right? You don't have anything to stand on by your third hand information or your fourth hand, second hand, third hand, fourth hand. Doesn't work like that, right? And now the ancient Greek opposition, when they were challenged about, well, how does this and that work then, tried to explain it and came up with just as stupid freaking ideas as heliocentrism. They didn't have to do that. They should have just made the Globers stand on their claims and prove their claims. And people are still doing it today. Stop feeling the obligation to have to provide an explanation for things that you don't have to.
And I think that's what got me when I started looking, because I looked into flat earth just to find out what was going on, and I did. And then I was like, any of the things in my life lined up. Like 30 years ago, when I was a kid, we used to watch these big heat thunderstorms go by, and they were so far away you couldn't see the bottom of the clouds. We got a telescope. We were looking at these huge lightning storms, just talking about ball lightning and stuff. Really cool. All kinds of lightning, just constant. And we zoomed in on it. And when you zoomed in, I never thought about it then, but I think about it now. When we zoomed in, all of a sudden we could see the bottom of the clouds, because down in South Carolina, it's cloud as shit. So when we zoomed in with the telescope, we actually see the bottom of the clouds. We never put that together. But now, when I look at it now, I'm like, dude, yeah, that I've done that test myself and didn't even realize it. It's 30 years ago. So, I mean, take what you see.